The Sealed Kunai by Kenshi 618 Part 4.
Chapter 27 Shifting Sands Land. Are you all prepared to leave, Master? Yes, Hamiko-chan. You've got all of your weapons? With all of the scrolls I've got and the stuff I carry on my person at all times, I'm armed to the teeth. You've got your suppression seals for the Kyuubi's chakra? Yes, I've already given enough to Tsunade-chan already that she could probably use one to stop me every day on this mission from now on forward though. Well, it is one of only two things that you can adequately make. Now why did you have to go and kill my self-esteem like that, Hamiko-chan? Naruto was leaning against the front gate in the same clothing he had taken to wearing recently, with Hamiko doting over him before he was to leave to escort Tsunade to Sunagekure for the finals of the Chunin exam. He hadn't really seen anyone from his graduating class around town since he had returned, but he then put two and two together and realized they must have all made it to the finals of the exams. Hinata and Shino had been promoted last time around, so they were probably on a mission. Shikamaru probably went with Asuma to watch the proceedings, and Team Guy, who had been promoted immediately after their next exams, were probably busy, because being a rookie Chunin did suck. You weren't high profile enough to really put in for downtime, but you were considered just good enough to get back-to-back real missions. Naruto gave a glance to his pleasant companion. Are you going to be all right while I'm gone? Hamiko rolled her eyes with a smile on her face. I was fine when you left for half a year, Naruto-sama. I don't think a week or so without you here will be too much to handle. You will be missing my birthday, though, she said, pouting playfully. Oh, I'm sorry, Hamiko-chan, Naruto said, actually somewhat upset by this. He had been gone for half a year, leaving her pretty much on her own. All she really had were his own loose acquaintances to block being lonely. It did make him wonder if she had really been okay with him leaving, or if she had just been putting up a facade so that he didn't worry. She smiled and waved it off. It's all right, Master. You don't get to dictate your own schedule, I know. And since I am your servant, I am also basically controlled by your schedule. Naruto frowned. You're more than a servant, Hamiko-chan. You're way more important than you make yourself seem. Even if you don't agree with me, your master froze you inside the vault for a reason. Hamiko nodded. I think I know why he did it. I'm certain he knew that the Uzumaki bloodline was too stubborn to just die out, and he put me there so that I could assist a future generation of them upon being discovered. Why else would he have placed me in an area that could only be accessed by one of your lineage? So the way you speak as if it isn't my job to do these things for you, that is actually contradictory, because you are the entire reason I exist. Okay, this girl was really starting to remind him of Haku, only she seemed more prone to emotion, most of them positive. She was really receptive to the whole being his underling thing, something he didn't think he would ever get accustomed to, but she simply accepted it right off the bat. Hell, she suggested it and insisted on it in the first place. Naruto shrugged mentally. If this was what she wanted, he couldn't just keep trying to get her to stop. Hopefully she wouldn't get too into the whole servant thing, but if he had his way, he would wean her onto her own independence. Naruto pulled her into a hug, catching her somewhat off guard. I'll bring you back a present, okay? Something cool, because it's not like I'm going to be short on funds when this mission is over. Just take care of yourself. Hamiko smiled serenely and returned his hug. What if I get something from Sai? She whispered to him, knowing that Naruto wanted to keep everything about his relationship with Root under wraps. Naruto whispered right back, just keep it until I get back. I wouldn't be able to handle anything else on this mission anyway. Okay, Naruto-sama. Naruto let go of the hug as Tsunade and Shizum came into view, allowing Hamiko to bow to the blonde woman. Good morning, Hokage-sama. Shizum-san. Tsunade smiled at the girl. Hello, Hamiko. Has this knucklehead been treating you well? She asked, ignoring the indignant rambling from Naruto in response. A slight laugh came from Hamiko. Yes, Hokage-sama, things are very well here in Konoha. Naruto-sama is a good boy. Naruto sweat dropped. I am basically a near 15-year-old man that has been known to kill people with twice my age and experience, and I'm being talked about like a 5-year-old by my village leader and the girl that lives with me and has sworn my allegiance to me. A lot of those things in that sentence sounded good, and I'm sure you can guess which one didn't seem so great. Hamiko turned to him. I am still older than you, Master. Naruto sighed. I know. How old are you going to be anyway when your birthday comes around? I will be 15. Hamiko added helpfully. Naruto rubbed the back of his head and looked away. Well, I figured that much. I was meaning more along the lines of how old will you really be? In actual years, not in cryo time. The street got awfully silent after he said that. What did I say? Hamiko narrowed her eyes on Naruto. I will be 15, Master. Naruto looked around in confusion as if he were caught in some kind of loop while trying to run through the mental math in his head, failing miserably, because no one really ever told him exactly when Uzushiogakure fell, just saying that it was around 20 years ago, which could have meant anything. I know that, but for real, how old will you dash? I will be 15, master. Hamako asserted sternly, unconsciously leaking killing intent. He didn't quite get why he was getting the vibe of him about to be getting disemboweled from not only Hamako but from Tsunade, and to a lesser but still noticeable extent Shizune, but he decided that in this case, getting to the truth about a badly kept secret could actually be detrimental to him for once, and figured that smiling and nodding was his best way out of this. Thusly Naruto gave her a toothy grin and a thumbs up, ignoring the feeling of impending death when he did so super amazing expensive gift for you when I come back, right? Yes, please. Hamako perked back up. Be safe on your mission, Naruto-sama. With that, Naruto bade her goodbye and set out with Tsunade and Shizune towards Sunagakure. 3 days later, Kaze no Kuni en route to Sunagakure for the last time. Naruto. Tsunade said, currently decked out in full Kage gear as they made their way through the desert. You aren't wearing the robes and the hat, so stop asking. Come on, Tsunade-bachan. Naruto tried to reason his head up to avoid the desert sun beating down from above. Think of it like this: just let me hinge into you and you into me, and I'll be your body double until we get to Suna. It's a totally sound idea. Besides, I'm going to be wearing that stuff soon enough anyway. I might as well get used to it now. Tsunade shot an amused glance to her left where Naruto was standing. Jiraiya said, you were gunning for Hokage these days. What makes you think you actually have what it takes, brat? Naruto put on a thinking face. Well, I'm Minato Namake's kid, the remnant of a powerful clan, and loosely related to you, so I have the lineage. One would say, if you would promote me again, I could start proving that I'm strong enough, more than I already have. Oh, and I already beat you back when we first met, so I have a recorded win over a Sannin. Tsunade got a tick mark on her head. That was not a recorded fight, you idiot. I was using one finger and was taking it easy on you, and I still ended up knocking you flat on your spiky blonde ass. Naruto grinned at her. I never told you to go easy on me, and you made the terms of the fight making it an exhibition bout. You ended up using your entire hand to wail on my face, thus you broke the stipulation and lost. Therefore I won, therefore I have a victory over you. And I have witnesses. Shizunichin, Aero-Kyofu, and Taunton all saw me take you back to school. You should really stop talking before I pick you up and chuck you in Suna's general direction. Tsunade threatened. Naruto's eyes were shaded by the hood draped over his face. That actually sounds pretty useful. He looked over at the dark-haired medic holding a small pig. Do you want Tsunade-bachan to throw you across the desert too, Shizunichin? It has to beat walking. I hate the desert. Tsunade flicked Naruto in the back of the head, propelling him forward into a sand dune. As a smile came to her face, Shizune rushed over to dig Naruto out alongside Taunton. Naruto-kun, are you alright? Tsunade laughed as she neared her bodyguard. Shizune, I hit the runt harder than that on a near-daily basis. He's fine. Naruto popped out of the dune, hacking out sand and brushing it out of his hair. That was totally unnecessary, by the way. A shut the hell up Naruto would have worked just fine. I do follow your orders, after all. Tsunade picked him up by his collar and dropped him back on his feet as they kept walking. I said to stop talking. Naruto scowled as Shizune picked the rest of the sand out of his hair. No, you suggested that I stop talking. If you had directly told me to shut up, I would have. I'm not insubordinate, bachan. If you order me to do something, I'm going to do it no matter how I feel about it. You don't question orders, Naruto-kun? Ever? Shizune asked as she kept messing with his hair. Naruto looked over at Tsunade. She knows, right? About how I was trained? Tsunade nodded. I told her after you told me. She knows not to say anything about it. All right then. Naruto shrugged. Yeah, I question orders. You hear me mouth off about some of my missions all the time because griping and nitpicking is fun. But I never say I'm not going to do something. I always take the missions, and after I accept I don't complain. You should know why I don't, Shizunichin. She frowned and nodded. Because of Danzo and Root, right? Naruto pulled his head back up when he felt she was done. Well, Danzo Gigi tried putting his stupid seal on the back of my tongue, but I kept breaking it. When it would activate and paralyze me, I would just get pissed off, flare the Kyuubi's chakra, and the damn thing would disappear. He must have tried to re-educate me about 7 or 8 times because of it, old bastard. That shit was painful. Shizune looked appalled. That's awful. Naruto shook his head. That's Root. He wanted obedient operatives, and I originally went to him, not the other way around. I wanted to be a ninja so bad, so while I would never let him own me, I did do everything he told me to do. He didn't have to train me after he realized that I wouldn't be like all of the others, but he did anyway, and while his training was unspeakably harsh, I was the one that asked for it, and it's the entire reason I can do the things I do today. Naruto's eye twitched and he grabbed his head before speaking in monotone "Ow." Shizune looked at him strangely for saying "ow" randomly. What happened? Naruto rubbed his temple. When I relieved you at night watch at 2 in the morning, I made a ton of Kage Bunshin to guard the area as well. Before we left, I told them to train my nature manipulation, and the bastards all decided to dispel at the same time. Tsunade heaved a sigh. Don't train while you're on a mission, Brett. What's wrong with you? Naruto growled lowly at the pain of his headache, only to exhale in relief when a pair of glowing green hands ran over the sides of his head. Thank you, Shizune-chan. And technically, Bachan, it isn't me training into the ground, I just got a headache. You can get a headache eating a damn ice cream cone. And before you say anything that was not insubordination, that was an opinion on my own personal well-being. Whatever. Tsunade let the situation drop as the sight of Suna came up in the distance look alive. Shizune knows the drill, but you know nothing about being a dignitary, Naruto. Before you say anything about your mission way back when in Kumo, you weren't anything then because Hamura never let you do anything or go anywhere with him. You were a glorified tagalong. That was left to your own devices. Naruto frowned because she was right. Oh well, consider this a learning experience. Tsunade gave Naruto a businesslike look. Here, you will need to tone it down some. Talk to me before you do anything causing international incidents aren't going to fly here like they did in Kumogakure. Keep your senses sharp. I'm counting on you to intercept any threats that may come my way, and don't expect that just because we're in an allied village filled with ninja that I may not be attacked. If you have any questions or concerns or you notice something off, don't hesitate to talk to me or Shizune about it. That is what your job is. Naruto nodded in complete seriousness. Shizune gave him a small smile. We know you're good at the assault part of being a shinobi, Naruto-kun. You've proven that. But this is really the most high-profile escort job you've ever done. It's not about going out to find the enemy and destroy them. It's about keeping the danger away from something important, about keeping it safe. In this case, that something is Tsunade-sama. Tsunade snorted. Please, Shizune, you make it seem like I'm some fragile glass figurine. I'm not Hokage just because of my pretty face, you know. Naruto snickered, especially since it's just a powerful hinge. Don't kill your bodyguard, Bachan, that's counterproductive. Naruto yelled as he ducked and covered his head in anticipation of a strike that Tsunade had already wound up for. Shizune's sweat dropped and nudged him forward from behind, getting him to stumble ahead. Naruto chuckled as he regained his balance. Yeah, don't worry. I'll do everything I have to do to make sure I don't let either of you down. Just remember that I'm not really accustomed to hanging back and watching things unfold. I'm more of the go there and beat the crap out of that kind of guy, so if I start stepping out of line, feel free to check me non-physically, of course. Tsunade had a serious face on as they neared the entrance of the village, guarded by 2 Suna ninja. Well, just be ready for rapid response in any event. One of the ninja guarding the way and immediately came up to the traveling party. Welcome to Sunagekure Hokage-sama. The Kazakage has requested your presence at his office upon your arrival, if you will permit it. Tsunade nodded. Of course. I trust that my security detail are allowed to remain with me throughout the proceedings. Yes, Hokage-sama. If you would follow me to the Kazakage residence. The guard led them into the village. On the way to the meeting, Naruto noticed that the looks the group had been getting were no longer hostile as they were for him when he had escorted Gaara, Temari, and Kankuro back home following the invasion that had taken place before Tsunade's inauguration as Hokage. The looks were more like something Naruto obviously chalked up to the fact that Tsunade was walking through their village in her robes. As they arrived at the Kazakage's building and were escorted all the way to the office, Naruto had been expecting to be taken straight to the council chamber that he ended up sitting in for 3 hours during his last trip to Suna. But they ended up being taken straight to an office with an ornate door not too different from the one that signified Tsunade's office. Naruto raised his eyebrows in curiosity. Oh, well, I guess that it has been 2 years since the Kazakage was killed. It's only natural someone else took the spot. Wondering who it was, Naruto followed alongside Tsunade into the office after the door had been opened by the guard, and Naruto froze in place when he realized exactly who it was sitting behind the desk. No way. Tsunade smirked as she saw Naruto's reaction out of the corner of her eye. Even Shizune had to give off a small giggle. Greetings, Kazakage-dano. It is good to see you in good health, Hokage-dano, said a monotone voice. And you as well, Naruto Uzumaki. The spiky short red hair and the kanji for love on the left side of his forehead, dressed in Kazakage robes, was none other than Sabaka no Gaara. Naruto looked between the robed Tsunade and the robed Gaara about 4 times. Can I speak freely, Hokage-sama? Kazakage-sama? You may, were the responses from the two leaders, though one was exponentially more jovial in tone than the other. Thank you. Naruto nodded before taking a breath. What the fuck, Gaara? You can't write a letter? And nobody thought that this was something I would like to know? Tsunade had an amused grin on her face. He was given the position and inaugurated while you were off on your little rampage against Orochimaru's bases. How were we supposed to contact you to tell you when we couldn't even find you? Gaara then spoke. Besides, your Hokage decided it would be far more amusing if you didn't know when you came to collect your bounty. And speaking of that, there are two people that want to speak to you about that. Naruto looked at him curiously, still not overseeing Gaara as the Kazakage. Well, sure, as long as the reason they want to see me isn't to kill me. I get enough of that. He stood in place just staring at Gaara. So Kazakage, huh? Running a village? How's that working out for you? A small smirk came to Gaara's face. Fantastic, actually. You should try it. Naruto returned the smirk. Oh, I will just you wait. If you're already Kazakage, then all I have to do is wait for Tsunade-bachan to retire, and that damn hat is all mine. Where is your hat, by the way? Gaara shrugged. I don't like wearing the hat indoors. Naruto's eyes widened. I would bronze that hat and have it surgically attached to my scalp if I could. I don't get you guys. Sandangiji wore it all the time, and so would I. They would literally have to pry the damn thing from my cold, dead hands. Gaara was legitimately interested in Naruto's choice of address for Tsunade Uzumaki. Why do you refer to the Hokage in such a familiar manner? Naruto shrugged. Aside from the fact that she let me speak freely and hasn't told me to shut up yet, after a bit of digging I found that she is legitimately related to me way down the line, so it's appropriate. Tsunade interjected. All right, Naruto, that's enough for now. The Kazakage has called us here for business. Gaara nodded. Yes, I have invited you here to observe the final round of the Chunin exam selection tournament due to Konoha having 4 participants involved. However, I have also invited the village of Iwa to watch the event as well. Naruto got stone-faced at the sound of Iwa, as did Tsunade. Gaara took notice of this. Is there a problem? I understand the latent aggression from your two villages after the war all those years ago, but can we not let the matter settle? Naruto looked at Tsunade, who nodded her consent. I'm kind of the son of Minato Namake's Gaara. I've never really said anything about it since I found out, because for the most part it doesn't really matter, but in this case it's kind of a big deal. Gaara showed no surprise to the revelation. I see. That is somewhat astonishing, but it makes sense. Most Jinchuriki are related in some way to the leaders of their villages to instill loyalty, though I do not see how that would have worked if you still didn't know. Anyway, Naruto continued. What's the over-under that the Tsuchikage sends assassins after me after he realizes who I am? All it's going to take is one good look at me for any of them to hate my guts. Tsunade sighed and took a seat by Gaara's desk. If it's still the same old man from when I was a kid, then he'll definitely know you at first glance. The fact that your Jinchuriki status is now common knowledge would only make that worse. Tell me why you told me to let that out again? I'm already being pursued by Akatsuki. Keep your eyes open for that, by the way, Gaara. But anyway, at this point, if it gets out and Iwa starts sending people to kill me, there isn't a snowball's chance in hell they'll actually send someone capable of finishing me off. Maybe if I were my old stupid sealed self, then most definitely I would be a dead man walking right now, but I just got through killing Suna's most infamous missing ninja and have been obliterating Odo bases for the last half year. He blinked and looked at Tsunade. Am I in the bingo book yet? She shook her head. No, you haven't caused any kind of stir with any nations yet, so you're not on anyone's radar. And you don't want to be in a bingo book anyway, brat. What's wrong with you? I'm trying to get famous, Bachan. Naruto shouted before silently musing to himself. It's my mission after all. Whoever becomes Hokage when no one has ever even heard of you? That's why Danzojiji found it so hard to get his name in the argument after my old man died. He had spent so much time running black ops and underground stuff that people had forgotten about him both in the village and abroad. He was too good at orchestrating it and keeping himself in the shadows. Gaara returned to the issue at hand. In any case, do you think I should position any protection around Uzumaki? I would rather not have another war start at another Chunin exam if I could help it. He looked at Naruto. You seem to have very bad luck with Chunin exams. Tell me about it. Naruto sighed. I think it would be better for the world in general if I just stopped knowing about these things. I'm 2 for 2 with these things so far, so it can't just be a coincidence I'm not even in this one. Gaara placed his hands together on his desk. Well, now I would like to speak to Hokage Dano about matters alone. I have to ask your guardians to step outside of the room. Naruto looked at Tsunade, who nodded to him and gestured for him to leave along with Shizune. Gaara spoke again just as they reached the door. Those wanting to speak with you about your run-in with Sasori will find you outside of the office while we have our meeting inside. With that, Naruto and Shizune exited. 2 hours later, Naruto and Shizune were seated on a bench in the hall leading towards the office, simply waiting for either the meeting to end or for whoever it was that wished to speak with Naruto. So you're telling me that I can't ever learn Bachan's strength-enhancing jutsu, because it requires metagene control? But if you can use it, then why don't you? Shizune laughed sheepishly. I never liked using taijutsu or fighting in general. All of the things I use in combat are generally ranged techniques with poison. As of now, the only people that can use that technique are Tsunade-sama, myself, and Sakura Haruno. Naruto's eyes widened. When the hell did she learn how to do that? Shizune smiled at him. She started learning it a few months ago while you were gone, and during her stay in Suna she finished her training for the technique. She sent a letter back saying she did. She's very gifted at medical ninjutsu as well. Well, good for her. Naruto grinned before returning his face to a placid outlook. But I can't ever learn it. Oh well, I'll just have to get along with raw brute force and keep developing that. Shizune blinked. How strong physically are you, Naruto-kun? With or without the Kyuubi? He questioned in return. Both. Shizune said. Naruto thought on it. Without the Kyuubi, I would say that the only people in Konoha that can actually outmuscle me are adult Akimichi Madogai and of course Tsunade Bachan. Rock Lee might be able to do it if he's been doing guys training for all of these years, and I'm sure Erokyofu can do it too, but the last time we sparred I couldn't get him to go all out on me, so I wouldn't know for sure. With the Kyuubi, well, let's just say that Bachan isn't the only one that can finger flick walls down. Naruto Uzumaki. The attention of the two was grabbed by a diminutive elderly woman walking up to them. Are you Naruto Uzumaki, the boy credited with the defeat of Akasuna no Sasori? Naruto and Shizune looked at each other before Naruto spoke up. I am. Who's the one curious about it? The old woman gave Naruto an appraising look before speaking once more. I am Chiyo, and I am the grandmother of the man you killed in battle. Both Konoha ninja paled at that revelation. Damn it. I can't believe this crap is going to start another war. He came after me. Chiyo then bowed before them. I apologize for Sasori's actions against you. By now it is common knowledge who you are, Uzumaki-san. You became somewhat famed around Suna for being the only person that has ever defeated our Kazakage in battle, and your character has been vouched for countless times by the Kazakage and his siblings. If you engaged him in battle, then he attacked you first. He was a missing nin regardless of that anyway. So Naruto felt out. Am I still getting paid? Naruto, you glorious bastard. Was Naruto's warning before he was picked up and engulfed in a hug from a larger-than-him Kankuro, who rushed over upon seeing him. I can't believe you actually defeated Sasori and you brought him back. I've got permission from Chiyoba-sama to use him as a new puppet. Good to see you too, Kankuro. Naruto strained out before he looked at Kankuro. Strangely, wait, I obliterated his body. How the hell could you use him as a puppet? Kankuro grinned. He had spare bodies on him, sealed on a piece that you actually left intact. Naruto nodded. Of course he did. Well, it's a good thing I hit the heart when I destroyed him, isn't it? So Gaara's Kazakage, have you been promoted yet? If possible. Kankuro's grin got wider. I'm a jounin now. Temari is too. Naruto's eye twitched because that's fair and everything. I can't get promoted by Bachan to save my life, and you guys just sleepwalk right past me in rank. He turned to Shizune. When this is over, I seriously need to put in for a promotion. Speaking of Temari, Kankuro trailed off looking at Naruto in amusement. She's looking to have some choice words with you. You're so lucky she isn't here right now. Me? Naruto asked. What the hell did I do? Kankuro leaned against the wall near the bench as Naruto sat back next to Shizune. Well, you haven't even spoken to her since we left Konoha after the joint mission for your Uchiha kid. It's been 2 years since we've even talked to you, kid. Naruto almost face-faulted. I've been busy. Between the ridiculous training I had to do to master my element missions to other nations and the long assignment to hunt for Orochimaru's bases, I have had almost no downtime. How could I have possibly visited? And about that, Kankuro added, ever since Gaara's been Kazakage, she's been Suna's liaison to Konoha, and she didn't know about your mission when she wanted to see you, and she's very pissed off for a myriad of reasons that I'm not going to go into right now. Besides the not seeing us part, she's also mad because went off and got into a fight to the death with Suna's greatest puppeteer all on your own. Chiyo was still standing there as the boys had been catching up, but it had finally swung back to a topic of her interest. How were you confronted by Sasori anyway? Naruto sighed. I didn't go looking for the guy. He came to me when I was perusing through my clan's ancestral village ruins him, and some bomber freak with mouths in his hands, Deidara was his name. Somehow I isolated Sasori and was able to kill him before the other retreated. If I don't see her before I leave, you tell her that wasn't my fault. I am a victim here. Kankuro nodded. Sure thing. But that will only work if you're going to be gone by sunrise, because she's going to be back tomorrow. Naruto sweat dropped. You're an ass, you know that? So I hear from Temari on a daily basis. Kankuro said as he started walking away. See you later, Naruto. Chio turned to follow him out as well. Before you leave, be sure to allow the slug woman to let you collect your money, young man. You're getting quite a hefty sum for it. Naruto nodded in agreement and looked at Shizune as he had picked up on the way that Chio had referred to Tsunade. The dark-haired medic shrugged. She doesn't like Tsunade-sama because she kept countering her poisons during the Second Great Ninja War. People seem to be very good at holding grudges. Naruto sighed. Old people especially. Oh man, if that lady is mad at you and Bachan for her just coming up with counters to her poisons like 30 years ago, then how pissed off at me is that Sachikage going to be after my old man single-handedly. Made their village his bitch 16 years ago. Shizune patted Naruto on the back. It's okay, Naruto-kun, he might dash. She cut herself off when she realized how accurate that statement could have been and laughed nervously. Well, maybe you could wear your hood for your entire time here. Naruto slumped in his seat. Aw man, that fucking thing is hot. The next day, Naruto, Shizune, and Tsunade were seated in a Suna cafe, with Tsunade actually permitted to indulge in a little sake due to the vacation-esque feel that the entire trip had. Naruto was sitting and practicing his seal-making speed on napkins while Tsunade drank. Shizune had a small cake for herself and Taunton had a small bowl of corn. Why did we get here so early? The fights aren't until tomorrow. And where is everybody right now? Can't we see them before the finals? Tsunade downed her saucer and looked at Naruto. Brat, we can't just run off to see them like that. My apprentice is in the damn thing tomorrow. Don't you think I would like to see how she's doing before tomorrow? But I'm also the leader of the village, and any interference from Akage on a competitor's training would be seen as some kind of favoritism, even if it was just to see how any of them are doing. We are in a foreign village. After all, they would know and use it when it came time to judge on their growth and skill. She looked at the scowl on his face and realized his problem with a sigh. You are so bored it's killing you right now, aren't you? Naruto gave her a hopeless look desperately. I can't even train, and I can only work on so much Fuinjutsu stuff without Hamiko-chan here, because if she finds out that I've been trying to freestyle seals without her permission again, she'll kill me. He let out a small shiver. She's so sweet, how can she be so damnably scary too? It's a paradox. He turned puppy dog eyes to Shizune. Can we please spar, Shizune-nichan? Shizune quickly averted her eyes. We can't fight, Naruto-kun. We have to make sure we stay in top condition in case something happens. And from what I've heard from Jiraiya-sama about training you don't know how to hold back. I'm a medic ninja, but I would still be less than 100% if a real battle were to break out. Okay. He said dejectedly before turning to Tsunade. Bachan, do you want to fight? Come on, you know you want your rematch with me. I can see it in your eyes. Those big brown orbs are just screaming at you to tear me apart and get your win back. Tsunade gave Naruto a dry look as she refilled her saucer. As much fun as it would be to slap you around the desert, you are my bodyguard, brat, and I can't in good conscience cause the physical bodily harm to you that I would like to for that asinine remark here. She then got a smirk on her face. I will keep that in mind, however, when we get back to Konoha. I need a new human punching bag to spar with. I can't go all out on Sakura because I'm supposed to be training her, but you don't have that safeguard on you, do you? And beating your ass would be the next best thing to beating Jiraiya's ass when I can't catch him for being a glorified pervert. With your healing factor you should be able to take it, right? Naruto thought to himself, this could either be really good or really bad a fight with my own Hokage. In an effort to put this in the back of your mind for further thought, just smile and nod in agreement. He then actionized his thoughts before he felt cold iron being set on top of his head. Hello, Temari-chan. Good to see you again, if I could actually see you. Hello, Naruto. The fan freed itself from Naruto's head, allowing the boy to turn around to catch sight of her. Temari now wore a black Suna Hide on her head, a black battle dress, black gloves, and a red sash around her waist. Her ever-present iron fan was strapped to her back. As always, you don't know how to keep in contact with people? Naruto sighed. I could have told you where I had been for a lot of the last 2 years, but I would have had to kill you after sending the letter. Temari placed her hands on her hips. Anything to say in your defense? Yes, actually. Naruto said with full confidence. Blame her. He said, pointing at Tsunade, you should know being a rookie Chunin sucks. Well, try that being cranked up to 12 with the rate she had me working at. In the last 2 years, 14 months of it have been spent working long missions. Add that onto the banes of my existence, gate guarding duty and routine border patrol, and my ass has been run ragged. He looked at Tsunade. Why the hell did you make me work so much anyway, Tsunade-bachan? I know for a fact that Shikamaru didn't work 1/3 of the schedule I kept. Tsunade shrugged. When I had a joint meeting with the upper-ranked ninja a few months after my inauguration to go over our mission influx, I talked about how I needed someone to fall on the explosive note of picking up a lot of the slack. Gai Kakashi Anko Genma, and you raised your hands to volunteer. Oh, he said as he thought back to it, I honestly was not paying attention to a single word you said in that meeting. It was so boring. I just raised my hand at the end because I saw other people doing it. You never elaborated on what it was I had raised hand for, and nobody said anything about it after that, so I thought it was totally inconsequential, especially when nothing happened after that. Tsunade and Shizu's sweat dropped, and that's why we haven't promoted you yet, they said in unison. Naruto stood up abruptly. Oh, come on. It was staff meeting. Not a war meeting, not a mission briefing, but a staff meeting. Nothing important is ever said at staff meetings, especially to the Chunin in attendance. We're too high ranked to avoid them and too low ranked to get anything out of them. Temari gave Naruto a look that had an air of indifference, but listening to her tone one could tell that she was somewhat perturbed. Well, the last time I was in Konoha I found something quite interesting. How long have you had a girl living in your house with you? This one was an easy bullet to dodge for Naruto. It depends on when you were there. She's been there for almost 6 months, but I haven't been there in 6 months, so technically she only lived with me for about a week, then I left, then I lived with her another week. She called you master and Naruto-sama, Temari said. Naruto responded, if anything I would call her an old family friend, not a servant. She seems to really be into calling me that, so I let her, and I let her live with me for personal reasons. However, she is just an old family friend. An old family friend, he emphasized. Meanwhile in Konoha, Hamiko had taken to visiting Irika Umino and being something of a teacher's aide for the academy when Naruto was out on missions due to not having a lot to do when he was gone. Kids had taken a shine to her due to her pleasant demeanor, being a welcome contrast whenever Irika got into lecture mode, and the little she knew on the subject of ninja arts, while incredibly specialized, helped Irika out when he had gone over the basics of sealing with older students. Instead of just showing them a sealing scroll and having them come to their own conclusions on what to think, he had Hamiko lecture for the day, instead actually teaching him something in addition to the students. Currently, however, Hamiko was assisting Irika in grading papers while the class were outside for lunch when she looked up with a somewhat blank look on her face, getting Irika's attention. Hamiko, is anything the matter? Hamiko frowned. I'm not sure, Irika-san. But I have an overwhelming urge to find Naruto-sama and cause him physical harm of some kind. Back in Suna, be that as it may. Temari stated firmly, I haven't seen you in forever, and it's mostly your fault, and I'm fairly certain you've been doing stupid things while you've been busy. What are you going to do to make that up to me, Naruto pulled out his wallet in a placating fashion. I am going to make a ton of money once I get around to grabbing my bounty check from your brother. So if I take you out to do whatever you want like the last time I pissed you off, would that work out? Temari's eyes shone as she grabbed Naruto's forearm firmly and pulled him out of the cafe. Let's go then. Naruto tried holding onto the doorframe in vain. Wait. I have a job to do. I'm guarding Bachan. Temari-chan, let go. 2 days later, the day of the Chunin exam finals, Gaara and Tsunade in full Kage garb were seated in a box overlooking the entire stadium, which was an open-air coliseum at the outskirts of Suna, dug halfway into the cliff surrounding the village. The battlefield was earthy, mostly rocky earth, with boulders lining parts of the field. Naruto and Shizune were flanking Tsunade, while Gaara had Kankuro and Temari doing the same for him. While the genin up for promotion were down on the field, Naruto had taken to pointing them all out in his own way. I could beat him or her, MMO, that kid wouldn't last 5 seconds with me. Sakura, Ino, Chuji, and Kiba were the Konoha ninja that had made it this far this time around. All of the others had been promoted in the previous exam, leaving them as the ones that needed to pass this time. Naruto frowned at seeing Sakura down there. Man, I kind of screwed Sakura over when I advanced in rank, didn't I? After Sasuke left, she didn't have a team, so trying to take this again must have been a major pain in the ass. Tsunade tried to get him to take some blame off of himself. She rotated between active teams while I trained her and was on Chuji and Ino's team the last time she made an attempt. They were all simply matched against opponents that they couldn't handle in the first round fights and were forced out. Sakura fought Niji Hyuga, Chuji fought Rock Lee, and Ino fought Hinata Hyuga. Of course you weren't there to see it. Naruto rolled his eyes. And whose fault is that? You had me working like a slave, so how was I supposed to show up and watch? Besides, I'm not that important to them. They had to have forgotten about me by now. The only one that should even have a semblance of care about me is Shikamaru, and that's because I've worked with him on the mission to Kiri and did a border patrol for 2 weeks with him. You would be surprised, brat. Tsunade assured as the proctor for the fights. Baki called for the fighters to acknowledge the crowd that had come to see them today. One of Gaara's Suna ninja made their way to the box and bowed to him. Kazakage-sama, the Kazakage and his entourage have arrived and are making their way to the box as we speak. Naruto cracked his neck to the side, and here we go. Let's get this over with. Shizune looked over to Naruto. Naruto-kun, pull your hood up. Naruto shook his head. To hell with that, I'm not hiding when I don't have to. Bachan didn't order me to cover up, so I'm not doing it. If he's dumb enough to cause a stir here, then I have to seriously doubt his status as Kazakage. There was no more time left to speak about the subject as the man in question made his way into the area of seating. A small man dressed in the Kage robes of his own village with the kanji for earth on his hat made his way towards the seat on Gaara's left opposite of Tsunade's seat. The man had a large bulbous nose and a Fu Manchu mustache/beard combination. Accompanying him was a large man with dark eyes and hair that spiked out from the back of his red bandana-style Heidi. He had big cheeks and a plump nose and wore the IWA brand flak jacket and a yellow scarf over his red long-sleeved shirt and red pants. Also accompanying him was a girl with short black hair and pink pupilless eyes. Under her IWA flak jacket she wore appeared to be a kimono with the right sleeve missing as well as the bottom left side, and underneath that she had fishnet tights and shorts. He took his seat, prompting Gaara to initiate conversation. I am happy you were able to make it to the event, Kazakage Dano. The Kazakage gave Gaara what looked to be a somewhat haughty smirk. It's been quite a while since I've made the trip to watch an exam outside of the village. When the opportunity was offered, I just had to jump all over it for once. I needed a vacation. He looked over at Tsunade. Well, Tsunade, how's the job since you took over? I never paid you for Kage work. Tsunade let out a small laugh. Let's just say that Konoha gave me an offer to return that I couldn't refuse. It's a bet I was willing to take. On the field, Sakura was fighting first, standing out face to face against male Suna Genin. Along with her still short pink hair, Sakura now had a red Heidi in her hair. Her top was similar to the dress she wore a few years back, but was just the top. She had black high-heeled shinobi sandals, black shorts, a short pink apron-like skirt, and pink elbow protectors, as well as a tanto and a medic field pack on her lower back. As she stared her opponent down, she pulled a pair of black gloves onto her hands. Upon being allowed to start by Baki, Sakura attempted to rush right towards the boy who jumped out of the incoming pink-haired girl's path as she headed in to attack him. She made a set of half a dozen bunshin to disorient the boy and allow her to get closer while he tried figuring the right one. Gaara turned to Tsunade as the battle progressed. Your apprentice is fighting much the same way she did in the Chunin exam that I competed in Okage Dano. How would she go about winning this fight? Tsunade smirked. That's easy, Kazakage Dano. She's a woman and an obvious medignin, and he's a man and probably more of a direct combat type. That means he thinks she isn't physically skilled and he'll attempt to get close. Gaara looked somewhat puzzled. What does that mean? The Kazakage knew what she was referring to and let out a laugh. Oh, this will be funny. Keep your eyes on the fight, young one, and you'll see what she's talking about in just a moment. The boy had managed to discover which of the copies were fake and now had the real Sakura, but hitting her with any of his weaponry proved to be an arduously difficult task as she seemed to be effortlessly moving out of the way of everything he sent her way. Getting upset now, the boy rolled through hand signs. Futon Kuryo Kunakaze no Aneri, wind release, powerful wind wave. The Suna Genin shot off a powerful blade of wind at Sakura, who took to ducking behind the boulders produced on the battlefield. The technique cut into, but not through her cover, showing that the boy was not fully adept at using the element. 3 versions of Sakura came from behind the boulder, charging his way. Not this again, the boy said before reaching into his kunai pouch and hitting them with more weapons, dispelling their illusionary forms, keeping his eyes peeled around him for more instead of keeping himself locked on the boulder Sakura initially took cover behind. As his attention was diverted to search for Sakura, the boulder that he had cut into had been lifted off of the ground into Sakura's arms before being tossed across the field at him. He felt it coming at the last moment and dodged to potentially save his life. As he jumped far to the side, he never noticed that Sakura had anticipated his movement and moved to cut him off. Upon the point, he found it necessary to turn around and face her again. As he turned his head, all he saw was Sakura with her fist cocked back, and that was the last thing he saw for the rest of the fight. Sakura's fist collided with his jaw, sending him flying across the field into the stadium wall, leaving a deep impression in the wall where her opponent's body had hit. Baki made his way over and found the Suna genin utterly responseless. Lifting his hand in Sakura's direction, he spoke Shousu Sakura Haruno. As applause sounded out for Sakura's victory, Naruto looked at a very pleased Tsunade while giving the girl applause of his own. Damn Sakura Kami, you just had to go and teach her how to do that, didn't you? From what I remember as a genin on Kakashi's team, she already hit hard enough though that never made its way towards fighting, just the back of my head really. Tsunade applauded and turned her eyes to Naruto. Hey, I have free rein to teach my apprentice what I want. If Jiraiya could teach you the spinning blue orb of death and how to summon toads, then I can give Sakura a little strength boost. Naruto's sweat dropped. A little strength boost? I sincerely hope she never goes back to her old habit of trying to smack me one like when we were fresh genin. Getting hit every blue moon by you is enough. The Tsuchikage entered the conversation, forcing Naruto to subconsciously steal his features. So if that girl down there is your apprentice Tsunade, and you claim that this kid here has learned the Rasengan from Jiraiya and how to summon toads, does that mean he's Jiraiya's apprentice as well? That's curious. He got a look at Naruto, who until that point he had overlooked as a random bodyguard, and almost had a PTSD flashback at the serious look in Naruto's eyes before settling himself. You know, he looks awfully familiar. I never forget a face, especially a face that caused so much impact to my village. Naruto, Shizune, and Tsunade frowned inwardly. Here we go, they all thought at the same time. The blonde currently being scrutinized looked at his blonde leader. Hey Bachan, can I just come out and say it? It's clear he already knows and just wants confirmation, and you know that I can't stand a badly kept secret. Tsunade frowned and nodded. What's with the Bachan brat? You started out calling me Hokage-sama. Naruto shrugged. When you let me speak freely in Gaara's office, you never told me to shut up or rein myself in. I used that as a loophole to keep saying what I wanted. He admitted getting a small sweat drop from Tsunade for such a simple tactic. He then locked eyes with the Tsuchikage as much as he could anyway, with the man's hat obscuring them from full view. As for why I look familiar, well, I'm the son of Minato Namikaze. My name is Naruto Uzumaki, and it's nice to meet you. That brought looks of shock from Temari Kankuro and the Tsuchikage's two bodyguards. As the Tsuchikage allowed Naruto to look in his eyes, he didn't see any real hatred, mostly amusement. Really, I honestly believed they had resurrected the man from the grave for a moment when I first looked at you, kid, but then I got a look at those marks on your cheeks. And that name. You're the Jinchuriki of your village, aren't you? Naruto nodded, guilty as charged. You're not going to yell at me and tell me to die for my father or something? Because that's really what I was expecting the second you got a look at me. The Tsuchikage looked back out at the arena of Ba. I'm getting too old to hold grudges against dead men. You weren't even a screaming brat yet when all of that happened, so how could I possibly justify trying to take you out? It's not like IWA is looking to fight with Konoha and you know Hiration or something. Man, that would be so badass. Naruto grumbled to himself. I need something cool like that. Every Kage or famous ninja has something cool that nobody else can do. I don't have jack, I'm just a Jinchuriki, therefore if I am known, I'm known as the Jinchuriki kid, not Naruto of something, just Naruto the Jinchuriki. The girl that was guarding the Tsuchikage was in shock at how Naruto was casually speaking to her. Kage, how can you just speak to the leaders of 3 of the 5 great shinobi nations so casually? Nobody ever talks to Gramps like that. Naruto turned his attention to her. I hung out with the Sandaime Hokage all the time from the age of 8 until his death. I call the current Hokage Tsunade Bachan to her face mostly because it's actually appropriate. And hey Gaara. Naruto said, getting the Ichibi Jinchuriki's attention. You remember that time you and your siblings spent the week at my house? You guys still owe me grocery money. Naruto smirked. Unless I'm told to be meek and compliant to the honorifics that everyone uses for each other, I won't use them. I hate being like that. Sometimes these guys just need someone that is willing to treat them like everyone else. You seem to be pretty familiar with the Tsuchikage to be calling him Gramps, so what does that mean? The girl glared slightly. Because he's my grandfather. What else would I call him? Naruto chuckled. That's a better excuse than I have for why I call Bachan what I call her. I was just being a bastard when I met her and called her granny. I had no idea we were actually related somehow, so now she has no reason to tell me to not call her that. Naruto was still somewhat wary, but was satisfied at the moment that the IWA contingent didn't flat out want him dead. He was very happy about that. As the contestants for the next bout entered the field, he figured maybe he was being all paranoid about the Chunin exams for nothing. There was no way that he would go 2 for 2 in regards to catastrophic situations, right? Nobody's luck was that hit or miss. He wasn't even in this one. Sasuke-kun, is this really what you would like? Orochimaru asked. Heading into Sunagekure just for Naruto-kun seems a tad over your head. Questioning Sasuke's abilities, no matter how seemingly suicidal his task, was always the perfect way to push him into pretty much anything. Sasuke grunted. I'll finish him off and we'll be right out of there. It'll be so fast no one will even know we were there. I can't believe Leader Sama told us to come all the way into the fucking desert just for the Kyuubi Jinchuriki. A man with slick-back silver hair cursed as he and his masked partner strode through the desert. Isn't he Itachi and Kisame's mark? Where the hell are they for this? The masked man sighed. Just deal with it, Haiden, and stop complaining about it. The sooner we finish this mission, the sooner I can go back out looking for more bounties. Besides, this kid killed Sasori. Maybe he can do me a favor and finish you off once and for all. Hey. Haiden laughed. If he can do it, he's more than welcome to try Kakuzu. Unlike the rest of you heathens, I'm Jashin-sama's chosen one. None of you fools can kill me. Kakuzu shook his head. Well, maybe if we can get the Ichibi as well, Leader Sama will give us a bonus. Chapter 28 Showdown in the Sand Dunes. Naruto's eye twitched as he grabbed his head and lost his balance, forcing himself to catch himself on Tsunade's chair. Ow! He said while rubbing his temple. Tsunade looked at Naruto with a little anger in her eyes. Stop training, brat. I'm not going to tell you again, that's an order. Naruto sighed in a downtrodden fashion. Okay, fine, it was for a good reason though. He said as he simply stood in place before cringing and falling against Tsunade's chair again. Ow, damn it. Tsunade got a tick mark on her head. I told you to stop. Naruto pulled himself back together. I did stop. I dispelled all the rest of the clones I made. The first headache was a ton of my clones annihilating themselves trying one of my jutsu. The second one was me dispelling the rest of them. I can't do it in waves from this far away, it has to happen all at once. Temari looked over at him, clutching his head. You make your clones train? Where? Naruto growled in annoyance at the pain on his skull. I sent them into the desert 2 days ago and told them to get lost and work until they dispelled and nothing else. Well, they worked all right. Below on the Chunin exam battlefield, Ino had forced her opponent to surrender after taking control of their body with Shinranchin no Jutsu, mind-body disturbance jutsu, and forced them to hold themselves at knife point. It was evident that everyone was much better than previously indicated from their last encounter with him, something that actually brought a smile to his face. Chuji and Sakura were to fight next round after Chuji had almost crushed the IWA Genin representative. Kiba was to take on one of the Suna ninja that had survived his first round bout, and Ino was getting a bye straight to the finals after her victory. As he watched with a semblance of pride at his classmates' actions, a piece of information he had previously overlooked passed through his head, forcing a scowl onto his face. Oh, stupid fucking clones. He whispered. Shizune turned to him. What's the matter, Naruto-kun? Naruto kept his voice low. While they were making their way out into the desert to train, they saw something, but they didn't dispel because I had given them strict parameters on what they could and couldn't do, and they didn't engage for the same reason. Tsunade narrowed her eyes at the word engage. What did you see, brat? Naruto looked at her seriously. Black robes with red clouds. Tsunade returned her gaze down to the arena as Baki announced a short recess before the next round of fights. Whatever you're willing to do about this, you know I'm game. Chatter from the entire arena went up, covering up their words even further from being heard by those surrounding them. Tsunade took in her immediate options. She could let be known to the others that Akatsuki was en route for either Naruto or Gaara, probably the best option possible, as that would let Gaara mobilize the village's forces in an effort to rebuke them. The downside to that was the fact that saying anything here would cause mass hysteria, which would make it easier for Akatsuki to manage a quiet capture and slip away if either Naruto or Gaara were caught off guard. In addition to that, a group of S-rank missing ninja were heavy hitters and would take out a mass amount of Gaara's forces even if they were able to put them down in the end. With the two nations being in an alliance and the Tsuchikage sitting right there having him witness the toll that would be taken on Suna might not be the best option in view of possible future events. The second option would be to send Naruto and Shizune out to engage them head-on before they made it to the village, a heavy gamble as chances are Naruto was the one they were after. She might have been able to excuse herself so that she could head out with them, but that would raise far too much suspicion. The downside to this was that Naruto was the only one she was certain of that had the capabilities to go up against these people. She didn't want Shizune caught in the ruckus. She was good, but was definitely not a combat type. Then there was the third option, probably the worst option of all. She could send Naruto out alone. She would keep a slug on the kid and one on herself so that she could be kept up to date with what was happening, but it was still long odds that this would work. The upside was that Naruto would be fighting in the desert, which would allow him to cut loose with the Kyuubi's chakra, and from the reports on Naruto's attacks on a few of Orochimaru's bases, when he cut loose it was a sight to behold. He already beat the Akatsuki in a 2-on-1 situation, didn't he? He killed one and made the other retreat, and this time, if he was in over his head, he could get immediate backup. Tsunade motioned Naruto near her. You're going to be going on your own, brat. I'm sticking you with a slug so I can keep track of you and you can keep me informed, but you need to cut those two off, handle this, and hustle back here as fast as you can, okay? Naruto nodded. You also need a way out of here fast, because I'm racking my brain to come up with an excuse to get you to leave. She took the time to summon 2 hand-sized slugs under her robe and send one into Naruto's hood. Naruto locked eyes with her and sighed. You know how the best stories are things that are based on real life? Tsunade gave him a confused look, forcing him to further elaborate. You're going to have to sock me one, Bachan. A good one too, to make it seem realistic. Just make sure you send me north by northeast. And good too, because you've got to get me over that cliff top. Tsunade frowned. You're sure you'll survive it? She got a nod in response. All right then, brat. Good luck. She channeled the chakra to her hand and hit the boy square in the chest, taking care to hit him in an area that would equally distribute the damage she dealt as well as make it look like she whiffed him on the chin, opening her fist right upon contact to hit him with her palm and send him flying. To the shock and surprise of everyone not in the know about what had just transpired, Tsunade just turned back towards the other 2 Kage and shrugged. Ill-mannered brats. The next generation has no respect for their elders. The Tsuchikage snorted in humor. You've got that right. My own granddaughter Kuratsuchi treats me like a fragile old man. Me? Ryatenbin no Inoki. That's because you are a fragile old man, Gramps. Kuratsuchi pointed at the sparkle in the sky representing Naruto's body. Is he going to be all right after that? Tsunade nodded. Oh yeah. I hit him harder than that all the time. He'll hop right back up wherever he lands for his sake, somewhere soft. Damn, Tsunade-bachan, that was further than a kilometer, I swear. After Naruto landed in the Sunagekure scrap heap, he swiftly stood up and dusted himself off. Man, hitting the tightly packed earth around here sure would have sucked. I'm glad this pile of rusty kunai and shuriken were here to break my fall. Naruto looked around at the people staring at him strangely. You didn't see anything. He then took off towards the northeast. What's the matter with you, boy? Naruto heard in his head as he was en route to a confrontation with whoever Akatsuki had sent for him this time. What in the world are you babbling about now? You've been really pissy lately, and I'm getting kind of tired of your crap. The last few times I went into the mindscape you didn't even wake up to talk to me. Naruto thought rather testily. Naruto went into autopilot mode as he felt a little pull sending him thoughts on what the Kyuubi was currently doing. Apparently it was bored enough that it had taken to chewing on some guy with long spiky black hair and strange red old-style armor. Kyuubi spit him out and huffed. What I mean is, what the hell do you think you've been doing lately? What happened to the little blonde killing machine you used to be, the run of a human that earned my respect? What happened to the brat that cut down an entire room of Kumo ninja without batting an eye? Does that son of a bitch still breathe? Naruto didn't have the time to even start thinking about what he meant by that. I don't know what you're talking about. This is who I am, and I'm still that damn good. Just because I can be normal after I'm done with the fight doesn't mean anything. You lie. He felt the Kyuubi roar to him. You're lying to me and to yourself. This isn't you. When you first unlocked your sealed memories once more, I took the way you were acting with a grain of salt. I figured that when you got a few kills under your belt and had gotten back into some wet work, you would go back to the way you were. Rehabilitation, if you will. Instead, you got worse. And now look at you, you're some guard dog for a bunch of withered old crones more often than you're in battle. You joke around and fall in line behind crones that couldn't strap on your sandals. Kami boy, you were starting to consider those Konoha weaklings in the stadium as your peers, as if they were on your level. They are my peers. Come the end of this exam, they're going to be my fellow Chunin. What do you want from me? Do you want me to just shut myself in like when I was a kid? To just train and go on missions? To be like I was en route? Newsflash, furball, that's why I'm not there anymore. At this point, Danzo Gigi can't turn me back. He couldn't even make me a mindless drone when I was 5. How in the blue hell is he going to do anything with me now? Naruto raged at the demon in his mind. For over a year now, the Kyuubi had been angry at something. It couldn't have just been because Jiraiya loosened the seal. That would only be enough reasoning for why Naruto was feeling it more often these days. The times where the Kyuubi was actually pleasant were becoming few and far between. This was why it was angry, because Naruto wasn't dark enough for it. He had taken the example of his sealed state and had opened up to people. He had those that he actually considered friends. He spent a lot of his time with these people instead of fighting like he used to. As he tore through the sand dunes, he decided to put this on the back burner for the time being. All right, listen up. We don't have time to be fighting and bitching at each other right now. After we handle this, we can gripe at each other to your heart's delight if we survive, but for the moment we need to focus. You're getting sick of me? That's fine, we were never friends, but like it or not, I need you and you need me. There was silence before a low growl. As loath as I am to admit it, you are right. Right before a battle is not the time to go over this, but rest assured this is not over. You are a mere shell of what you used to be, and at this rate you always will be. With that, the connection between the two was cut off. Naruto pulled up his hood as he kept up the frantic pace through the desert. I'm not a shell of anything, you stupid fox. I'm more than I ever have been before. Why would I ever want to go back to the way things used to be? Fighting just for the sake of being a ninja is no way to live. As Kiba's opponent finally dropped from blood loss, giving the wild-looking team the victory in his bout, Shizune looked over at Tsunade and whispered through her applause, do you think Naruto-kun will be alright? Tsunade kept her eyes ahead of her. If he gets overwhelmed, we'll know about it immediately, and courtesy be damned, I'm going out there and cracking some skulls myself. I can't even enjoy the tournament anymore, and Sakura is in the next fight. All of my genin are the last 3 remaining, and I can't even enjoy the show. Kuratsuchi looked around. Where is that Naruto kid that Hokage-sama sent flying? She said he would be alright, and that was 45 minutes ago. He still isn't back yet. Shizune laughed nervously. Oh, Naruto-kun has a terrible sense of direction. He probably got lost somewhere in the village on his way back. He's fine. Naruto didn't get lost ever. Even Gaara and his siblings knew that. From back when Naruto stayed in Suna during the treaty analysis after the failed Oto-Suna invasion, it was clear that it didn't take much for the boy to find his way around. Even the way he ran through the desert straight to Konoha after his mission was complete proof that if he saw something once, he didn't ever get lost. Keeping this in mind, Gaara turned his attention back to the proceedings while Kankuro and Temari were more on edge, doing their best not to let it show. Are we fucking there yet? Hayden shouted, I hate the desert. There isn't even anyone or anything out here to sacrifice to Jashin-sama except for you. Kakuzu glared out of the corner of his eye. You try it, and I'll shove that scythe so far up your ass you'll be spitting chunks of metal. Now shut up and come on, we're almost there. If the dome-like structure in the distance isn't an indicator to you, moron. Raiten Denkai, lightning release electric field. Hayden and Kakuzu found themselves surrounded in a restrictive field of electricity. Hayden looked around him testily. Now what the fuck is the problem? Kakuzu growled, shut the hell up, Hayden. It's obvious someone got the drop on us. It won't be enough to win, but I suppose congratulations are in order for pulling that off. It's a pretty decent trap, to say the least. Hayden looked at his partner angrily. Stop complimenting the bastard and find a way to get us out of here. I want to catch the target and be done with this. Naruto's voice projected itself across the desert. Now's the time that most people would offer you the chance to simply leave and save your lives, but I'm not really most people. Sorry about that. A sizzling noise came from within the electric field. Underneath the top layer of sand was a small cluster of explosive tags burning through. Fuck. Hayden summed up perfectly. Boom! The explosion negated the electric field, allowing the force of the blast to push Naruto out of his hiding spot underneath the sand. He stood back up and looked at the smoke generated from the attack. That was way too easy. It can't be over yet. He was then forced to dodge. A scythe came sweeping out under him from the sand. Hayden revealed himself after his failed attack with half of his cloak singed off in the explosion, revealing deep burns on his body. You little shit. That hurt. Naruto got a good look at his body. That should have killed him. It's clear that he didn't dodge it from the way he looked, so why is he still here? While he was keeping track of Hayden, a pair of arms reached up from the sand and pulled him under before pulling him out a distance away and slamming him into the ground harshly. Due to the ground being sand, Naruto stood up rather quickly, head swimming, but then he had just gotten dragged through the earth and slammed from 10 feet in the air, so being a little disoriented was par the course. He stood up fast enough to see Kakuzu's arms return to his body, connected by black threads that seemed to comprise his innards. Naruto frowned to himself. Interesting technique. After getting slammed into the ground, his hood had come off, revealing his face to the two noob mean. Kakuzu stared at him for a second before laughing. Well, would you look at that, Haiden? The QB Jinchuriki came right to us, no searching necessary. We didn't even have to smoke him out. That certainly saves us some time, doesn't it? Haiden joined his partner in laughing at Naruto. What kind of idiot walks right into a 2-on-1 situation? What did you think you were going to do like this? Naruto narrowed his eyes as a bubbling cloak of the QB's chakra covered his body. Let me show you. The cloak took on the shape of a fox, and one tail sprouted from the back as his canines grew. His eyes turned red and his nails turned into claws. After thinking about it for a moment, he concentrated further and manifested a second tail of chakra, giving him a black outline on his lips. He crouched down in the more comfortable position of being on all fours. On second thought, I might as well start trying to go all out right now. Gaara's eyes turned towards the northeast as he stayed seated in the stadium. The intermission was close to being complete, and Naruto had still yet to return to the Kage box. He wasn't the only one to feel the influx of dark power from the distance away. Tsunade felt it, but futilely tried to hide feeling the energy. Inoki felt it as well, but seeing as how no one else was speaking up about it, he wasn't about to. Gaara finally turned his head towards his siblings. I think I would like to stretch my legs for a moment. Kenkuro Temari, please remain here if you would. He stood up and placed his hat and Kage robes on his chair. Hokage Dano Tsutsuki Dano, I will return in just a moment. I apologize for departing so abruptly. With that, Gaara disappeared in a wave of sand. Tsunade felt herself release a breath when Gaara left. At the very least now the kid would have more than adequate backup from the Kazakage himself. Inoki let out a short chuckle. That new Kazakage is a real hands-on kind of guy, it seems. Tsunade? His larger bodyguard looked down at him. What are you referring to, Tsutsuki-sama? Inoki looked back down into the arena. Nothing you need to concern yourself with, Akatsuki. Haiden took a swing at Naruto with his scythe, only for Naruto to blur out of his sight in a burst of speed. He was then thrown back through the sand from a single punch to the jaw from the target Jinchuriki. Haiden stood back up with his jaw hanging loosely before cracking it back into place. He angrily turned to Kakuzu. You can help me out with this punk at any time, you know? Kakuzu rolled his eyes. Aren't you the one that always says that you don't want or need my help? Well, prove it this time. Growling at the challenge, Haiden turned back towards Naruto. Fine then. It's no skin off of my nose. He ran back and swinging only to get cracked again, even harder this time, getting sent headfirst into a sand dune. Kakuzu looked at the scene in amusement. Actually, it just might be. Heads up. Haiden was about to ask what he meant by heads up when a red claw of chakra wrapped around his body tightly. Ga. What the hell is this? Kakuzu, get me out of this. Kakuzu elaborated. It's the toxic chakra of the QB no Yoko. You should be fatally burned if you were normal, but the way you are, you'll be fine. Fuck you, Kakuzu. After this punk, you're next. Haiden yelled as he was reeled in by Naruto's chakra arm. Naruto drew his arm back in a knife-handed strike and forcefully shoved his sharpened claws through Haiden's chest, sending his arm and wrist deep. Naruto then bonelessly cast him away back towards Kakuzu's side. Naruto turned his red eyes to Kakuzu and crouched back down on all fours. Next. Kakuzu shook his head and walked over to Haiden before kicking him in the head. Wake your ass up, you pathetic bastard. After a second, Haiden stirred and stood up, holding his head instead of his chest where there was a gaping hole. What did you kick me for, you godless team? That actually hurt. A mass of black threads came from Kakuzu's body. Oh, shut up already, you were careless and the kid kicked your ass. Be sure not to let it happen again. Naruto growled like hell. I'm going to let you heal him. He tensed his muscles to spring to attack once again. A mass of the threads came from Kakuzu's body, and instead of sealing Haiden's wounds, Chet made a strange four-legged body with thin wings and a blue eagle mask at the head. Mind your own business, boy. I'll deal with you in just a moment. Play with my wind element for the time being. Futon Atsugai, wind release pressure damage. The mask quickly dashed off towards Naruto before swirling around and making a whirlwind that it seemed to be compressing in place before finally letting the glowing pressurized wind go. The force of the released attack sent Naruto flying off rapidly through the arid landscape. Naruto exploded out of the sand that buried him and glared at the mask that was coming his way once again. He pulled the sword from his back and leapt forward, his tails of chakra propelling him forward. The wind mask attempted to meet him head-on, but with a simple shift of movement with his chakra tails, he barrel rolled aside and kept blasting through the sand to head back towards Haiden and Kakuzu. Kakuzu had just finished sewing the gaping wound on Haiden's chest shut amid much swearing and death threats. As a dust cloud rushed towards the two men, Kakuzu's eyes widened. Oh, you're going to want to move. With that, he jumped out of the way. Damn it, you know I'm slower than you, Kakuzu dash. And once again, Haiden ended up taking the brunt of Naruto's wrath, this time getting his head cleaved clean off. Not stopping to check over his handiwork, he moved on to the deceptively fast Kakuzu. As Kakuzu backpedaled through the sands, he made a snake hand seal that turned his visible skin darker near Black Doton Domo, Earth Release Earth Spear. Naruto went to swing his blade at Kakuzu and watched in shock as he simply blocked with his forearm. He then barreled at punch and drilled Naruto in the face that sent him flying back once again. Kakuzu went back over to Haiden while Naruto was still reeling. He picked Haiden's head off of the ground, and that's why you need to actually train to be faster instead of praying to your god. Maybe then you wouldn't suck so badly. The disembodied head of Haiden held a shocked, lifeless face for about 3 seconds before it snarled and tried to bite at Kakuzu. Shut the hell up, you heathen. With a gift like this from Jashin-sama, why would I possibly need to be fast? I can survive anything. Kakuzu walked back over to where Haiden's body had dropped. I don't know, maybe because sewing your pathetic ass back together is getting repetitive. Untalented ninja should just die, and yet you keep sticking around. Just shut up and put me back together already so I can tear that kid open. Haiden snapped. It looks like he's the one tearing you open from what I've been watching. Kakuzu quipped. From where he landed, Naruto picked himself up once more. That felt like getting hit with one of Tsunade-bachan's love taps. I really hope that he can't hit any harder than that, or I'm in some trouble here. He powered down and tried to keep a low profile as he crept around the battlefield to attempt some kind of tactic on them, seeing as how brute force just wasn't working. At least he took out one of them. Naruto formed over 20 Kage Bunshin and sent them out and around the perimeter of where he had been knocked away by Kakuzu. Naruto kept himself as concealed as he could as he peeked over a dune and almost bugged out at what he saw. Haiden was getting his head reattached to his body, and it was speaking the entire time. Naruto dropped down back out of sight and had to slap himself to see if he was hallucinating a genjutsu maybe? No. Maybe that last shot concussed him? No, he'd be over it by now as long as he had been generating 2 tails of the Kyuubi's chakra. Putting aside the thought of how the man could still be alive after being beheaded, how in the world was he still speaking? Didn't he sever some important cords in his throat when he cut his head off? Cutting off someone's head is checkmate, period. Naruto had fought like this, had been trained like this since day one. It was the single most definite way he knew of to finish his opponents off. Now that he seemingly couldn't kill this guy even after shoving his entire arm through his chest, even after severing his head from his shoulders, what could he possibly do to stop this guy? The answer was simple: he would just have to cut and rend him into itty-bitty pieces. Let's see him sew the silver-haired bastard back together after that, but he still needed to get close for long enough to actually do it. That masked guy was no joke. To be able to hit him hard enough to actually harm him and hold him off when he was using the Kyuubi's chakra was a big deal. Naruto made a Kage Bunshin and dispelled it to send a message of his next move to the rest of them. Kakuzu finished sewing Haiden's head back on there. It will be easier to decapitate you, but seeing as how the kid uses a sword, if he cut through your neck with it, you would be losing that empty skull of yours again anyway, so I guess it doesn't matter. From all around them, a mass of shuriken flew into the air above them. A slew of similar voices shouted Shuriken Kage Bunshin no Jutsu, Shuriken Shadow Clone Jutsu. The amount of shuriken flying above their heads multiplied enough to partially shade the sun from view. Kakuzu pulled Haiden back to his feet. Haiden, get moving now. Right-turn Kaminari Shuriken, lightning release lightning shuriken. The voices yelled out. Every shuriken hanging in the air rained down electricity onto the 2 men. Kakuzu was able to dodge all of the strikes and get himself out of the area of fire as the false shuriken dispelled and the real ones fell back down to the ground. Haiden ended up getting hit a few times due to the lightning rod he called a scythe in his hand, but aside from cursing about being hit, he was no worse for wear. Naruto's clones dispelled after using all of their chakra to power both of the ninjutsu they had just utilized, leaving Naruto alone on the battlefield once more. All right then. Naruto moved from his hiding place at top speed in an effort to blindside Kakuzu or Haiden while they were still on edge from his last attack. However, he had forgotten about something that he had left in the dust that came back with a vengeance when Kakuzu's wind mask burst from the ground nearby and smashed into him, sending him flying into the air. Both Nukenin heard and saw the attack. Haiden licked his lips as he leapt into the air to meet Naruto on the way down with his scythe. Here we go, brat. I've been waiting to get my hands on you. Naruto saw him rising into the air as he descended. Well, keep on waiting. Futon Kaze Wakiakaru, wind release wind burst. Naruto stepped on an invisible bubble of air that burst under him and launched him higher into the air, forcing Heiden's attack with his scythe to miss. Naruto used the extra space provided by his jutsu to go through a few hand seals and link his fists together. Futon Fujin Saiken, Wind released Divine Fist of the Wind God. The force of the wind jutsu from Naruto forced Haiden back to the ground, violently kicking up a huge cloud of sand from the impact. Naruto, however, once again got slammed into by the wind mask, knocking him away harshly as it followed up by releasing a powerful gust to push Naruto towards the ground even harder and keeping him from turning himself upright. Not really the best plan to come out here alone, was it? Kakuzu taunted as he rushed in towards the falling blonde. He launched a punch that extended due to his special technique with the black threads in his body. In mid-flight of the punch, his fist turned dark-colored as he hardened it with Doton Domu and nailed Naruto right in the body. Letting blood and spittle spew from his mouth, he was sent flying once more, getting knocked around like a ping-pong ball. Naruto hadn't even touched the ground for 30 seconds and had switched direction and altitude at least 3 times. Before he could impact with the ground and slide along the sand, he found himself caught by the very thing he could see for miles and miles. Naruto then found himself turned around and came face to face with a familiar pair of seafoam green eyes with black rings outlining them, with a messy mop of red hair adorning his head. Back in the arena, attention had been grabbed for a moment as a loud lightning storm had kicked up out across the outskirts of the village. "Man, the desert has some weird weather," Kuratsuchi chimed. "Makes me glad we live in the mountains." Akatsuki spoke up next, trying to interject helpfully. "We have lightning storms in the mountains too, Kuratsuchi." The girl blushed in embarrassment and pouted. "Shut up, Akatsuki." Kenkuro looked around. "Where the hell is Gaara? It's time for the finals, and he still isn't here. And for that matter, where is Naruto? Did he seriously get lost?" Shizune waved off his concern. "Oh, you know Naruto-kun." Kenkuro rubbed his chin. "Yeah, I think I do, because the last time he was here and he pissed off Temari, he ran away, lost her, and hid for the entire day afterwards. He didn't come back to the house until Gaara headed out and dragged him back. There's no way that guy got lost in our village. Gaara didn't tell them where he had gone, so Tsunade figured that when he left he came to the same realization that she did. Any talk about there being an attack would put the city in a panic, especially the currently jam-packed stadium, so Gaara decided to Kage up and go defend his village himself. She had to respect that. And clearly Inoki did too, since he hadn't breathed a word of the situation that she was very certain he was also privy to. The old man, currently in her thoughts, put a smirk on his face, proving her right. "Wild exams this year, huh?" Tsunade laughed humorlessly. "You said it." Naruto couldn't help but place a smile on his face as blood trailed down his lip. "Gaara, I have never been so happy to be caught in your sand." He then put a dry look on your face. "You have cleaned this stuff since the last time I've been in it, haven't you?" Gaara raised a non-existent eyebrow. "How does one clean sand?" Naruto sighed. "Never mind, just let me down." Gaara proceeded to do so by dropping Naruto abruptly on his back. "I meant gently." "I don't do gentle." Gaara deadpanned as he looked out at the two opponents Naruto had been fighting coming back together. "So these are Akatsuki members?" Naruto nodded as he stood back up. "Yep. I hope you got the memo about what these guys are after. Jinchuriki like you and me. So if we lose, prepare to get your soul and your biju sucked out in a painful manner. How did you even find me anyway? Besides the massive bloodlust you were letting off when you accessed the Kyuubi's chakra and the random lightning storm that hit from the middle of nowhere in my desert?" Gaara answered sarcastically. "And there's no way we're losing here, Uzumaki." Naruto drew his sword from his back, once more debating on whether or not it would be prudent to use the Sennen Kugake in this situation, since he couldn't guarantee a swift kill even if he was able to dice them up. Kakuzu could apparently sew himself back together with his black thread innards, and if he cut off Heiden's head and he still got up to fight, he wasn't sure anything else would put him down. "And why is that?" "Because you're the Kazakage? There goes that S-rank superiority complex I keep talking about." Gaara let his lips quirk, faintly displaying his amusement. "Tell me, Uzumaki, what is the one thing that I have complete control over?" Naruto rolled his eyes. "Sand." "Duh, Gaara, I knew that. Stop rubbing in the fact that your primary Jinchuriki form is always on, and I have to trigger my own manually to get any perks. I've been bitching to you about that for the last few years." Naruto then ended up with a mouthful of sand courtesy of Gaara. "Bleh. Gross. Once again, I feel I have to mention the fact that you crush people with that shit." "I know, Uzumaki. Now please tell me what kind of landscape we currently inhabit," Gaara requested with his arms crossed. Naruto's eyes widened as he looked around, and a manic grin slowly spread across his face. "At your Q, Kazakage-sama." Gaara's face mirrored Naruto's own on a smaller scale while Kakuzu and Haiden were sizing up the new situation. Kakuzu frowned, though it was unnoticeable through his mask. We may have quipped about coming for the Ichibi Jinchuriki, but we're at an ungodly disadvantage against him here in his own environment. And with the Kyuubi Jinchuriki running circles around Haiden and cleaving his body parts off at will, there's no way we're going to get him now with the Kazakage fighting at his side. We're outmatched. Haiden gripped his scythe tightly, his desire to spill blood temporarily overruled by his common sense actually making an appearance. What's your call, Kakuzu? This was actually a good idea at first, but with this guy here now we can't take them both. Kakuzu nodded, agreed. But maybe we can get some updated intel on these targets for a bit. Our information has been rather lax since the blonde brat took out Sasori. Haiden chuckled. Whatever you say. Haiden rushed from his spot with an intense shriek and swung his scythe at Naruto and Gaara. The latter blocked the attack with his automatic sand defense and started creeping his sand up the arm of Haiden. Gaara stuck his hand out and turned it to the side before closing it. Sabaku Soso, sand burial. Haiden's arm was crushed, producing a sizable burst of blood and getting a yell of pain from the silver-haired berserker. He pulled his crushed limb from the sand and ended up getting it severed by Naruto's sword before he could return to Kakuzu's side. Kakuzu rushed to the unprotected side of Gaara and attempted to deliver a heavy kick to the unmoving Kazakage that was blocked again by Gaara's sand. Kakuzu was still fast enough, however, to remove his foot before Gaara could pull a repeat performance of Sabaku Soso on him. He jumped back. That's a nice defense. It really is something worth mentioning when one speaks of you. I'm forgetting something. Naruto mentioned as he saw Gaara easily defending him from both of the Akatsuki members. Seriously, he wasn't ever looking forward to fighting Gaara ever again, even if it was just a spar. As he said this, Kakuzu's mask came at them both from a blind spot. It started making its movements to attempt Futon Atsugai once again, but Naruto was damned if he was going to let that thing go off near Gaara without a fight. Naruto formed a Kage Bunshin and formed a Rasengan. I'll show you a real Winjutsu. The Kage Bunshin put its hands around the Rasengan Naruto had formed and pumped wind chakra into it, while Naruto maintained the original shape and form of the Rasengan, giving it the appearance of a Rasengan with sharp spikes circulating outside of it. Come on, you ugly, ugly son of a bitch. Futon Rasengan, wind release spiraling sphere. Naruto met the mask head-on as it was forming the pressurized dome of air and collided the new Rasengan directly with its mask, destabilizing the mask's jutsu. The resulting clash of wind element ninjutsu caused a major outflow of force from the point of impact as a massive tornado engulfed both Naruto and the embodiment of Kakuzu's wind element. The force of the jutsu finally began tearing the black thread body apart and ended up shredding the mask itself into pieces. Naruto stood with his hand outstretched, cuts on his own palm and insides of his fingers healing from the powerful wind technique. Bachan, telling me not to train, how else would I have gotten this down? Haiden clutched at his missing arm as Kakuzu retreated back to his side. The masked man watched with interest. I think we've got enough for the time being. We need to report how dangerous the Kyuubi Jinchuriki is to Leader Sama. He raised his voice so Naruto and Gaara could hear him. This was an enlightening little skirmish. We'll definitely be seeing one of you two sooner rather than later, but for now we'll just let you be. A fight between us now would only be something akin to the unstoppable force against the unmovable object. He and Haiden both made half-tiger seals. Until next time. Gaara raised his hand at both men. Not so fast. Sabaku Q, sand coffin. Gaara covered their bodies in his sand, but before he fully covered their faces he caught a smirk on the face of Haiden. So sorry boys, but rest assured, Kyuubi kid. I'll be seeing you again real soon. The sand covered his face entirely, with his dark grin being the last thing seen. Gaara clenched his fist. Sabaku Soso, sand burial. The sand imploded and gushed blood everywhere before receding back into Gaara's gourd. What a disappointment of a battle. Those were S-rank missing ninja? Naruto walked over to the corpses and frowned. These aren't the same guys, Gaara. Gaara let slight surprise show on his face as he walked over and realized Naruto was correct. The crushed, unidentified, unmarked men were not the same people that they had been fighting. What kind of hench could do this? A distance away, Haiden and Kakuzu came out of their meditative seated positions and stood back up to return to a base. Haiden dusted himself off. That was actually a solid idea to send in those sacrifices. A damn shame it didn't work, eh? Kakuzu cracked his neck. It couldn't be helped. My own was almost out of chakra, and without me your copy would have just been diced up. Let's report back to Leader Sama. Faye. Haiden scoffed. Shut up. All of this wasted time sitting on my ass doing nothing. We'd better slaughter a random village or two on our way back. As Naruto and Gaara picked up the remains of the two men who had just been killed in Gaara's jutsu and prepared to return to Sunagekure, a man clenched his fists and glared with his familiar spinning red eyes. Kukukuku, what do you think, Sasuke-kun? Didn't we come all the way out here for you to fight Naruto-kun? Or is the Kazakage too imposing a figure to make a move on him? I am here with you as well, you know? Sasuke stated simply as he turned around and began to walk away. He wasn't even good enough to beat those two on his own. I truly doubt you could do better if you had actually been in there. Kabuto sniped while adjusting his glasses only to get a full-powered glare from Sasuke, such a scary face. That's enough, Kabuto. Orochimaru reprimanded his right-hand man. He is correct though. Kakuzu and Haiden are nigh impossible to outright kill. I wonder how you would have handled them if it had been you fighting instead, Sasuke-kun. Sasuke stopped glaring at Kabuto and turned his head towards Orochimaru before turning around and walking away. Whatever, I'm wasting my time out here. Kabuto looked at his master. Why didn't we attack them after all, Orochimaru-sama? Orochimaru grinned predatorily. Akatsuki is just as much a pain in my side as it is a threat to Naruto-kun. If he can run their numbers down, then I see no reason to take the boy's life yet. Let them continue to pick away at one another for as long as the other can stand it. Kabuto nodded in agreement. And about Sasuke? Orochimaru began walking along the direction that Sasuke had just taken. You and I both know that he is still no match for the boy. However, in a few months that will no longer be much of an issue, Kabuto, but I'll give him the satisfaction of knowing that his body destroyed Naruto-kun. It just won't be him doing it in the end. As the group walked away, a scorpion that had been crawling nearby disappeared in a puff of smoke. Gaara walked next to Naruto back towards Suna with two sand clouds carrying the carcasses of their kills. Are we both in agreement that engaging them all now would not be practical for us? Naruto nodded. Oh yeah. But it doesn't matter, we have more important things to worry about than the body-snatching team. They'll come knocking at some point and we'll be waiting. We? Gaara questioned. Naruto shrugged. What? You act like you aren't going to get all over this after today. He did manipulate your country into a war with mine, and he is trespassing in your country as we speak. Who knows what else they did while they were here? I'm certain you aren't going to just let that slide when the time comes, Kazakage-sama. Don't call me that, Uzumaki. Gaara insisted. It feels odd hearing that from you. Fair enough. Naruto accepted. I guess it would seem strange for the guy whose house you crashed over at for almost 2 weeks to call you by your title, especially when I'm your age and everything. Hey, I wonder who won the exams. Chapter 29 Homefront concerns. Naruto stood next to Tsunade as all of the Kage-rank ninja that had attended the exams stood in front of all of the participants while the crowd applauded. Naruto had a faint smile on his face as he saw that Ino, Kiba, Chuji, and Sakura had all managed to get promotions from their efforts during the testing period. He was sort of upset that he didn't see any other fights other than the first round, but when presented with the other option of allowing Akatsuki to get the drop on him in a possibly crowded area, it seemed like a hit he had to take for the team. Still, somebody could have told him at least who won the whole thing. When he returned, he had to make an attempt to explain away the blood on his clothes. He couldn't even say that it was his, since the amount of blood did not equal up to his current condition, since he didn't have a mark on him. After the promotional proceedings, Gaara proceeded to blow his cover, making all of his attempts at playing off his disheveled appearance and what he had been doing the entire time moot. After the tournament had ended, Gaara led everyone back to his office. Naruto and myself engaged 2 members of Akatsuki outside of the village. I believe their names were Haiden and Kakuzu. Naruto nodded as those were the names that he caught from them during their short battle. Tell them the other part, the part that pissed us both off. Gaara acknowledged Naruto with a simple shift of the eyes. They were utilizing some kind of technique that allowed them to use a person as a body double and fight using their own skills and abilities from afar. We aren't even sure that they were anywhere in the entire country at all. Gaara crossed his hands in front of his face as he sat at his desk. That is a most disturbing discovery. Tsunade frowned. With a technique like that, they don't even need to go into hostile areas themselves to achieve their missions. Kuratsuchi scowled as she heard the description of the encounter. How cowardly. You would think that a group of dangerous ninja like that would be more up for coming in person, especially when it comes to something like attempting to take out a Jinchuriki. Naruto grinned. I'm glad you're acknowledging that I'm awesome when you don't even know me. Kuratsuchi rolled her eyes. I was referring more to Kazakage-sama than you. I outrank you. Naruto sat crouched in the corner with an aura of despair around him. Well, you don't have to be so blunt about it. I'm awesome. Right? Everyone in the room ignored Naruto's identity crisis and continued speaking amongst themselves about the situation that transpired during the final examination. Gaara spoke once more. Well, needless to say, the goals of this organization are the capture of all Jinchuriki for the use of their biju for one reason or another. Nationality means nothing to them, as you can clearly see. They simply desire all of them. Tsunade had on a businesslike face. Reports from Jiraiya said that the Gobi Jinchuriki and the Nanabai Jinchuriki have already been taken. I guess they were looking to press their current advantage and take either Gaara or Naruto while they were on a roll. Inoki had a displeased look on his face, so that was what happened to Han. We assumed he had run off. How they were able to take him with not even a peep is very concerning. He looked at Gaara and Tsunade. Which ones still remain? Tsunade answered him those were the only two that they were able to obtain. There is still the Ichibi, the Nibi, the Sanbai, the Yanbi, the Rokubi, the Hachibi, and the Kyubi. But the way that they blatantly came for either Naruto or Gaara, it was like they didn't have a real strategy. Naruto got up from his spot in the corner to contribute. They said something about intel right before Gaara finished the fight. Oh yes. Gaara said Sasori had a number of spies, including 2 in this village. 2 of our own counselors were something akin to sleeper agents. After Sasori was killed, they were exposed as his men and were promptly arrested. Apparently Sasori had an entire network of similar spies all over the place, spanning back to the days when he first left Suna and became a Nuke in first place. It was how they were able to ascertain that you yourself were a Jinchuriki back when you were first attacked Naruto. Inoki looked between his 2 fellow Kage. So what happens now? We know what they're after. Should we simply hunt them down? Tsunade shook her head. We don't know where they originate from. As I speak, that's currently what I have Jiraiya out seeking information on. At the moment, the only thing we can actually do is to anticipate their movements and prepare countermeasures. Do you know how many there are for members? Kuratsuchi asked, trying to get some sort of handle on the situation. Naruto scratched his head. Well, I was told that there were 9 or 10 members. Orochimaru used to be a member, but they had a falling out, I guess. You have Itachi Uchiha and Kisame Hashigaki, the first ones that I met. There's Haiden and Kakuzu, the 2 that me and Gaara just got through fighting. And then you have Akasuna no Sasori, the one I killed, and his partner Deidara. Inoki's head quickly turned to Naruto. Did you say that Deidara was a member? Naruto nodded. Yeah, blonde guy, weird mouths in his hands, makes a ton of weird explosive sculptures. That Deidara. Come to think of it, he did have a slashed IWA Hyde on. Slippery bastard. I'm still kind of pissed off that he got away. Kuratsuchi stared at Naruto in surprise. You beat Deidara and I? Now Naruto still couldn't let on that he had been assisted thoroughly by Side lest he blow everything sky high even further. How anyone believed by any stretch of the imagination that he was fully capable of taking on 2 members of Akatsuki simultaneously was beyond him, but he assumed that the proof of Sasori's DNA as his only existing remains was all the proof necessary to say such. Naruto looked at the girl who had her attention firmly on him. I'm here, aren't I? That means he didn't blow me into a million pieces or suck my biju out of my still breathing body. She still had an incredulous look on her face. Fine, believe what you want to. I don't have anything to prove to you anyway. Kuratsuchi snapped out of it. Watch yourself, Namikaze. Naruto looked at her with a frown on his face. Please don't call me that. Just because he's my old man doesn't mean I'm changing my name or anything. I happen to like my name just the way it is. There's no reason to try and make myself seem more important by adopting his name. Naruto, be silent. Tsunade said, officially clamming the teen up instantly and getting him to stand at attention. She had to hold back a look of shock that was all it ever took to get him to stifle. Why didn't I just order him to do that after I first took this job? She got herself refocused. This is going to be a problem very soon. If they've already shown the capabilities to kidnap them right from inside of their villages, and they're just now being forced to fight to obtain the Jinchuriki, then they might be able to infiltrate Konoha and begin a conflict with Naruto before anyone could assist him. If they work in twos, one could simply deal with Naruto while the other keeps any potential backup at bay. Gaara spoke again, and with the jutsu that they displayed to us, they wouldn't even have to show up in person to complete missions. Although it seemed to make their body doubles nowhere near as effective as their true selves. Uzumaki was able to hold off both of them and seemed ready to keep going, and when I appeared to lend assistance, the battle didn't continue for much longer. Together it was fairly simple to dispatch them. Inoki's mustache twitched, so that means that after this defeat they'll know to actually send the true operatives next time, no matter which Jinchuriki they target next. I need to find and recall Rashi. Gaara looked out of the window at his village. They won't send anyone after me or Uzumaki so soon after the last encounter. They will wait to further analyze the latest information that they have on us from the short encounter. They will probably pursue the other Jinchuriki that are less informed of their existence for the time being. Inoki clasped his hands in a satisfied manner. Well, that's fantastic. Now all I have to do is shore up my defenses and get Rashi back into IWA and everything will work out. I'm not sure about that, Naruto said plainly before remembering that he was supposed to be silent for the time being. When all eyes turned to him, he gave Tsunade a look asking her for permission to speak. She gestured for him to proceed. Well, how long do you think it will take for you to find this guy, Rashi? Inoki shrugged. 2 weeks at least, but we will be able to locate him. Naruto shook his head. That might not be fast enough. No matter where he may be, they still might be able to find him. I went to my ancestral home for personal reasons and told only my Jounin squad leader where I was going, and they still found me. They probably know where he is already and are just waiting him out if they didn't take him already. Tsunade's eyes widened at Naruto's explanation. Do you get reports from Rashi updating you on his condition, Tsuchikage-dano? Inoki growled. No, we don't. I allowed him to leave many years ago to allow him to learn to control the power of the Yanbi no Saru. It was better that no one was around while he was training to utilize that power. He had some sort of point there as far as learning to control the demonic power went. To everyone else's knowledge, IWA didn't really have an area for no-holds-barred training like the other villages had. Suna Ninja could simply head into the desert and cut loose. Kiri Ninja had designated islands that they could use. Kumo had their own mysterious island with many strange and gigantic creatures inhabiting it, and Konoha had the Forest of Death that Naruto used frequently. Allowing him to use his power inside of the village's generally provided training grounds would have been a bad idea for at least half a dozen reasons. The grizzled old Kage continued speaking. So you're saying that he may very well already be captured? Naruto nodded. Well, yeah. I'm not saying it really, I'm more or less speculating, but it's not much of a stretch to say so. That's all we need to hear right now, Naruto, Tsunade said to get him to finish talking. Naruto simply stepped back next to Shizune and stood at attention. Inoki snorted. I still think that these affairs should be handled domestically. The Jinchuriki should be a country's own responsibility. I will not divert any of my forces to assist you to protect your own weapons. This is just a way of keeping the status quo. Gaara and Naruto narrowed their eyes at the weapon comment but didn't say anything about it. Both of them accepted it at this point that they were generally meant to be used as weapons, but to hear the way that he had said it as if they weren't people worked their nerves somewhat. Tsunade, Shizune, Kenkuro, and Temari actually visibly took it worse that the 2 demon containers in the room did if the scowls on their faces were any indication of the underlying tension in the room. Tsunade and Shizune were trying to keep Naruto from rationalizing his thought that way, and they figured it would be hard enough to keep Naruto from labeling himself as a weapon due to his time with Danzo without others actually identifying him as such. Temari and Kenkuro had spent years since Gaara's defeat to Naruto making sure that he knew that he was their brother, not just Suna's ace in the hole. Tsunade attempted to speak through the tension. That's fine. Suna and Konoha will simply have to reach out to the other villages with Jinchuriki still remaining to ensure that everyone is prepared for the growing threat. With the knowledge that unless directly involved once more IWA would not aid either village, the meeting shifted away from Akatsuki. Damn it, Naruto said dejectedly as he and Shizune had returned to their hotel with Tsunade after the meeting. I can't believe they left to go home already. They probably think that I'm avoiding them. I haven't spoken to anyone else in forever. Shizune patted him on the back consolingly. It's okay, Naruto-kun, you can find them when we get back to Konoha, right, Tsunade-sama? Tsunade was taking the current downtime to paint her nails and answered vacantly, huh? Oh yeah, sure, maybe. If I don't have any more missions lined up for him when we get back. Naruto sighed. There's going to be another mission, he said as he walked towards his futon at the foot of Tsunade and Shizune's beds. There's always another mission. Damn overflow of assignments. He lay down on top of his temporary bedding. Tsunade rolled her eyes and kept at work on her nails. Stop whining, brat. You were the one that wanted all of the real missions, remember? Naruto scoffed from his spot on the futon. You work me like a rookie Chunin. Now I don't want to be a sissy or anything, but can I get some downtime again? Downtime? Tsunade almost bellowed. Since when do you need downtime, you walking chakra battery? Since you send me on jobs that last a month or longer consecutively. Naruto said as he sat up at the foot of Shizune's bed to let the older woman play vacuously with his hair. The only thing I've had time to do these days is get my hair cut. Do you want to know what I dream about these days? Sleeping in my own bed. There's something wrong with that. I've been getting back-to-back B ranks and the one S rank you just sent me on, not to mention this one, it should be A rank, right? Shizune paused in her current actions with her pseudo-little brother's hair. Well, why don't you just take some time now, Naruto-kun? We're not going to really do anything until we set out for Konoha tomorrow morning. My job is to watch out for Tsunade-chan. I'm her first and most vital line of defense. Naruto said even if I kept some Kagebunshin handy around here, if anyone actually attacked her, that wouldn't even slow them down. Tsunade had finished painting her nails and was simply waiting for them to dry. It's good of you to say that, brat. Very responsible. Naruto nodded and shut his eyes against the side of the bed. It was a good thing that Tsunade was none the wiser to the very long date he ended up taking Temari on the day before the Chunin exam finals. You've got to love Kagebunshin no Jutsu and the bounty checks for S-rank ninja. 5 days later, after getting an early start back to Konoha, the next morning the trip back was as slow as the trip up there. There was a lot to digest nowadays. There was no real doubt about it. Akatsuki was beginning to make their move, and the new enemies discovered had somewhat startling abilities. There was seriously a lot of work to do if he was going to be ready for the next encounter, because for all he knew the next 2-on-1 encounter wouldn't be with just a pair of body doubles, it would be the real deal. After the trek back to Konoha and a quick debriefing brief, because Tsunade was there, she knew what happened, and it was after midnight when they got back. Naruto slogged through the empty village streets, 2 out of it to attempt a Shenshin to his own house. After kicking off his sandals and dropping his gear, operating seemingly on autopilot all the way through the apartment, he proceeded to drop face first on his bed and blackout. Naruto's mindscape. Naruto awakened in a cave setting. As he sat up from his prone position on his back, he looked around. Why the hell was he in a cave? His mindscape should only have been what the QB knew of Konoha. How the hell did that massive thing know anything of what a cave like this looked like? Come to think of it, why didn't Naruto know what this cave looked like? He was supposed to be able to navigate Konoha blindfolded, and yet he had no idea where he was right now. Taking charge of the situation and wondering why the QB decided to manifest him inside of his mind tonight, and why he picked this exact area to do so, not to mention what the hell this area actually was. As he made his way to the exit, he made a small noise. As he jumped down from the well-hidden cavern in the cliff wall, he landed squarely at the edge of the woods. He actually did know where he was. He was currently in the forest situated on the backside of the Hokage monument. In truth, nobody ever went back there, even less than the amount of people that ever went to the top of the monument itself. Normally, I need to come back here in person and check this place out one of these days. I really feel like I'm missing something here. He walked through the forest and eventually found his own personal demon lying down in the middle of a burned-out wasteland. Naruto looked around as he approached before coming to a stop and sitting down directly in front of the QB. All right, wake up. I know you can't possibly be asleep because you're the one that brought me here. One blood-red eye opened, staring directly at Naruto. You are still weak. He was kind of right. There were still far too many people with the ability to somehow stop him. Granted, these people were the absolute best of the best, and he felt that a full-scale fight against a true elite, even if it ended in his inevitable defeat, would end with some sort of permanent reminder on their person of their battle with him. That is, even if they were ever the same again. But after getting smacked around by 2 people that didn't even bother showing up in person to fight, it kind of grated on his mind. Naruto didn't even bother verbally responding. The QB opened up both of its eyes and sat up on its haunches as it looked its host over. Honestly, you've done as well as can be expected for a mere human child when it comes to using my power. But if 3 tails is the limit of your control, then you might as well surrender your body and relinquish control to me. I can destroy your enemies and ensure the peace of your village. Naruto's lips quirked slightly. Before you come back here and trample this place flat, right? The sharp teeth of the QB were bared in a grin of sorts. Well, I never said that I would leave this place alone, did I? I simply said that I would destroy your enemies and ensure this village's peace. What better way to do that than to make everyone rest in peace? You're a very funny demon. Naruto commented, and it doesn't matter if I have any more control, I can simply train and get it. It's that simple. It could be simpler, Naruto. QB said offhandedly, I can be the tool of victory that you want to be. With my true power, I can eradicate any threat that you have ever come across. It would be so easy for you. All you would have to do is entrust your heart to me, and I will make it so easy for you. You know, Naruto started, I've never really considered myself selfish before. He started pacing in front of the massive frame of the QB. I have to admit, there is a part of me that wants to just give you the reins, to just let you handle everything on the off chance that you aren't simply lying to my face to get me to set you free. To just allow myself the chance to let things go as they may, telling myself that I did the best thing I could. To give up my freedom and body just to ensure that your power would truly be used to keep the promise that I made when I became a ninja to keep Konoha safe. He stopped walking in circles and got right as close to the Kyuubi's muzzle as he could, but I'm going to be selfish this time. I'm going to find a way to get control over your chakra, and I will get you to help me. I'm going to learn how to beat people without even taking a small hit of your chakra. I'm going to keep everyone close to me safe. I'm going to be normal, and I'm going to be extraordinary. I'm going to finish my last mission to Danzōjiji and become Hokage. I'm going to tear Akatsuki asunder, crush them, and throw them into the wind. I'm going to do all of this because you and I both know that if it really had to come down to it, there's not a whole lot anyone can do to stop me from doing what I want. He turned away from the Kyuubi, who had not taken his eyes off of him or interrupted him the entire time, and began walking away. And rest assured, when I finally think that I'm ready to do it, I'm going to open the seal and I'm going to kick your big fuzzy ass. Until you fully accept me as your partner. A partner? Kyuubi scoffed as it lay its head back down on the ground. You mean a slave? It growled as lowly as it could. No. Naruto said as he started vanishing from his mindscape. I meant partner. I'd rather be your friend and ally than your master. Slowly shutting its eyes as Naruto fully disappeared from view, the Kyuubi adjusted itself to get back to sleep. That heart you seem to have developed, kid. It will either become perhaps your greatest weapon or it will be the catalyst to the end of your life. The next morning he awoke to the sound of tapping on the window in his room. As he made to turn over and get up, he felt a weight on his back. Looking over his shoulder, he saw Hamiko attached to his back, fast asleep. Damn it, she sleeps in my bed when I'm gone? I don't really know how to feel about that right now. Sheets are clean though. Naruto sighed as he thought of figuring his way out of this without waking her. Turning his head to his window, he saw a male Anbu in a cat mask waiting and watching. Naruto looked at the man with a twitching eyebrow as he made a Kage Bunshin and used Kawaremi to switch places with it before he walked sluggishly to the window. You were just so amused watching that, I'm sure, Tenzo, he remarked before he reached the window, stopping his hand from opening it up as he realized something and pointed accusingly at the man. Oh no. Oh hell no. It hasn't even been 12 hours yet and she's going to send me right back out? He hissed out lowly to keep from waking Hamiko. The masked Tenzo shrugged and motioned for Naruto to open up. A sigh came from the boy as he did as instructed. Hello, Taicho. I wish I could say that it was good to see you, but seeing you means I have to work. Tenzo patted Naruto on the head, getting a frown from the boy that he was sure made the man smile behind the mask, saying to you, Naruto, Hokage-sama is here to inform you to keep yourself at the ready in case any missions open up for you soon. She said something about mission overflow duty and that you would know what that meant. Naruto held back a facepalm. I will never sleep through a meeting ever again, no matter how boring it is. He then spoke out loud. Well, it's better to at least keep me mobilized and let me rest than to send me right back out again. Thanks for the message, Taicho. Tenzo nodded. See you later, Naruto. He then jumped off to resume his usual duties. Naruto ran a hand through his hair and turned back to where his Kage Bunshin was underneath Hamiko with a deadpan look on his face. So what are you going to do about this, boss? Naruto shut the window and walked out of the bedroom, grabbing all of the things he had dropped the previous night off of the floor. I'm going to go do something since I'm up. You're going to stay there until you can come up with a way to get away from her without waking her up. Naruto smirked as his Kage Bunshin glared at him darkly over his shoulder until he left the apartment and shut the door behind him. Upon giving it a few seconds, the Kage Bunshin's glare turned into a grin as he gently rolled over and held Hamiko in his arms. Yeah, I could do that. Or I could just stay like this for as long as I last. His grin widened further when he felt Hamiko snuggle her head further into his chest. Yep, this option is definitely the best. Naruto simply wandered around the village as many were out and about starting their day, and without even realizing it ended up in front of the Hokage Tower. He blinked in surprise as he shrugged and walked past without a second glance. I guess this is what Kakashi-sensei meant by getting lost on the road of life. If this is the first place I go out of instinct, then I really did need a break. Before he got too far, he heard a voice call out to him, Naruto. The blonde turned around to see Sakura walking up to him with papers in her arms. Hey Sakura. Long time no see. And by the way to go on getting promoted. Sakura gave him a smile. Thanks. Being Tsunade-sama's apprentice is working out for me, huh? Naruto chuckled. Yeah, apparently. Just don't ever try to hit me the way she does ever, no matter what. He said with the utmost seriousness. I get enough of that already from her alone. Sakura's sweat dropped before perking back up. No one's seen you around the village in a while. How are things going? Oh, I met the girl that lives in your apartment too. She said at the end with slight distaste. Naruto frowned at her change in tone. Hamako-chan's a good girl. She's just a friend that I wanted to help. It's a very long story. Just know that everything that goes on in that apartment is completely platonic. Of course, inwardly he was rolling his eyes. I'm just about 15 years old and have killed more people than you can even reasonably estimate, and yet the prospect of me having sex is enough to upset you. How ass backwards is our society? Well, I'm kind of busy right now. Sakura gestured with the papers in her grasp. I need to get these over to the hospital, and then I have to work a shift today, so I'll see you around. Naruto nodded. Yeah, unless our magnanimous Hokage decides to send me on a 6-month tilt between now and dinner time. Sakura waved to him as she walked away by Naruto. I'll see you later. Tell Shizunichan I said hi. And tell Bachan if Nechan catches her drinking again and takes her stash, I will not be speeding up my usual delivery just because she lost it all. Naruto said as he went off in the other direction. Well, she certainly does seem way better these days than what I last remember about her. Naruto let out a yawn as he continued on his way, wandering through the village without much purpose to doing so. Well, isn't this an ironic little problem? I've been talking about how I need time off, and when I get it I can't think of anything to do but train or work. After walking about for a little while longer, he wound up in the forests near the residential area. If he was really this hard up for ideas, he knew one thing that needed to be done when he got home. A kunai passed by his face while his mind was elsewhere. Now, when a kunai usually comes at him behind the walls of Konoha, he knew it would be either one of two people, and there were very particular ways to pinpoint exactly who it was. Did the kunai cut his cheek? No. Was there a shapely female form hanging off of his back with her arms wrapped around him? Again, no. Did the kunai miss him by a mile in the effort to divert his attention? Yes. Did the damn thing have a pinwheel on it for some reason? Yes. And if he listened closely, he could hear the creaking of a spandex jumpsuit rubbing together at high speeds. The time it took for him to work out this equation in real time, less than 1 second, which was convenient because that was all the time he had to react to it in one way or another. Now, depending on who was coming for him, he would have one of two reactions. For the first person, he would only have so much time and room to maneuver himself to put himself at an advantage instead of being left to her tender mercies, and by tender I mean with a kunai pushing against his jugular, and maybe his jump depending on her mood. For the second person, there was only enough time for one response and one response only. Dynamic entry. At a speed that most could only keep up with assisted by a dojutsu, a spandex-clad figure slammed his foot into the side of Naruto's head before he burst into smoke. A kawarimi combined with Kagebunshin. Damn it, Rock Lee. Naruto said as he dropped a nearby tree that would have given me a concussion if that had actually hit. What the hell is your malfunction? Lee was taller nowadays, but other than the growth that came with him growing in age and the Chunin vest he now wore, he didn't look too different at all from the old days. Lee simply gave Naruto one of his gleaming smiles. On Naruto-kun, it has been too long since we have seen one another. When was it? Oh yes, during our border patrol mission. What a youthful assignment. Naruto gave him a dry look. We didn't do anything the entire time for 3 weeks except walk around the countryside and check the civilians that crossed our path. Protecting our home from foreign malevolence is always a youthful endeavor. Lee said before shooting Naruto the nice guy pose. Naruto simply stared at him. How did you even know I was around? I just got back into town and I haven't raised a peep since I've gotten here. That would be me, Naruto, said a calm and familiar voice as Niji came into the picture. He had gotten rid of the straps around his heighty 8 and simply wore a simple black one around his head. Instead of his khaki shirt and dark brown shorts, he now wore traditional-looking black and white robes, and they suited his personality. Naruto would have had to say I was the one that alerted Lee to your presence while we were training. Naruto looked at the older Hyuga. I had to have been at least half a mile from any training field that you could have possibly been using. Niji smirked. Well, my Byakugan can see up to 800 meters now. Naruto frowned. Show off. Niji shook his head with a satisfied look on his face. Still upset that I was promoted to Jounin before you, Naruto? You found this out almost a year ago during the border patrol. Yes, I'm upset. He replied. You weren't Chunin for even a damn year and you got boosted over me. Lee. Niji. Called out a feminine voice that landed near all three boys. Guy-sensei wanted to know why you two ran off so suddenly. A girl with her brown hair and a pair of buns on her head dusted off her clothing, which had changed over time. She wore a flowing white Chinese-style blouse and loose red pants, now wore black fingerless gloves, and had a large summoning scroll across her lower back. Of course he would make me come out here after you both. Naruto lifted his hand in a short wave. Hey Tintin. How are you doing? Tintin turned her brown eyes slightly and took in the scarred face of Naruto. Naruto-kun? It's been a while. The blonde rubbed the back of his head sheepishly. Yeah, I've kind of been really busy for a while. I'm finally getting some off time, but I could still be called for anything at the drop of a hat. Don't expect me around for too long. Tsunade-bachan has been running me into the ground. Tintin sighed and pinched the bridge of her nose. Why would you call Tsunade-sama a name like that? Naruto shrugged. I have very good reasons to, you can be sure of that. I guess, Tintin said before she saw Naruto shift the sheath on his back. Her eyes lit up. Is that the sword that you replaced your old one with? She asked brightly. Can I see it? Please? Naruto almost face fell. She hadn't seen it yet because when he knew he was going to see Tintin, he left it at home. The danger of leaving his weapon at home was only equaled by the fact that if he brought it and she got a hold of it, he might not get it back in time to defend himself with it anyway. About that. Tintin turned on her puppy dog eyes. Please, Naruto-kun? Naruto attempted to avert his eyes only to catch Lee giving him a thumbs up and Niji smirking and attempting to hold back laughter. Well, you see, Tintin's brown eyes quivered at him. Please, Naruto-kun? Okay, this was getting ridiculous. Why had she not used this on him yet? Is this a damn genjutsu? He was 1 second away from yelling Kai. Well, she can't even touch it anyway, so maybe he was being paranoid. He reached his hand up over his back. Okay, but dash. Before he even said another word, he felt the sword being pulled out of the sheath from behind him and heard Tintin yelp in pain as the sword clattered on the ground. He turned around to see Tintin with her palms cut. Naruto sighed and picked his sword up to resheathe it. I tried to tell you, no one can touch it but me. It's an old family heirloom. Tintin waved her hands around as the stinging from the cuts got to her. You have a sentient sword? Naruto shook his head. It's not really sentient. It's more like loaded down with so many seals it would take me months of inspection to find everything on it. It has security for my blood. Nobody else can use it but me. Sorry about that. It was my fault, Naruto-kun, and they're just flesh wounds. I'm fine, she assured him, but I still would like to see what you can do with that thing. Hopefully you can swing it around better than you could the last time we fought with swords, because I'm way better now. We'll have to see about that, won't we? Naruto said, the two getting closer and closer with challenging grins on their faces before Lee interjected himself between them. Lee, what the hell? Naruto-kun. With all of this talk of competition, I need to challenge you myself, Lee said with Tintin sweat dropping and mouthing sorry behind him. Naruto stared at Lee blankly for a second. Okay, Lee, a new contest. This contest will be a grueling one. Are you ready for it? Lee nodded vigorously. Okay, then this contest will be simple. Who can go longer without challenging the other one to another contest, that is all. Agreed. Lee shouted, I will win this competition and get one step closer to matching you and proving myself as a splendid shinobi. I'm off to get some advice from Guy-sensei. Yash. Lee then sped off to find his similar in appearance sensei. Naruto looked at Tintin and Niji, who were staring with their jaws slacked in shock. Naruto chuckled and turned to head home. And that's how you do that? Seriously, Niji, you couldn't handle that yourself back when we were kids, Mr. Genius? He walked away, leaving the other two in the woods. Niji simply stood still until Naruto got out of his range of sight before he activated his Byakugan to stare even more. I think I hate him. I really do. Tintin said mostly to herself. I wonder if I marry him, would I be able to use that sword? Niji turned from staring at where Naruto once was to staring at Tintin. Are you serious? Tintin shook her head and walked off. Of course I'm not serious, she said, getting Niji to sigh in relief before speaking under her breath out of earshot. I mean, a cool, powerful sword would only be a bonus. Deciding that a little lunch was in order, Naruto headed over to Ichiraku Ramen. Upon entering through the curtain, he found his current next-door neighbor with her head set down on the counter and a bowl of ramen by her head. You look pretty out of it, Tayuya-chan, Naruto said, getting enough of her attention to lift her head and turn around with a groan. Are you going to finish that, by the way? He said, pointing to her bowl of ramen. Tayuya grunted slightly and set her head back on the counter. No, go ahead. If I ate any more right now, I would probably just puke it up anyway. Her eyes slightly widened when she really took into account who had just pulled up a seat next to her. So you're actually back. Naruto nodded as he pulled Tayuya's bowl close to him and took a bite of her ramen. It's still warm. But yeah, hopefully I get more time off than just a few days this time. By the way, why do you look so beat up? At this, Tayuya gave him a weak glare because when this lady named Anko found out that I was your next-door neighbor and a friend of your caretaker, she took it upon herself to train me until you got back. What the fuck did you do to her? Naruto sweat dropped me? Nothing. She's just pissy because she was called back from a mission we went on together recently. Of course, when she finds me, then she'll leave you alone if I let her find me. Tayuya pulled herself up onto her elbows on the table. Well, then I'll just tell her you're here in the village. Naruto rolled his eyes as he polished off the bowl that won't do anything. Nobody can get into my house without permission anymore, remember? Unless she somehow catches me in the street or goes far enough into the forest of death to actually search for me, she won't ever get a crack at me. When I don't want to be found, there aren't a whole lot of people that can do it. Mighty full of ourselves, aren't we, Naruto-kun? I asked as she came from the back. She looked over at Tayuya. Are you feeling any better, Tayuya-chan? Tayuya nodded. I'll feel a lot better when I get home and sleep. Thank Kami that Anko has afternoon work at tea, and I am Nichin. Let me get 3 bowls of miso ramen. Naruto said before a smirk adorned his face. And Tayuya-chan? What happened to that? I thought I was the only person that could say that. Tayuya-chan, didn't we have something special? I giggled as she took down Naruto's order while Tayuya scowled. If by something you mean you kicked my ass twice and captured me the second time, then yes, we have something. Naruto put a hand on her shoulder and hugged her from the side. I love you too, Tayuya-chan. Her cheeks slightly reddened. If I wasn't so drained from this morning, I would kick your ass right now. Naruto grinned, and that's why I did it. One day later, Naruto sat on the couch in his apartment staring at a wall full of whatever information he could pull up on the members of Akatsuki that he was aware of. Hamiko was seated next to him with a new accessory, a black choker with gold facets in the back and an emerald across the throat, Naruto's gift to her. He had tons of stuff about Itachi Uchiha. Him being a former shinobi of his village got him an abundance of information on his skills. Kisame, his partner, also had a fair amount on him. Apparently he had a little run-in with Konoha ninja many years ago where they were able to ascertain a lot of this stuff. While the thought of a fight with either of them still raised hairs on the back of his neck, he could honestly say he felt his chances against Kisame were far greater than if he had to go up against Itachi Uchiha for real. The files he had on Kakuzu were old, very old. They were so old that Naruto was astounded that the man was still alive and was an active shinobi of the highest level. If Kakuzu's body double hadn't been on the scene, he was certain that Heiden's body double would have been obliterated in no time, and simply the presence of the man's body double was enough to tip the tides of the fight. How strong was the genuine article? However, he didn't have much. Just under forbidden abilities was Jiangu, Earth, Grudge, Fear, and due to it being an old Hijitsu from Takigekure, he didn't have anything on it. There was nothing on Heiden whatsoever. The not dying after getting his head cut off thing was irking Naruto, but there was simply no data on it for him to analyze. If they met again, he was going to have to get creative to win decisively. There was nothing but Naruto's handwritten notes taken from his own point of view, and that of Hamiko's for Deidara, as IWA wasn't exactly very forthcoming with that information. So one was down. There were 5 more that he knew of, and there were 3 more that he didn't. In addition to that, they only had at the most a little over half a year to find Sasuke Uchiha before Orochimaru turned him into his own personal Uchiha body skin and then came back to Konoha to raze the place to the ground, which would give them 9 months to a year from now, accounting for Orochimaru's time needed to adjust to the new body and mobilize for another offensive. Why was he the only person that seemed to take this little aspect into account? He needed to find Sai, and Jiraiya needed to get his ass back to Konoha in a hurry. They had work to do. Chapter 30. To be the shield or the sword. Tsunade stood on top of the Hokage Tower looking up at the sunset-drenched mountain that now bore her visage. You need to go see the brat. His house is starting to look like the inside of a hodgepodge file cabinet. Get him to calm down some. Jiraiya looked at her from the corner of his eye as he looked out onto the village. Get him to calm down? He isn't losing it about the whole Akatsuki thing, is he? I figured that he would be taking it way better than that. Tsunade shook her head. He's not losing it. I mean, it isn't like he's scared of them or scared of them taking him, nothing like that. He seems more tense these days, though more along the lines of the way he used to be when I first met him. Jiraiya looked at her as understanding washed over his face. That was enough proof that he was feeling the squeeze of the situation. When Naruto was with Jiraiya looking for Tsunade, he was scared. He would never have said so, he would never have even shown it, but Jiraiya could feel the fear on him no matter how well he hid it. He was weak. He had just been attacked by Itachi Uchiha and Kisame Hashigaki, and a few days prior to that he had just been unsealed and had a multitude of questions and concerns to work out. That had to have been a stress tidal wave hitting right after a simultaneous stress earthquake and volcano. Coming back to Konoha to see the boy mellowed out after the failed Sasuke retrieval really did Jiraiya's mind good. Tsunade continued. Every wall of his apartment living room is plastered with all kinds of amassed information, patterns of known movement, hot points of contact, eyewitness reports of known members' personal files, on whatever he could get on each, which for more than a few isn't very much. He has a room full of clones going over this information and either spends the rest of his time studying with Hamako or in the Forest of Death, and that would concern me if he hadn't been using it as his own personal playground for the last few years. Jiraiya made a noise of acknowledgement. Maybe I should take him with me again? A trip elsewhere should do him some good. Maybe I can get into what his deal is once we get away from the village. Maybe he's just nervous. It's understandable, he has a lot on his plate. Tsunade took a moment to think about it. A trip to where, though? I don't think I can swing another training mission. I barely got the last one through the channels since I was sending him alone. The elders sure loved that idea, Tsunade said sarcastically. Jiraiya waved it off. Just give us any old rinky-dink chore. Preferably one that takes us out of the country for at least a week. That kid can be one tough nut to crack when he wants to be, and I have a feeling he isn't waiting for someone to spill his guts about his anxiety too. All right then, Tsunade said as she turned to face him at last. I'll get it set up soon after I go over what we need done. He just got back from a short courier run earlier today, so I'll leave it up to you whether or not to see him now or later. Jiraiya scratched his chin. Where is he now? Tsunade smirked. The Forest of Death, if I would hazard a guess. Jiraiya let off a sweat drop. I'll go see the kid later. Kanagaku no Sato, outside of training area 44 aka Forest of Death. The light of the moon bathed him as Naruto was on his hands and knees dripping sweat after his most recent episode with his most prolific adversaries, the giant spiders in the Forest of Death. Naruto panted and glared at the sword in his grip on the ground. Pant, you certainly crap out at the absolute worst times imaginable. I swear you do it on purpose. Naruto then proceeded to flop face first on the ground to give himself a moment of rest. He went directly into the known nest area of the spiders to test the limits of the Senenkugake transformation of the Senenki no Kin the best way he knew how, with wanton slaughter and the endless waves of spiders that had become his favorite targets / the bane of his existence were the perfect test dummies for him and his bladed gauntlets and greaves. The good part about the training, the blades were as good as he assumed they were. He cut right through the spiders like a hot knife through butter. It was absolutely effortless. His senses, reflexes, and physical attributes were heightened exponentially just from wearing them, and it seemed that the longer he had them on, the stronger he seemed to get. Every spider he cut down was seemingly replaced by two like always, but he couldn't have cared less at the rate he was slicing them apart. He was moving so fast by the end that the blades didn't even get any spider gore on them. Then came the bad part. That little feeling of supreme authority and superiority over the eight-legged lower life forms came at a price, as it always had. The power growth was apparently something of a supernova, as it just left him all at once, no fading, no waning of energy. When it decided to go, it took everything with it all at once. The euphoria of showing those stupid spiders who exactly the boss of that woodland area was and who ran things with an iron fist in the Forest of Death caused Naruto to lose track of time. Now he had painstakingly prolonged the amount of time he was able to keep going while using the Senenkugake from the pitiful 5 minutes he displayed against Sasori to 15. Still pathetic, supremely pathetic, but time flies when you're cutting down mindless drones by the dozens. When the 15 minutes that he lost track of time elapsed, it took everything he had to not instantly drop to the ground and black out. By all rights, he should have been devoured by the damned plagues of the forest, but he saved himself at the very last second with a quick boost of Kyuubi's chakra so that he could. A human-sized orange toad in a blue jacket poked at Naruto, with a slight glare on his face. Don't you ever do that again, Aniki. I never want to see another goddamn spider for as long as I live. I should body slam you. Summon Gamakichi. Naruto rolled over slightly. I never make you do anything. I can't remember ever making you actually fight anything. Ever. All I ever make you do when I summon you is either train with you or get you drunk and feed you. Cashing in all of that goodwill for you running a few kilometers to get us out of a forest is nothing. Gamakichi frowned. Well, I did get to test out the blade the old man gave me. He grumbled to himself for a moment. Next time call Gamatatsu to do the hard work. Naruto scoffed. If I had summoned Gamatatsu, he probably would have just sat there and watched me get eaten before asking the remains of my spider-violated corpse for a snack. Gamakichi was about to respond before he dropped it. Okay, you've got me there, but you owe me big next time you summon me. Oh, for sure. Naruto said as he tried to push himself up onto his elbows, and I'll repay you by not telling Gamabunta that you blew up his stockpiles of sake when you were practicing Ketan Gameu Enden, fire release toad oil flame bullet. Asshole. Gamakichi complained, I told you that in confidentiality. Naruto let out a weak laugh. You told me that in a bald-faced alcoholic haze. Gamatatsu may be dumb, but at least he holds his liquor better than you. Whatever. Gamakichi dismissed summon me to hang out later or to meet that silver-haired girl you live with that has the nice tatas again. You were right, they are great. Naruto opened his mouth to curse Gamakichi out and ask how the hell he knew. He said that when the toad grinned at him, I'm not the only one that says confidential stuff when I'm smashed Mr. Gropey no hentai. Catch you around Naruto Nai. He then dispelled in a puff of white smoke to return to his mountain. Naruto sighed and rolled over onto his back looking straight up at the stars come outside. I need you to drag me back to the apartment anyway, I'm wiped out. Sai appeared from the tree line inside of the gates of the Forest of Death with a plain look on his face. You have groped Hamiko-san? Naruto glared at him. She's always coming in my bed to sleep with me, and I tense up at night. Fratricide of a grabby nature is par the course if she keeps doing it. Whatever you say, Naruto-senpai. Sai said, getting a growl from Naruto. Danzo-sama has sent me to inform you that he's already given you everything he could conjure on the Akatsuki. Naruto narrowed his eyes. Everything he could or everything he would? Don't give me that crap, Psycho High. I know Danzo Gigi knows more than he's giving me. Sai blinked emotionlessly. He has handed over everything to you that corresponds to your current situation. Nothing else he has on Akatsuki is relevant to your plight. I made sure to push your suspicion to the contrary on him to get him to say as much. That's bullshit, Naruto said as he looked back up at the night sky. Fine, he's given me more than the official records have forked over, at least that's for damn sure. You know Hamiko has been asking when she would see you again. I think seeing one of her first friends would make her happy. Sai walked over to the down Naruto. I don't have friends, Naruto-senpai, you know this. You know how we are supposed to be. Naruto sighed. Yeah, I tried telling her that, but she didn't listen. She thinks she's friends with you, and from the way we both met her I can see why she would, even if you don't think so yourself. Just drop in and say hello. If nothing else, one of these days it would make her smile. Sai put one of his creepy fake smiles on. You can make yourself smile without emotional provocation, senpai. She can smile without my presence. Naruto let off a sweat drop. I mean a legitimate smile, you know, because she's happy to see you. Naruto sighed when Sai gave him a blank look. Never mind, I forgot who I was talking to. Damn it, you're going to get the concept of happiness and all of the other emotions even if I have to beat it into you at some point. Sai kicked a prone Naruto, eliciting a grunt from him. It doesn't look like you can beat anything into anyone at this point in time, senpai. Would you like me to inform a Metagnine of your condition? Naruto paled. No, just drag me home. Tsunade-bachan said that she would kick my ass if she found out I was overtraining in the Forest of Death again. A smile then came to his face. Hey, this would kill two birds with one stone. You can get me to the apartment and see Hamiko-chan at the same time. Chop chop Kohai, get me out of here. Sai would have rolled his eyes if he had the emotional inclination to do so. As you wish, Naruto-senpai, instead of dropping Naruto off like a normal human being would, i.e., getting the key from him, opening the door, sitting him on the couch. You know, things that a friend would do. Sai dropped Naruto in a heap at the front door of the apartment and knocked on the door before disappearing in an ink shunshin. Naruto groaned from his spot on the ground. Psycho High, you asshole, Naruto mumbled. After a moment, a pair of familiar amber eyes opened the door, looking around curiously before seeing Naruto on the ground. Naruto-sama? What are you doing on the ground? Hamiko asked with a slight tilt to her head. Naruto looked up at his assistant with a dry look on his face. Didn't you know? One of my favorite things to do is get chakra exhaustion and lay down on concrete floors directly outside of my apartment door. Hamiko puffed her cheeks out indignantly. Well, if that is the attitude you're going to have about it, then I guess you can spend the rest of the night outside. Ignoring the indignant face Naruto had put on at that point, she shut the door. What? This is my house. How in the blue hell are you going to lock me out? Naruto got over his shock after a second and inched his way closer to the door with his chin before slamming his head into it, forgetting completely about the security measures on it that rejected his forceful endeavor, and sent him flying into the back railing, sounding a massive clang out as he smacked the metal with his body. Like that, obviously, because it may be my house, but they aren't my seals. Hamiko-chan, let me in. Her muffled voice sounded out from inside. If I let you in, Naruto-sama, you wouldn't learn anything. I'll get you in the morning. Naruto blinked in confusion for a moment before yelling, what the hell am I supposed to be learning? What the hell was that? The door next to Naruto's apartment opened to reveal the confused red-haired neighbor of his that finally looked upon his form upside down heaped against the railing, eyebrow twitching. An amused grin crossed her face as she sauntered over to him casually and kneeled down to him. Having some trouble, Uzumaki? Naruto let a mildly amused smirk adorn his features. I've graduated to you using my surname, have I, Tayuya-chan? I'm so happy. His smirk turned to a frown. I pissed off Hamako-chan, and I do not have the energy to open my door due to me blowing all of my chakra heedlessly. Open it for me, would you? Tayuya raised an eyebrow. Hell no. I've tried opening your door before. The first time it shocked me. The second time I lost consciousness and woke up in the forest of death, and this time, after seeing what happened to you, I'm not touching that door. Naruto looked up, or down depending on your point of view, and thought it sounds like Hamako's rotating seal works. The first time you tried to open it during the morning, the second time you did it while I was training, and it helpfully directed you to where I was at the time, and this time the seal just wanted to get rid of you. If I had punched the door instead of hitting it with my chin to get a knock, it would have sent me flying all the way to the Hokage Tower. He rolled his shoulders and slid down the railing, ending up on his back on the ground. Just get the key from my pocket and you can just open the door. Tayuya gave him a long hard look. Can't you just cancel the seal yourself? Naruto sighed. 2 reasons why I can't move my hands or generate the chakra to make the 21 hand seals to cancel the security, and Hamako-chan changed the password. Right, Hamako-chan? Yep. She chirped cheerfully from inside. Tayuya shrugged and reached into both of his pockets. Let's see, gum, frog wallet. Never mind, piece of paper with an address on it in women's handwriting. I'm keeping that. Naruto glared at her. Oi. Tayuya ignored him and kept perusing his pockets. Receipt for 17 large bowls of beef ramen from Ichiraku. Not particularly surprising at this point, but still disturbing. Handwritten note for the usual order of MT Mayaboku Firebrand's sake, along with the usual payment and whistles. Nice size, Uzumaki. Naruto blushed and growled at her. Get the key, damn it. Tayuya freed her hands from his pockets. Yeah. Oop, bad news, Uzumaki. She opened her hand to reveal that Naruto's house key had been broken. Sucks for you. Naruto sighed for Kami's sake. He rolled his eyes and adjusted himself in a laying position on the floor. Well then, I'll see you tomorrow, Tayuya-chan. That is, unless someone gets lucky and actually takes me out tonight, because I can't fight back against a damn civilian as I am right now. Tayuya stood there looking down on him for a moment before grabbing his ankle and dragging him inside of her apartment, getting a look of surprise out of him. Don't give me that look, asshole. You're the entire reason I'm alive right now, so if I didn't help you out that would make me one miserable bitch, right? The redhead dropped his ankle outside of her bedroom door and pointed at him. I'll get you set in a moment. Can you even move? Naruto wiggled his fingers and toes. This is all I can do for at least the next few hours. Tayuya grumbled to herself and lifted Naruto up before walking into her room and dropping him halfway onto the bed. There, now be a good idiot and stay there for a moment. Yes, ma'am, Naruto said as he took the time to look around Tayuya's room, as he thought it was pretty par the course for a room. He didn't expect anything else from her, like a room full of stuffed animals or something, because that would have been girly, and the only thing girly about Tayuya was that she was a girl. Combat flute on the nightstand. Yep, he expected that. A few pictures of her and some of the people she had met in Konoha, like Sakura, which surprised him, Shikamaru, surprising seeing as how he thought his attitude would cause her to strangle him, and Ino, polar opposites. Enough said. It was good to see that she had some friends besides him. Perhaps the fact that she was so close to him helped her get their trust. Tayuya re-entered the room with her hat off and now wearing a long t-shirt shirt off shithead. Upon seeing Naruto's questioning look, she sighed. Unless you would like to stay fully and perfectly dressed while sleeping. Naruto acquiesced to the request, removing his shirt and sword slowly because he could still barely move. Tayuya grinned at him at how long it took to accomplish the action. You're a helpless bastard, aren't you? She said as she took his sandals off. Anyone could do anything that they wanted to you if they wanted, couldn't they? Naruto's thoughts kicked into gear with the way she said that. Okay, from personal experience, whenever someone comments on how helpless I am, bad things have happened, like in my root training. I'm going to find that personality and physical conditioning bastard and kick him in the balls one of these days. What was I thinking about again? He asked himself right before Tayuya planted kiss on him and forced him back onto the bed. After a moment, she broke away and moved her hair from in front of her face, leaving Naruto looking up at her with a largely unchanged look on his face before he smirked. Oh, so that's why you said that. You're going to rape me now? Tayuya's eyes twitched. Well, if you don't want me to fuck you, just say so. Naruto looked at her amusedly. What in Kami's name gave you the idea that I didn't? After that, if I had the energy to, I would have flipped us over and showed you who was boss. I'm going to ask what brought this on, though. Tayuya blushed slightly. Well, honestly, I was going to do this a long time ago. Like when we had that clusterfuck mission to Kirigakure, yeah, I was going to try this then, but you left the entire time and came back beat up and with Hamiko. Oh. Naruto said in understanding, so the whole me coming back with a girl thing threw you off from saying that you low dash. Tayuya cut him off sharply by jabbing him in the chest. Do not fucking finish that sentence because I fucking don't. You will never ever hear me say that to you, understood? You're a decent looker, you're a nice guy, and you're a hell of a lot more reasonable to choose than any other guy in this place. I mean, who else my age is there to choose from that might actually be a decent lay? With that, Naruto grinned. Oh, so you have an itch that you need me to scratch, do you? Tayuya stared at him. Why are you not flustered by this? You haven't had sex before, have you? That was the one part of the training that Danzo Gigi never had the time to get me to finish. Damn Seal. Naruto gave her a robotic look. Nope, but still I have seen you naked before. He grinned when he saw her face. I snuck around Odo's original main base and Ta no Kuni for 9 months and went everywhere and saw everything. Do you really think that the women's showers weren't one of the places I hit? Spies don't have dignity. Tayuya mouthed at him silently before settling for glaring at him and sitting on his chest. I'm going to make you pay for that. She leaned down with a smirk on her face, and the best thing is you aren't going anywhere, Whiskers. Lemon start. Naruto blinked at the intent of her tone before looking up at the height on his head. Could you take that off for me, Tayuya-chan? She looked confused at why that mattered at the moment, but did as he asked. Upon lifting the cloth from his forehead, a pill fell from the folds and landed in his mouth. What the hell was that? Naruto grinned and swallowed emergency soldier pill. With renewed strength and vigor, Naruto flipped Tayuya over, getting a yelp of surprise from her. Now, what were you saying about you making me pay? Naruto's fingers crept along her sides until he finally pulled the shirt off, revealing that she had nothing on underneath. He spoke to her with a smile on his face as he gently squeezed her C-cup breasts. I still don't know why you wear those bulky clothes, Tayuya-chan. Your figure is killer. What's that scar on your shoulder? Tayuya writhed beneath him. You did that when we chased you out of Odo, you bastard. She let out a yelp that turned into a moan when he switched to pinching her nipples. Well then, we're even, little Miss Scar-my-face, Naruto said as he let one hand go to take off his own pants and boxers. Showing his ability to multitask, he took one of Tayuya's erect pink nipples into his mouth while finishing undressing. Tayuya pulled Naruto down into a searing kiss and broke away just as roughly Kimimaro did. That you, team. Don't blame me. You were an accessory, Naruto said as he picked her up and placed her roughly against the wall, getting a loud bump for his trouble while continuing with the kiss. Naruto switched from her lips to her neck and collarbone, at times leaving shallow bites. His actions forced Tayuya to bite her own lip lest she keep moaning and possibly inflate his ego. What the fuck are you doing? Where are you taking me? She asked as she noticed that he was moving closer to the door of the bedroom. Naruto kept silent until he brought her into the bathroom and stepped into the shower, still holding onto her. I never got to shower after training, so I'm killing 2 birds with 1 stone here. His hands found the cold water faucet first and turned it on, laughing to himself at her yell of surprise at the cold water while feeling the goosebumps on her skin. Tayuya growled and slapped him hard on his wet back, leaving a red mark. Turn the hot water on ass. The smirk that formed as he obediently did as ordered turned to a look of contentment on her face when the steam from the shower began to cloud the bathroom. Fuck me already, you lightweight, or can you not keep holding little old me up? Naruto scoffed. Testy, aren't we? You're so lucky that I always thought you would be a violent lover in the first place and knew this was coming. I'm surprised you didn't bite me yet, ow goddammit, Naruto exclaimed as the brown-eyed redhead bit down on his earlobe. That's it, payback's a bitch, Tayuya-chan. Naruto positioned himself carefully at her pussy before inserting himself slowly until he found himself buried fully. No hymen? Tayuya adjusted to the feeling of the blonde inside of her. No, I broke it years ago. Orochi team's training was a fuck, she cried out as Naruto sharply thrust into her. Stop talking, Tayuya-chan, Naruto said as he held her up against the wall of the shower and pounded into her. I would rather hear you scream. Tayuya bit her lip and glared out of the corner of her eye as she held onto him tightly. Like hell, I'll give you the satisfaction of thinking you're a stud. You've got another thing coming. The time from that point forward was split for Naruto between marveling at the way Tayuya felt wrapped around his cock and studying her facial expressions. Naruto lovingly kissed the scar on her shoulder before shifting his grip from her hips to under her thighs, pushing her legs up over his shoulders. As he started plowing into her from this position, he felt her nails dig into his back, and after looking at her face, he saw her eyes shut tightly as her breaths became pants. His thrusts slowed when he felt his lady friend's body tighten and his grip signifying that she had reached her climax. "Did you come?" Naruto asked, getting a tired nod from Tayuya. Naruto let her down and kissed her, still holding her soaking body against the wall of the shower. They broke once again and stood in place while Tayuya caught her breath, placing her head against Naruto's chest. "But you didn't." Naruto rubbed her back soothingly. "I know," Naruto said, turning off the shower and grabbing a towel to dry himself and her as well. "I'm surprised. Apparently, I'm a fucking juggernaut." Tayuya let the towel drop and she took Naruto's hand, dragging him back into the room and throwing him on the bed. Before he could verbally or physically respond, she had climbed on top of him and started kissing his chest, one of her hands working his shaft slowly to keep him hard. Tayuya wasn't going to let this lie. There was no way she was getting hers, and he wasn't getting it. She was benevolent like that. Tayuya swung her leg over him and positioned herself over his cock before descending and placing Naruto's hands on her waist. "Help me out here, Uzumaki. I'm not doing this by myself." Tayuya started to bounce up and down on him with Naruto helping her momentum. Tayuya's hands were placed on his chest, keeping her upright when Naruto pulled her down for a kiss. Naruto started pumping upward into her from the bottom more aggressively than he had in the shower. Tayuya moaned and held Naruto's head in her bosom as her blonde lover kept up a furious pace while holding her down. Tayuya threw her hair back and looked down at Naruto's face to see that his pupils suddenly dilated. After spending a lot of time around medic ninja like Sakura, she knew what this was a symptom of. "You, Uzumaki, your eyes." Her comment was kept inside as Naruto rolled over and fucked her furiously. Naruto's eyelids started fluttering. "I know, Tayuya-chan, the soldier pill is crapping out on me. Don't you dare wuss out on me here." Tayuya cried out as she buried her fingers in his hair. "You haven't come once, and I'm about to do it again. Now finish M&P." Naruto once again cut her off by burying his mouth onto hers. Tayuya wrapped her legs around him to pull him deeper inside of her. Naruto let go of the kiss only for Tayuya to bite his bottom lip out. "Damn it, I knew you were a violent fuck and I couldn't care less. Let go, Tayuya-chan, I'm going to come." "Not on your life." Tayuya breathed out from underneath him. "It's all right, I promise, go ahead." Naruto rolled them over into a sitting position and held Tayuya close to him while bouncing her up and down on him. Naruto buried his face in her collarbone as he finally shot his seed inside of her, and the force of his climax was the trigger for Tayuya's as she followed him shortly thereafter. Naruto collapsed backwards with the girl still on top of him, breathing heavily. With the last of his energy, Naruto lifted Tayuya off of his cock with a pop and set her down next to him. The blonde yawned and pulled her close to him, smiling to himself when she didn't fight the intimate contact. Tayuya rubbed her cheek against his chest. "Next time you better go longer." Naruto shut his eyes, chuckling weakly to himself. "Next time, huh?" End lemon. The next day, Naruto emerged from Tayuya's apartment far more chipper than he had entered. So much so that he felt giving Tayuya a morning wake-up was called for, a wake-up that was more along the lines of a repeat shower session. Heading directly next door, he found the security seal disabled, allowing him back in. Sitting on the couch in the living room was Hamiko, going over her sealing notes with a smile on her face. "Good morning, master." Yes, it is." Naruto smiled and walked past her towards his room. "Good morning, Hamiko-chan." The house was in comfortable silence for a moment before Hamiko shut her notes and looked at Naruto, who had returned to the living room. "I guess I need to teach you how to make privacy seals again, huh, master?" she said with a sly smile. Naruto stopped in his tracks and stared at her like a startled deer. "You heard us last night?" Hamiko giggled. "I really doubt that anyone in the entire complex didn't hear Tayuya yelling at you last night. At least you had fun, right?" Hamiko laughed out loud at the look on his face. "If I were you, when you leave today, I would take the window." Naruto silently nodded in agreement and pointed his thumb back towards his room. "Right, well, I'm going to shower and get some new clothes on." "Okay," Hamiko said cheerfully. "I will have breakfast ready when you get out." Naruto retreated out of the living room, and after a moment Hamiko turned to an empty corner in the room. "You got all of that, didn't you, Jiraiya-sama? The job is done." Jiraiya dropped his transparency jutsu and had a smile on his face as the shower turned on. "Well, I told you to get him to take the edge to get his mind off of Akatsuki, and he ended up doing what I thought you would set up, but I thought more along the lines of you doing it yourself." Hamiko shrugged. "If it were me, he could have simply told me no, and I would have had to listen. He basically had to do what Tayuya said to do, and since he was exhausted in the first place, he wouldn't have fought back if he wanted to at all. Besides, she has known him longer than me. It is only fair that she gets him first." "First?" Jiraiya said as his smile turned into a perverted grin. "And that means?" Hamiko showed no real reaction to being teased. "It means what it sounds like, Jiraiya-sama. She then moved towards the kitchen without missing a beat. Sigh, if only it were that easy to get Master to stop eating ramen for the bulk of his meals. Jiraiya opened the front door and left before pulling out a small notepad and writing down speedily, "This brat is going to be my muse for the next decade." That afternoon, Jiraiya looked over at his blonde apprentice who simply couldn't find it in him to put any kind of scowl on his face. "You seem to be in an unusually good mood today, Gaki." Naruto looked over at Jiraiya as they walked and looked forward with a small grin in place. Many good things have happened." Jiraiya nodded in understanding. "Yeah, I assumed you would end up doing the Odo chick first. All of the factors were there. She knew you closely, you dominated her already outside of the bedroom, you live right next door, you might be a sucker for aggressive redheads like your old man due to genetics, yep, all there." Naruto glared slightly at Jiraiya. "And you are aware of this because?" Jiraiya patted him on the head. "Tsunade got a list of noise complaints from your complex this morning. Oddly enough, your apartment and hers were conspicuous from that list." He sniffed a fake tear. "I am so proud. You make an old man happy to be your godfather." Naruto pushed his hand off. "I'm not a sucker for anything, don't be creepy, Erokyofu. And where are we going anyway? Tsunade-bachan didn't even want to make eye contact with me when I walked in today, and you already had a busted-up mug before you shooed me out and we got going." Jiraiya's face turned serious. "After your little episode in Suna, we're going to start reaching out to the other nations to see who would like to join forces to deal with Akatsuki. Right now they only have 2 of the Biju, but this is going to become a much bigger problem very soon with the players we have in action." Naruto frowned at how he remembered that he was barely able to fend off the 2 body doubles of Haiden and Kakuzu until Gaara arrived. If he fought Haiden, he was sure he could win, but Kakuzu he wasn't that sure. The next time he would be hitting harder, moving faster, and the fight would be going to a finish. He looked at his godfather. "But why am I coming? Aren't you way more important in the grand scheme of things than I am? How would bringing me even help you?" "Because, kid, you're the Jinchuriki that has had the most run-ins with the Akatsuki and has survived so far. You even took one of them out." Jiraiya explained. "No matter what anyone wants to say to you about it, your input is important." So Naruto started, "Where are we going?" Jiraiya pulled out a map and pointed to probably the only place with a Jinchuriki that is on good terms with you besides Suna. "We're heading up to Kumo to start. At least we know that they'll listen to what we have to say before they kick us out of the country." Naruto nodded, but had his mind elsewhere. "What do I do from here, Erokyofu? I think I've hit the wall. I don't think I'm going to get much better than I am now. I can't seem to use any more of the Kyuubi's chakra, and from the way I was ragdolled in Suna, that won't be enough for a guy like Kakuzu, and he's not even the leader." A questioning look came from the old sage. "What about the other one?" Naruto waved him off. "I already know how I'm going to beat that team. But between Haiden, Kakuzu, Itachi, and Kisame, this is looking like one steep mountain to climb. Then there's that Deidara that got away. He knows how I fight, so he'll be more dangerous if we meet again." Naruto sighed to himself. He had never asked this before. "I need your help." "You what now?" Jiraiya asked, genuinely surprised. Naruto had never asked for his help, not once. Not to learn the Rasengan, not for training to improve his atrophied attributes, not to find out his lineage, not even on how to get a better rapport with his summons, not anything. To be honest, he had been wondering when this would come up, if it ever would. The kid seemed like a problem solver. "You need my help? For what?" Naruto looked at his hands and balled his fists. "I'm supposed to be Konoha's ace and the village's ultimate tool to protect it." "Well, what good is a tool if it gets stolen by someone else? Gaara's stronger than me now. He's a Kage and I'm just a Chunin. I was losing that fight against those 2 in the desert. It wasn't even a matter of being powerful. I was pumping out 3 taels worth of the Kyuubi's chakra and they kept coming. Kakuzu just seemed to step his game up that much better to compete, and Haiden just would not stay down." Naruto shut his eyes and walked ahead. "People like to refer to Jinchuriki like me as monsters, as in human. Well then, what do you call guys like that? Definitely not normal. They're all freaks, and they just get freakier as you run down the list of them. They're all prepared on how to fight me. They can find me anywhere in the entire world, and they can attack anytime they want to." He stopped and looked back at Jiraiya. "How am I supposed to win when fighting at my best wasn't good enough?" Jiraiya stayed silent until Naruto was finished before walking up to Naruto and punching him square in the jaw. The shot sent Naruto flying off of the path down a hill into a field on the side of the road. Naruto pulled himself to his feet, wiping the blood from his lip and planning to retaliate when Jiraiya spoke. "That's how." Jiraiya stood at the top of the hill looking down at Naruto, who finally stood up. "You want me to magically show you what you need to do?" Or do you want me to give you some miracle move that will kill all of your enemies in a split second, find the answer to world peace, and make it shower down gold coins all across the landscape? I can't give you the answer of how to stop these people of what you need to do to beat them. If I had that, don't you think I would have told you, or better yet used it myself so that you don't have to put your neck on the line? He pointed down the steep slope at Naruto. You walk up here right now. I don't want to see you jump, and I don't want to even sense you channel any chakra, or you're going back down there. Naruto did as told and walked up the slope. He was knocked down. Climb was more of an accurate description, as by the time he reached Jiraiya at the top he had to use his hands to keep from falling back down. Jiraiya jerked Naruto by his collar and set him back on the road. This isn't supposed to be easy, Naruto. If it was, then someone else would have already solved the problem for you. If it was easy, then there would be a bigger problem out there that you would have to face. The only way to do this is to claw your way to an answer. You need to lower your head, grit your teeth, and plow right on through. You move along. Stop worrying about what will happen if such and such shows up whenever and you're doing who knows what and you aren't good enough. You get good enough, you find your own way to handle things, and I promise you can do this. I believe in you, kid. Jiraiya patted Naruto on the head and walked on down the road. You take it one step at a time. Just keep climbing, do not stumble, and you're going to make it. That's how you're going to win. I'll be here to help you as much as I can, but if you ever give up like you were just about to again, I'll beat you back into your old brain-dead self, because at least he was stubborn enough to never quit. He had guts. Naruto followed Jiraiya in silence like a zombie from that point forward. Konohagakure no Sato, Hokage Tower. A knock on the office of Tsunade's door brought in Shizune with an uneasy look on her face. Tsunade-sama. Danzo is here to see you. Tsunade then understood the look that her assistant wore. Danzo was always a subject that she was sore on. She knew of his clashing of values against her sensei and predecessor Hiruzen Sarutobi, mostly over how Konoha handled its foreign affairs, but the thing with Naruto, she didn't know quite what to feel about it. Without Danzo training him and placing him en route, he would never have been as strong as he was when she first met him, but she was well aware that Danzo's detestable training methods were quite harsh. Ino Yamanaka's mental cleansing by her father after her match against Naruto years ago revealed what Naruto had to go through in training. There was also the fact that he had been very quiet, not bringing things to her or even being seen in public outside of council gatherings. It was odd the old warhawk not stirring anything up the way Jiraiya warned her he would the entire time he briefed her when he first brought her back to Konoha. Tsunade dismissed Shizune and informed her to send Danzo, and as she schooled her expression for her meeting with the bandaged man. Danzo. What can I do for you today? Danzo stood in front of her desk steadying himself with his cane. Tsunade-heim, I've come here today to discuss one of Konoha's assets with you, one that you are very well aware of. One Naruto Uzumaki. Tsunade planned on nipping this in the bud before anything could happen. She had been planning on this for years. I will not let you take him, Danzo. He is doing just fine. He's more than powerful enough without your training. Danzo actually let out a chuckle. Would you send your ANBU out so that we can discuss this properly? Tsunade gave him a hard look before making a vague hand gesture. The atmosphere of the room changed, signifying that her guards were gone. Danzo cleared his throat and took a seat, still with his hand on his cane. You and I both know that the reason he is so powerful in the first place is my training, but that is neither here nor there. There is not much more that I can teach Uzumaki other than a few jutsu, but they don't seem to be much along his avenue of usage. Danzo tapped his cane on the ground. I do not want the boy. I simply wish to ensure his safety with all of the business of the Akatsuki that you and I both know will do whatever it takes to obtain him. It is of the utmost importance to keep his well-being as a priority of sorts. He hadn't overstepped any boundaries, laced his words with any subtle threats, and he had been speaking the truth the entire time. Tsunade could afford to continue to hear him out. Please continue. Danzo nodded and did just that. I would like to assign one of my personal best to work alongside Uzumaki. I can assure you that he is the brightest shinobi I have trained besides Uzumaki himself, but then again, being a Jinchuriki, that would make it hard for him to compare to. Tsunade narrowed her eyes. Do not attempt to jerk me around, Danzo. I'm warning you, let that boy be. I don't need any treachery against him from within the village when we have more than enough against him from outside of it. Danzo kept his face steady. I agree, which is why I am putting this offer on the table. I do not want to cut back Uzumaki's growth or hold him back in any way. He is a Jinchuriki and is destined to be one of the most powerful men in existence, with the Biju imprisoned inside of him. Having him be captured by a group of rogues simply because he had insufficient backup would not keep our village safe or powerful in any way, especially when that power ends up turned on us and the rest of the world. Seeing that she had her eyes firmly on him, but not saying a word, the elderly man stood up and turned to leave. Well, I will leave the final decision up to you. Until the next time, Tsunade Heim. With that, the only sound in the room was the sound of Danzo's cane thudding off of the floor as he left. 2 days later, gates of Kumogakure no Sato, after Naruto and Jiraiya were confronted at the entrance to the village by posted sentries, Jiraiya flashed a message from Konoha that he was to deliver to the Raikage important information necessary for Kumo's consideration, he called it. With that, both Konoha ninja were watched carefully as they made their way to the main building. Naruto simply peered around their surroundings and took in the village. Nothing that he could see had changed over the course of the time he had been away from Kumo, but being here for business, he passed that thought off to the side. Jiraiya was getting sick of walking in silence. You need to stop worrying about the Akatsuki Gaki. Calm down a bit. Naruto rolled his eyes. It's going to be kind of hard to pull that off when we're about to talk about it with the Raikage, isn't it? And they really don't care whether I'm in a hidden village or not. If they want me badly enough, they'll find a way in. Jiraiya sighed. I've got your back if anything goes down, you know that. Now focus. We need to convince the Raikage what a threat the Akatsuki are and how joining forces with Konoha and compiling our collective forces alongside Suna would be the best thing to handle this. Naruto shook his head. No way. No way in hell this is going to work. We have about a snowball's chance in hell of getting one village to work with us. IWA already basically told us to go fuck ourselves. Kiri's just getting over the civil war. No way we're getting help there, and Kumo is basically the only shot we've got, but this isn't going to work either. And why not, you skeptical brat? Jiraiya asked as they neared the tower. Naruto rolled his shoulders. The same reason that the Tsuchikage told us off, because as of now it isn't his problem. Kirabi and Yugi-chan haven't been targeted yet, so the Raikage won't make a move, or else it might upset the status quo. Jiraiya shook his head. There has to be a leader out there with some foresight. If they come for you, what's to stop them from going after someone else? But you're right, the problem is going to be in explaining it to him. 3 hours later, Raikage's office, standing in the background, Naruto listened as the conversation between the two elder shinobi droned on. Sat at his desk, decked out in the traditional Raikage garb of Kumo, listening to Jiraiya intently. The Sennin in question was seated in front of the desk with a look of seriousness on his face. The organization is beginning to make emboldened moves. They have made 3 attempts on Naruto since I've uncovered their existence, and may have the Nanabai of Takigakure and the Gobi of Iwagakure as I speak. Soon enough they will come for either your Nibi or Hachibi Jinchuriki. Some of the most notorious ninja in the world gathering together to capture demon vessels. You know that this can't possibly be for a good reason. The Raikage sat and thought for a moment before sighing. Jiraiya Dano, as grateful as I am that you have brought this concern to me instead of keeping the threat to yourself, I don't think I can put my support behind an alliance just for the sake of stopping a group of less than 9 shinobi, no matter how talented they may be. Kirabi and Yujito are powerful enough to defend themselves and their comrades in case they are attacked, and clearly Uzumaki-san is too, if his still being alive and in one piece right before me is any indication. Naruto frowned from his spot in the background by the door. This was going roughly the way that he expected it to, and from the look on Jiraiya's face, he wasn't expecting things to go much better when they walked in himself. The 2 Konoha ninjas shared a glance before turning their attention back to the Raikage. I cannot commit Kumogakure to a coalition at this point in time for this reason. I'm afraid you have both come here for nothing. That night, Kumogakure Hotel. Jiraiya had turned in soon after they had bought a room for the night, as they had to get up early tomorrow and leave to return to Konoha to report on the results of their mission before Tsunade would decide whether or not reaching out to the remaining villages was a worthwhile endeavor. Naruto could not bring himself to sleep and rather decided to sit out on the roof until he grew tired or sunrise hit, whichever came first. Naruto simply sat against the ledge of the hotel, pulling the sword on his back out of its sheath and placing it back in just so he could hear the sound of the metal sliding. The monotonous sound and action brought Naruto into a state of lucidity, drifting between consciousness. You sure look like you're having fun. A voice broke Naruto from his trance. He turned and saw an older Yujito standing on the ledge he was sitting against, waving cheerfully. How have you been for the last few years, Naruto-kun? Yujito sat down beside Naruto against the ledge and pulled her knees to her chest as she looked him over. He didn't look that much different other than being naturally bigger that came with aging through puberty. Naruto looked over Yujito as well, coming to the same conclusion, except that she was over 18 now, busy. Very busy. We came here to talk to your Raikage about something, but since you found me before I left, I might as well tell you myself. You're aware of the Akatsuki, right? Yujito nodded. Not a whole lot is known about them, but I'm aware of the name. Naruto looked at her seriously. You need to look out for them. Black cloaks with red clouds. If you see people wearing that, then you had better either prepare for a fight to the death or get in gear to hightail it. They want the nibi from you just like they want the QB from me. They'll pull it from your body and leave you a lifeless husk. Don't let them take you alive, Yugi-chan. Better yet, don't let them take you at all. Yujito frowned at the way Naruto was talking about them. Something was different about him here. He didn't seem to be as confident as he had been back when they had first met. What's wrong, Naruto? Something's changed about you. Is it Akatsuki? Naruto rubbed one of his exposed arms. These aren't normal people, Yugi-chan. You need to expect the absolute worst, most twisted things that you would never think humans could do to themselves or others. These are the boogeymen of the ninja world. Yujito turned away from Naruto and looked up. So you're scared? Naruto sat in silence for a moment. Yeah, I am. But not for myself. If they can catch me, then it isn't my problem anymore, and there's no need to be afraid of what happens from that point, because I'll be dead. I'm scared for all of the people close to me. I'm scared for Konoha itself. If anyone is looking to utilize the power of the QB for any reason whatsoever, it will be destructive, and it's going to kill a lot of people. I would be stupid to think that if I die and the QB is extracted, that things are just going to be all right for everyone in Konoha. My friends, tell everyone they'll all be doomed. Yujito took in his words in silence and looked up at the moon with him. You know, if B were here, he would call you a punk ass and then cut you down in that terrible rhyming rapping he does, and I think I would have to agree. Naruto's head snapped over to her as she kept looking up. The moon is full tonight. It's giving off a very good light here on the mountain, Naruto-kun. She turned her slightly slitted eyes to her blonde companion. The light from the moon reflects in your eyes, and I can see your fear as clear as day. Not on your face, but in your eyes. The light reflects it as if you were saying it out loud to me. If one of them were to show up right now and fight us, your heart wouldn't be in it. You would be too afraid of the widespread consequences should you lose. Naruto clenched his fists. If I lose, then my village, the entire elemental nations, are screwed, Yugi-chan. Even one of the Biju under their control would be catastrophic, not even mentioning that I have the most powerful one. To get all of them would mean Armageddon, pure and simple, no other way around it. So don't let them get you. She said simply. Sometimes it isn't one big maze to find the answer, Naruto-kun. Sometimes it's just as simple as saying this is what's going to happen, and this is why I'm not going to let it happen. Just don't give them the satisfaction of getting you. Fight them tooth and nail. Do everything in your power to ensure that they don't take you, and if you fail, so what? You handled the situation the only way you could, but the thing about it was that you weren't scared out of your wits to fight back. They're human too. They can be beaten just like you or I can. We have demons in us, and we've been beaten. It's just a matter of going out and getting it done. Naruto laughed humorlessly. You say it like it's that easy, because it is. She asserted firmly. When you fight, fear isn't necessary or even reasonable for us in that situation. No victory against an enemy of that magnitude can be born of fear. When you dodge, you won't let them hit you. If you protect something, you won't let it die. And if you attack, you will kill them. After all, she said, giving Naruto a faint smile, when you fight them, you'll sure be seeing their resolve to kill you and to harm everything you care about. Naruto stared at his fellow Jinchuriki as she stood up and stretched out widely before kneeling down to his level with a smirk. Think about it, Naruto-kun. Because when I fight them, I'll be thinking the same thing. Yujito leaned in and kissed him on the cheek. I won't let them harm you. With that, the Kumo-jounin left Naruto alone on the roof to his thoughts. Naruto turned his eyes back up to the moon for the longest time after being left alone. He thumped the back of his head off of the ledge and sighed to himself. What the hell is wrong with me? One little lackluster fight and I can feel my nerves slipping. What kind of shinobi am I? What kind of protector am I? Naruto growled softly to himself. The late-night streets of Kumo were traditionally empty, as a village-wide curfew was in effect on most days due to Kumo's constant militarization. Shinobi would patrol the streets, keeping watch over the citizens and ensuring their safety. This was what Yujito had been conditioned to know as a fact as she strolled through the streets alone on her way back home. The feeling of being followed is common for most people, but when you are a ninja, you kind of have to give that feeling a little bit more attention instead of chalking it up to simple paranoia, because in that line of work your paranoia is based on a well-founded fact that you are never truly safe, not even surrounded by shinobi of your own home. Yujito stopped in place and bared her teeth in annoyance. Okay. I'm tired, it's been a long day, and I need to get up early tomorrow. Whoever it is that has a problem with me can come on out and either do something about it or go away. Two men in red cloaks and straw hats revealed themselves from the shadows, one with a three-bladed scythe on his back. You're Yujito Nai, are you not? Yujito smirked as a nervous sweat worked its way to her face. Well, then it looks like I have some admirers. A friend of mine told me you would be coming. Now let me show you what I do to stalkers. Chapter 31 The Undead Connection. Yujito ran through the tunnels of the sewer system of Kumobukura, breathing heavily as she shot a quick look behind her. This is such a bad idea, she said to herself, but thought otherwise. But I can't just fight in the middle of the village like that. I would destroy so much of it just trying to defend myself. She stopped in the middle of an open area where several tunnels lead to, making it something of an open-air central chamber. As she looked around her new setting, Yujito was forced to dodge a scythe attached to a cable that landed in the center of the water in the room. Are you going to stop running now, because this chasing shit is getting irksome? One of the cloaked men said as he took off his hat to reveal slick-back silver hair. You did good to dodge that though, but I am the slowest member of Akatsuki, so that isn't saying too much. She did us a favor, Hayden. The other said as he took off his hat to reveal a mask-covered face with only his strange eyes, with green irises and red scare visible down here. There is less of a chance of the Kumo ninja interfering. Hayden let out a laugh. Yeah, too bad about that. I can't kill her, so slaughtering the droves of fools that came to stop us would have been the only thing I would have enjoyed about this whole thing. He shrugged carelessly as he picked his scythe back up. Oh well then. Shall we do this already, Kakuzu? Kakuzu growled at his partner. You should take her seriously. She is the Nibi Jinchuriki after all. She could kill you. Don't be stupid, Kakuzu. Hayden said, you know there's nothing that can kill me. And even if she could, good for her. He pulled a strange amulet on a necklace out. But let me start this out with a prayer to Jashin-sama. Kakuzu rolled his eyes. You really piss me off with all of that praying. Hey, you asshole. Hayden snapped at Kakuzu. It's a part of my religion. Yujito smirked nervously, still trying to show her bravado. You both walked right into this? Do you really see me as that little of a threat to you? Fine then. Yujito made a hand seal that activated an explosive note above the tunnels they had taken to get to the chamber. I brought you down here for a reason. A fight between us would destroy a lot of the village, but this sewer is far below the peaks of the village. We won't be hurting anyone by fighting down here. Kakuzu chuckled. A patriot, huh? I remember when I used to be like you. One day you'll see what that gets you, more specifically when we're pulling your biju from your body and no one comes to save you. Then you'll see how much your beloved village cherishes your life. Hey. Hayden said reasonably, I can't kill you, so there's not a whole lot of motivation for me to get into a fight. Why don't we just talk this out and you come quietly with us? You don't have a chance to win. Maybe, maybe not. Yujito said, but just talking about it isn't going to get us anywhere. I knew you were coming and I was ready for a fight. Yujito focused her power that actually blew her ponytail apart and began generating the Nibi's chakra of hunching over as it formed a spectral blue flame around her body in the form of a massive cat. Hayden simply looked at her with not much of any emotion on his face, so I guess that would be a no? Kakuzu palmed his face. For the love of you are so stupid. Hayden licked his lips in anticipation of a fight. This is some Jinchuriki though. She's totally become the beast she holds. Yujito roared and swatted Kakuzu's body into a wall, sending rubble about from the impact of his frame. She then turned to Hayden and opened her mouth, generating a large fireball shit. The fireball forced Hayden to dodge as it hit the wall behind him, utterly obliterating it and causing a mini cave-in. Hayden sighed in somewhat relief as he hid behind some of the misplaced rubble. So this is the Nibi no Bakaniko, and apparently I'm trapped like a rat. He smirked as he saw her charge up another fireball. How fun. The silence of the Kumo night left Naruto alone with his thoughts as he left the hotel to walk around the village to still his mind. Yugi-chan, how can she be unafraid to fail? She has to know what's going to happen to everyone else if they get her biju. That thing would tear just this country apart by itself. Naruto punched the side of a nearby building before pulling his fist away and watching the torn skin on his knuckles heal before his eyes. Such a shame, Kit. Kyubi said, suddenly all of this power seemingly at your disposal, and yet you find yourself locked in combat with those that do not flinch when faced down with it. I would somewhat respect them if I didn't want to crush them so much for daring to stand against me. Naruto continued to walk. 3 tails. I was using 3 tails when I fought in the desert and they just kept coming forward. It was like the more power I was pumping out, the better acclimated to the situation they seemed to be. Naruto kept walking as the Kyubi chimed in again. Well, if power doesn't work, you're simply not using enough of it. Naruto rolled his eyes. And you did? Tell me how that worked out for you over the past 100 years, because without a Jinchuriki you were a raging monster incapable of any rational thought other than to destroy. A low chuckle sounded out in his head. You say that like it's a bad thing. It is a bad thing, you baka fox. Naruto roared inside of his mind. That's what the problem was the entire time. I'm a ninja first and a Jinchuriki second. I was trying to outmuscle them the entire time, and while it may have seemed like it was working, they had a tactic. For the love of Kami, these guys have been preparing to take down 8 others. Just like me, they had to have been prepared in the event of one of us going all out and releasing our demon on them. So what are you saying, boy? Kyuubi questioned to him. Naruto clenched his fist. I need to fight them the way anyone else would fight them, not like a demonic juggernaut. I know I'm a good enough ninja to beat any of them that come my way. I have to believe that. I already beat one of them after all. How hard could the rest be? At that, Naruto felt the ground shake slightly. What the hell? An earthquake? Up here? Not an earthquake. That is the sign of a fight below the surface. Naruto frowned. It's 3 in the morning. Who would be fighting right now? The Kyuubi would have slapped Naruto if it could. I don't know, maybe someone that didn't want to get caught fighting? Use your head, you fucking simpleton. Now get your ass to the site of the battle and find out what that was. Naruto grit his teeth. Kiss my ass, Kyuubi. Now help me remember the schematics to this place. How do I get underground from here? The chamber in the sewers that Yujito had led her enemies to was now open-aired after the battle that had taken place. Haiden lay down in a symbol of Jashin with black skin and white markings, making him look like a skeleton. He lay still as if he were dead with a spike sticking out of his chest. Kakuzu sat on some nearby rubble from the fight against Yujito as he impatiently watched Haiden's unmoving form. Haiden, it's been 30 minutes. Aren't you done yet? Haiden seemingly sprang back to life as he looked over at his new mean partner. Oh, shut the hell up, damn it. Don't mess with me while I'm doing the ritual. He reached up and pulled the spike out of his chest. Ouch. Kakuzu sighed as Haiden stood up off of the ground. You do this Jashin ritual stuff every time. Can't you just skip it every once in a while? Haiden dusted himself off and wiped some of his blood off. It might be annoying to you, but it's a part of my religion. It's necessary since we didn't kill the Jinchuriki. He pointed at Yujito, who was pinned by both of her hands to a wall with a long pike. Kakuzu snorted. We're just lucky that she led us so far away from the village in the tunnels that you could get away with this. If no one came for her during that fight, no one will be coming at all. He stood up and began making his way over to Yujito, who was unconscious from her wounds. That cat set you on fire about 3 different times. Head, that was actually entertaining to watch. Fuck you, Kakuzu. Haiden snapped. That shit actually hurt, you know. I had to jump into the fucking sewer water to put myself out. You could have jumped in any time you wanted, you know. Kakuzu laughed. Oh, I know, and I did if you remember correctly. Haiden grumbled. Asshole. He walked up to Yujito and reached out to grab her from off of the wall when a kunai impaled itself deeply through the hand he reached out with. What the dash? Get over here. Ninja wire was tied around the ring of the kunai and stiffened out, pulling Haiden back violently up and out of the hole in the top of the open sewer. A blur jumped inside and launched at Kakuzu with a kunai drawn. However, this attack was blocked by Kakuzu's hand, which turned dark as his odd eyes turned down to his opponent. Didn't think we'd be seeing you again so soon, boy. Come to turn yourself in? Naruto grit his teeth and cocked his fist back to punch Kakuzu in the face, getting not even a movement of his head or neck for his trouble as the darkened skin carried over to his face as well. Didn't you learn what Doton Domu, Earth Release Earth Spear, could do from our last meeting? Naruto smirked. Yeah, I did. But can you take an explosion up close with your elephant skin? Let's find out. Naruto opened his shirt to reveal 3 quick burning explosive tags stuck to his torso. Kaboom. A massive explosion rocked the ruined battlefield as Kakuzu sighed from the smoke of the explosion, looking no worse for wear. That's not good enough to get through, boy. He said as he walked towards Naruto, who had taken Yujito off of the wall and was holding her unconscious form bridal style. And now it looks like we're going to get 2 Jinchuriki for the price of 1. My kind of deal. Naruto glared at him as he held Yujito protectively. You won't get either one of us. The last fight wasn't on my terms. It won't go the same this time. Kakuzu laughed loudly. The last fight wasn't on your terms? And what do you call this? Or is 110 pounds of extra deadweight going to give you an advantage here? I suppose you could use her as a battering ram or something. The last time the Ichibi had your back and we were fighting him in the desert at less than full power. What makes you think you have a chance? Who knows? Naruto said you might walk right through me, take us both, and that would be the end of that, but you might lose something very important along the way. Then again, I might win. That seems like a good enough reason to fight, doesn't it? I might have the chance to save my own life, and even if I lose you were going to capture me anyway, so it doesn't matter. Hey, Haiden landed back inside of the hole in the ground next to Kakuzu. Did you really think a few dozen of those stupid clones of yours would be able to actually stop me? Naruto shook his head. No, not really, but they weren't meant to. They were just meant to buy me some time. Naruto lowered Yujito to the ground, getting surprised looks out of Kakuzu and Haiden when she stood up facing them with a smirk on her face before she turned into another copy of Naruto. At that moment, hundreds of Naruto clones surrounded the entrance to the hole, looking down at the two Akatsuki members with the swords on their backs drawn. Haiden smirked as he held the scythe in his hand, and here I thought I wasn't going to get a slaughter out of this mission. The real Naruto had Yujito over his shoulder as he escaped through an exit point under the water in the sewer room Yujito had been fighting in. Hey, the water had to go somewhere, and the grate under the surface of the water had been inconspicuous enough for him to slip away through while his Kage Bunshin had been running interference. How long they lasted would be up for debate, but the search for him after they had been taken out would take a little time, even if he hadn't covered his tracks and left without a trace. Being a village situated atop a mountain, Kumo had a need to pump water from lower on the mountain and even from places on flatland, vice versa, for getting waste and other things off of the mountain. The system setup was large, elaborate, and the most important part well documented, at least by Danzo in the case of war with Kumo. Hey, ninja don't fight fair. If he needed root to poison their water supply in case of prolonged siege, then that was what was going to have to happen. However, in this case it was a swift way to exit the general area swiftly and under the nose of Haiden and Kakuzu. If he had simply attempted to run back to Kumo the way he had come, he would have been overtaken while carrying Yujito. This was taking him so far away from the village it was absurd, but right now putting distance between him and the Akatsuki members was the most important thing. Naruto ran into another grate. He looked over his shoulder before he started kicking it at the sound of his foot thudding off of the metal echoing throughout the tunnel. After a series of shots, Naruto finally kicked it off full force, sending it tumbling into the dark. Naruto adjusted Yujito on his shoulder and began running again. Come on, Yugi-chan, you're all right. We're going to get you out of here. Naruto, in the dark of the tunnel, did not see that it dropped off steeply and he fell down the channel with Yujito in his grasp. A series of threats simultaneously impaled the bodies of several of Naruto's clones, dispelling them immediately. What an annoying diversion. You have to finish them all off or they might get a lucky shot on you. I'm not losing one of my hearts to a damned Bunshin. Haiden scoffed as he placed his scythe on his back after exterminating the last of Naruto's Kage Bunshin. That was a complete waste of my time. There wasn't any blood or anything. I'm going to cut that brat's legs off when we catch him. Calm down, Haiden. Once we have him cornered, we'll have him right where we want him. Kakuzu assured him he won't be able to get very far with the Nibi Jinchuriki, as injured as she is. He's going to need to find somewhere to treat her wounds to keep her alive very soon. Haiden growled. He's probably halfway to Kumo by now. We'll never catch him before sunrise. Kakuzu shook his head. If he took the direct path, I would be able to catch him, but he's not that stupid. Any other way he could possibly take would lead him far away from Kumo once he escaped here. Haiden let a smile slowly spread across his face. So you're saying that for all we know the little bastard could be miles away from Kumo instead of a hair's breadth away? Well, what are we waiting for? Let's hunt down our Jinchuriki. Naruto was on his hands and knees, panting as he had just pulled himself and Yujito from a water source halfway down the mountain range and was now getting his breath back. Naruto reached over and felt for Yujito's pulse, sighing in relief as he felt a steady one. It was slower than expected, but it was steady. He also felt to make sure she was breathing. Luckily, he didn't have her underwater for long enough to have it affect her. Naruto ran a hand through his soaked hair. Goddamn it, Yugi-chan, wake up. I need you awake. What to do? He could begin the long trek back to Kumo, but any idiot would be able to ambush him on the way, and he knew that his enemies were far from stupid. At least Kakuzu was. No one survived to be 91 and a still active ninja by being a damned fool. If he went back to Kumo by himself, he was as good as handing Yujito over to them on a silver platter himself as well. He could try and make it to Unreikyo, the Valley of Clouds and Lightning, but Karabi obviously wasn't anywhere near Kumo, or else he would have seen/heard him by then. And besides that, it was on the other side of the mountain range. He would have to go around the mountain to circumvent a direct path to Kumo, which would have left him as much of a sitting duck as heading straight there would have. Naruto frowned as he looked over Yujito's wounded frame. Her hands had been impaled when she had been pinned to the wall. Her top had multiple slashes all over it, revealing wounds all about her body from Haiden's scythe. He presumed a few stab wounds as well. She had lost a lot of blood. He could feel torn muscles in her calves and biceps and could even feel a floating rib. They had worked her over to put her down. What a mess. What the hell am I going to do? He said as he moved the hair from Yujito's face. Naruto stood up and carefully picked Yujito up before setting out again. Where was there to take her? He needed to get her somewhere to help her. If he just kept going like this, without stopping to treat her, she might take a turn for the worse. QB, any ideas? I'm drawing a complete blank here. I'm not used to running away. You need a hiding place and a way to contact someone. You have the means for one of those things, but if you do that here, you'll be a beacon for the masked one. He'll feel you generate the chakra from wherever he is. QB said, as loath as I am to watch you flee like a coward, it is the only option open to you at the moment. It would be 2-on-1 and you have the girl to protect. A fight while Yujito was unconscious and unable to even defend herself would be the worst case scenario. If she would wake up, he could have a better chance. If a fight were to break out, hell, he could pick her brain for somewhere to go that was safe right now if she were awake. You have a base, you know. QB said, suddenly surprising Naruto. What are you talking about? What base, and how is it my base? Naruto thought to his inner demon. The QB huffed audibly before responding. What I mean is that there is a root safe house not far from here, I would say 2 hours out. The same one you used years back as a child on your mission in this country. Go there. Naruto's eyes lit up and he looked at Yujito. Hopefully, hold on, Yugi-chan. We'll get you some rest and help in just a moment. We just need to find it first. Time passed, and the luck that QB's memory was able to guide Naruto across the mountainside to a safe area held out as Naruto ran in the midst of the fading night with his fellow blonde demon container being carried in his arms. Why isn't she healing? If she were me, at least the wounds on her hands or some of those on her body would have come close to healing up by now, if nothing else. QB chuckled in Naruto's mind. All Jinchuriki do not share the same traits. Your rapid healing, massive chakra reserves, and immense natural strength and stamina are all results of your bond with me. The female has skills of her own from the Nibi, but you do not share the same attributes attributed to the demons you contain. Damn. Naruto said, I was banking on her being able to heal up without much treatment. I'm no medic at best. All I've got is battlefield medicine skill, and all that will do is keep her alive. She won't be in any condition to fight in case we get attacked again. Naruto kicked a risen rock column, sliding it slightly and revealing a trapdoor hole in the ground that he dropped down in with Yujito before the hole shut, leaving them in the dark area that Naruto navigated by keeping his back against the wall and walking along, keeping his senses aware. As he came through an entryway, a small whooshing noise came before the room was illuminated by numerous candelabra along the rock walls of the room. Naruto laid Yujito down on the ground and slumped against the wall, sinking to the floor next to her. He pulled a scroll from his pocket and unsealed a bedroll as well as a series of prepared packs, reaching for the one with the medical symbol on it. Kit. QB's voice cut through the silence. Fix the female in a moment. Inform someone of the situation for the time being. I will not be captured due to your negligence. Naruto frowned, but nodded as he bit his thumb and made the necessary hand seals. Kuchios no Jutsu, summoning Jutsu. Kumogakure no Sato, sunrise. Daybreak was beginning to show itself in the mountaintop village of Kumogakure no Sato, and one could find one of the most legendary ninja of his time, Jiraiya of the Sannin, the fierce toad Sannin, asleep with his entire body laying askew on his futon. As he slumbered through the sunrise, a faint pull in the back of his mind stirred him from his 40 winks. He sat up out of instinct and bit his thumb before making a small set of hand seals before mumbling out his technique Kuchios no Jutsu, summoning Jutsu, and falling backwards onto his futon once more to remain in the land of the quiescent. A human-sized orange toad with a blue vest appeared in the room, looking around only to see the source of his summoning out cold Jiraiya wake up. He shouted, not even getting a twitch of a toe from the man. Seriously, get up already. Naruto's in it deep right now and he needs some help. Jiraiya heard Naruto's name and sat up, still dazed and confused. Wadash. Naruto, huh? What about the Gaku? What's the matter? He rubbed his eyes and noticed the huge toad in his room. Gamakichi, what's going on? Did I summon you? His response was a stream of water from Gamakichi's mouth to his face. What the hell? Are you awake? The young toad asked impatiently. Good. Now listen up. Naruto Nai is trapped outside of Kumo with the Nibi Jinchuriki, who is injured. 2 Akatsuki guys were here to take her, and Naichan got her out of there before they could take her. Get up and I'll be able to lead you back to where he summoned me. Jiraiya's face turned serious throughout his explanation of the situation, and at the mention of Akatsuki, let me get dressed and we'll get out of here. With Naruto and Yujito, Naruto had done all that he was able to for Yujito. He had bandaged as much of her body as he could while allowing her to maintain her modesty as well as her hands. She still needed a medignine for those because from the damage she had taken he could swear that her hands would have had nerve damage. For the past hour after fixing Yujito up he had been going through his weapons and ninja tools for when Haiden and Kakuzu found them again. When they attacked he would be ready and he had a plan to even the playing field, but he would have to be fast and accurate for it to work. He would only have one shot to make his move, and once they knew what he was going for they would never let him pull it off. A change in Yujito's breathing pattern alerted him to her regaining consciousness. "Welcome back, Yugi-chan," Naruto said with a smile. "We almost lost you there for a moment." Yujito's eyes opened and slowly widened once she heard Naruto's voice. "Naruto-kun? What about the two Akatsuki guys? Did you beat them?" Naruto laughed humorlessly. "I wish it was going to be that easy. All I could do was get you out of there and run away. They messed you up. It looked bad. There was blood everywhere." Yujito smirked. "Would you believe me if I said that most of it wasn't mine?" She painfully tried to sit up only for Naruto to gently push her back down. "Naruto-kun." Naruto gave her a stern look as he took his hand off of her. "You're staying down. You're not me. You don't get over injuries in a flash. You still need actual medical treatment. All I did was patch you together enough to keep you in one piece." Yujito pulled herself up and sat next to him against the wall. "I'm a jounin and I'm older than you. You're not in any position to tell me to do anything." Naruto simply stared at her dryly before poking her in the side, smirking when he got a yelp of pain out of her. "What were you saying?" "I could hold you down with a Kage Bunshin the way you are. You'd be next to useless in a battle." Yujito glared at him, getting him to roll his eyes. "The entire point of me showing up in the first place was to keep you from being caught. If you get right back up and fight them again, then this was for nothing." Yujito's eyes softened. "One of them can't die. All of the blood that you said you saw, most of it was his. You were right, they are monsters. The one guy couldn't die and the other," she rubbed her bruised cheek, "I've never been hit so hard in my entire life. They took me on when I was using the Nibi's full power. And that was your mistake." Naruto said to her, "I went three tails when I fought Haiden and Kakuzu the first time because it worked on somebody else I had fought. But you aren't going to brute force these guys. You have to stop fighting like the demon that you carry and start fighting like the ninja that you're supposed to be. When a group of people dedicate themselves to capturing demons, you have to believe that they're prepared to handle way more demonic power than you can pump through your body." Yujito raised an eyebrow at her blonde comrade in arms. "So your plan is to?" she questioned. Naruto grinned at her fight like an elite shinobi with control skill and finesse. "I'm not going to bully these guys, and I'm going to get hurt to win." A chuckle came from him. "That's if I win at all. But who cares? You fought, you lost. If I lose, then it won't really matter because we'll both be dead, right?" Yujito sweat dropped. That's really dark, Naruto-kun." Naruto shrugged. "Battlefield humor, Yugi-chan. All battlefield humor is dark by nature." She pouted and leaned against Naruto's shoulder. "I'm still fighting, though. You won't beat them alone. Two Jinchuriki are better than one, and I said I was going to protect you, didn't I?" Naruto shook his head amusedly. "And where's the chivalry there?" "Well, if you're dead set on fighting, get as much rest as you can because they'll find us sooner rather than later, and I want you able to at least throw a kunai straight." Yujito shut her eyes and wrapped her arms around herself. "Just don't hold me back, Naruto-kun. I don't want to have to save your ass during the fight. Like I saved yours?" he quipped as he found his own eyes slowly closing. "Kiss my ass," Yujito mumbled. Naruto smirked with his eyes closed. "Maybe after we get out of this, Yugi-chan." Naruto never saw the blush fill Yujito's face from his comment. "With Haiden and Kakuzu, where is that fucking brat?" Haiden yelled as he and Kakuzu made their way across the mountainous wilderness of the area around Kumo. "We're in the middle of nowhere. One other guy and a billy goat have passed anywhere near us, and that's it." Kakuzu thought to himself while his partner continued to gripe he isn't running towards or away from Kumo. He's hiding now. Instead of running and eventually getting caught like he knew he was going to, he found somewhere to hide to wait us out. Kakuzu chuckled. "Desperate, isn't he?" Haiden looked at him strangely. "Hiding? Where could he possibly be hiding? I'm certain that Kumo wouldn't allow places like that so close to their village. We're not even 40 miles away. Are you sure the kid isn't just on the run?" Kakuzu nodded. "I'm absolutely positive because it's the better option to hide right now. And every village has a few cracks in its security system. We got in after all, didn't we?" Haiden laughed. "Yeah, but all we did was just kill all of the guards. We basically walked right through the front gate." He continued to laugh even harder. "And now there aren't even any pitiful guards to try and stop us. The two men continued their search across the mountain for Naruto and Yujito. Kakuzu grunted, "We have to find and capture them soon." It won't take long until Kumo finds out that something is amiss and they find the ruins from our fight with their Jinchuriki. Then it would be too risky to stay any longer. Kumogakure no Sato, Reikich's office, "What do you mean Yujito is gone?" A roared, slamming his fists into his desk and pulverizing it. "How could someone just get away with Yujito right under our noses?" And no one was the wiser about the whole situation. The Reikich's assistant didn't flinch in the face of her enraged Commander Darui, and C found the signs of a major battle just outside of Kumo. However, there was no indication of exactly where she or her attacker had gone after the struggle ended. The Yandame Reikich felt like punching a few new holes in his office. Who the hell could do something like this to Yujito? And this is terrible timing. Karabi isn't in the village right now either. We need to scatter our forces and search for her immediately. How can she just vanish? Because my apprentice is with her, Jiraiya said as he cracked the door to the office. Naruto is with her. A turn to glare to Jiraiya, barely holding back his killing intent. And you would know this how? It's too much of a coincidence that the day after you send me a warning about a group that kidnaps Jinchuriki, our own, gets taken. Jiraiya's eyes took on a hardened glance at the towering Kage. Don't begin to insinuate what you're thinking. Naruto is keeping her away from the people that attempted to take her. He's stuck somewhere outside of Kumo by himself, keeping her hidden until someone can find him. However, if he finds himself in a fight, he will be at a decided disadvantage. There are two of them, and he's alone with your wounded Jounin. Then what are we waiting for? I said lead my forces to your student and Yujito so that we can keep them safe. Jiraiya sighed and leaned against the doorway. I wish it were that simple, but my toads aren't much for tracking. And if you couldn't find any trail of them either, then that means Naruto did too good of a job of covering his tracks when he escaped. I can't really blame him given the circumstances though. I looked over at his assistant. Send out the order to scatter our forces out along the countryside to look for Yujito Nai and Naruto Uzumaki. Stop and question anyone in sight that is traveling in that area. His assistant nodded and exited the office in a hurry to relay his orders to Kumo's shinobi force. I turned his attention to Jiraiya, who still stood in the doorway, utterly serious. How legitimate a chance do you think the two of them have by themselves out there? It depends. Jiraiya simply stated it depends on whether or not the Gaki is sick of playing the victim and switches over to playing executioner. A groan came from Jiraiya's mouth at that moment, and for my sake he'd better turn into the executioner quick, or else Tsunade is going to castrate me barehanded if he gets himself caught. With Naruto and Yujito, 2 hours later, Yujito was seated with a heated face as she had her shirt off and her back turned to Naruto. Are you done yet, Naruto-kun? This is embarrassing, and the ink is cold. Naruto was drawing a major array on Yujito's back, one that matched the one that was currently drawn on his bare chest. A circular formation around his heart, a trail of kanji leading from his heart to the other side of his chest, and an overlapping straight trail resembling a DNA helix ending in a significantly larger kanji surrounded by another circular array. Just keep holding still. You're lucky I can do this on your back too, or else I'd be getting a primo view right now. Be lucky that I'm not Ero-Sennin, or I wouldn't have even given you the option. Naruto-kun. And I don't even know who that is. Yujito said indignantly. Besides, we're in the middle of something serious here. Naruto grinned as he continued to make his seal on Yujito's back. Oh, come on, Yugi-chan. It's just you and me. We're all alone in this dark hidden cavern. You're shirtless, I'm shirtless. We're about to die, more or less. If there's anything you want from me, then now's the time to ask. He hinted, wagging his eyebrows. Fine, Yujito said, seething and blushing hard. What I want is for you shut the hell up and finish this seal so I'm not worthless when the fight starts. Now hurry up and stop flirting with me. Naruto held back his laughter so that he could focus on the task at hand. Sorry. But if you knew who my sensei was and you knew what he was really like firsthand, you would know why I'm hitting on you. Naruto placed his brush next to his ink and looked over his handiwork, nodding as he cut his palm and placed a pre-made sealed tag on her back. All right, this was done with my ink, so it should be super effective. More so than usual. Why? Yujito questioned as she looked over her shoulder to see Naruto slowly making hand seals. Naruto continued to slowly work his way through his memorized hand seals. Because my blood is a very potent medium for sealing ink, and that's what I put in all of my ink. Now then, Fuinjutsu Chakura Takuweru Kurieru, sealing technique, stored chakra transfer. Naruto finished his seals and clapped his hands together before placing them on the seal he had placed on Yujito's back. The array faded from Naruto's heart to the circle array he had drawn on the other side as the seal on the tag started glowing. From that point the small circular array on Yujito's back glowed and faded all the way down to the point on her heart where that array began to glow. The light lasted for a few moments before dying out and allowing the seal to fade. Naruto pulled the blank seal tag from Yujito's back and moved away from her, and that should be that. You can go ahead and put your shirt back on, Yugi-chan, or feel free not to. Either way is good with me. Yujito growled at him and put her shirt back on before whipping her still loose hair out of her face. Pervert, but thanks. I feel like I have all of my chakra back. Naruto chuckled. You'd better have all of your chakra back, as much as I used to pump into those things for storage. I only brought one though, so try not to run out of chakra again. Will do. Yujito said. I'm as ready as I'm going to be for them the next time. Yujito said, gingerly feeling at her ribs with her wounded hands. She made hand seals and frowned at the speed her fingers were moving at. Fuck. I've got stupid hands. Naruto shook his head. It's probably nerve damage. We really need to get you to a medic. His face switched moods as he looked up. Never mind. I guess banking on someone to come and get us before they did was asking too much. Naruto resealed his supplies and placed the scrolls in his pockets before slinging his sword over his back as he started making his way to the exit. Yujito grabbed his arm and turned him around, abruptly pulling him towards her. Before he could even respond, Yujito's lips covered his for what seemed like an eternity but was in reality 30 seconds. Yujito released the kiss and grabbed Naruto by his collar. That was just because I wanted to, not a last act to release regret, understood? We're not going to lose this time. Naruto nodded and pulled her hands away from his collar, holding them in his and rubbing the backs of them softly with his thumbs. If it starts looking bad, you cut out and run towards Kumo as fast as you can. Got it? If I go down, you leave immediately. You don't try to get me away from them. You don't even try to fight them. You run. Yujito opened her mouth to dispute when he cut her off. You run. Yujito's response died in her mouth and she simply sighed. Okay, Naruto-kun. I'll run. Naruto nodded once more. Good, now let's get this over with. Hayden kicked aside some loose rock while Kakuzu simply looked around calmly. Are you sure this is where they are? Kakuzu glared at his partner. I wouldn't have dragged us over here if I wasn't. He thinks his Kagebunshin were so well hidden the little bastards never saw it coming. They were his lookouts, his security measures, and that means he's around here somewhere. The area was a relatively flat rock field, lots of uprisen formations, and no flora about, nothing but hard earth. Taking Kakuzu's word for it at face value, Hayden pulled his amulet from around his neck and closed his eyes as he began to pray for forgiveness, as he was not allowed to kill Naruto or Yujito in the forthcoming battle. Doton Shinju Zanshu no Jutsu, Earth Release Inner Decapitation Skill. A pair of hands locked themselves around Hayden's ankles and pulled him under the solid rock, leaving him stuck up to his neck. Naruto came out of the ground directly in front of him. What the fuck is the big idea, you low-life heathen? I was praying to Jashin-sama. Naruto drew his sword from his back. Sorry, I don't really fight fair. Before he could attempt anything on Hayden, a series of black threads tried to impale him where he stood, forcing him to begin dodging as he saw the threads drive through rock and knew from his clone's experiences that they were very dangerous. Kakuzu's threads were chasing after Naruto from under the sleeves of his coat as he tried steering the young Chunin away from his partner. Even though there wasn't anything he could do to actually kill Hayden, putting him back together after Naruto did whatever he was going to try and do was still going to be a pain in the ass. As he attacked Naruto, a hole opened up in the ground behind him, revealing Yujito, who jumped out and threw a kick at his head that he dodged. Yujito followed up upon landing back on the ground and threw a set of shuriken at him that made him jump into the air in order to dodge. Futon Rapushu, Wind Release Violent Wind Palm. A wind from Naruto changed the trajectory of the shuriken that Yujito threw to rising above Kakuzu. Kakuzu saw this and sighed. Not again. Yujito made a few hand seals before calling out her jutsu right tongue Kaminari Shuriken, Lightning Release Lightning Shuriken. From the shuriken flying overhead, bursts of electricity snapped down at Kakuzu, who was able to avoid every attack. He had already seen this jutsu in the desert against Naruto, and his was far deadlier in its usage. Hayden wriggled and squirmed as hard as he could to free himself, but the ground wasn't loosening up. It wasn't soil, it was solid rock, and he cursed Naruto for taking advantage of his rituals to get such a cheap shot on him. Kakuzu outlasted the lightning jutsu from Yujito and dashed towards her, who in her injured state was unable to stay out of Kakuzu's speedy clutches and wound up, grasped by the throat by the tall missing Nin. Yujito clutched at his outstretched arm as she felt him rob her of her oxygen. You were very aggravating to run down. Do you know that? His monologue was cut off from going any further by Naruto attempting to run him through with his sword. Kakuzu shifted out of the way and threw a kick at Naruto, who moved his sword to take the kick that still managed to push him back roughly 15 feet before he was able to ground his feet to a stop. Just how strong is this son of a bitch? He's just as strong as me, and he's got the size to bully me around if it comes to that. Yujito was still in Kakuzu's chokehold and tried fighting him off by trying to dislocate his outstretched elbow with punches, but he used his free hand to hit her in the body, robbing her of even more air and forcing her to cough up blood. After delivering the hit to her, she burst into smoke, and Kakuzu found himself holding Naruto around the neck instead, and he was none too pleased. Naruto brought his blade down and cleaved the arm of Kakuzu off, freeing himself, only to find that Kakuzu's arm quickly reattached itself due to a thick bulk of black threads that reconnected the two segments of his arm. Yujito was gasping for breath over by herself behind the cover of rock with protection from two of Naruto's Kage bunch, and cough, I think he was right about the whole boogeyman of the ninja world thing. Kami, what a monster. She held her neck gingerly, feeling the bruise that simply being in Kakuzu's grip left. So that's the Jiangu, Earth Grudge Fear, Naruto said as he set himself back in a ready stance to face off with Kakuzu. At least now I know what to call those thread things of yours after our first encounter. Kakuzu shook his head. Listen, kid. We've wasted enough time getting the Nibi. We're already late, so how about this? You simply let us take her, and we'll let you go for now. We can't seal your Biju until last anyway, so we can just pretend we never encountered you. You don't even need to fight. Naruto kept his eyes locked on Kakuzu. I could do that. Some would say that I should do that, but I'm not going to. You either take me and Yugi-chan, or you don't get either one of us. And either way, you're in for one hell of a fight. I won't just let you have her. Fair enough, Kakuzu said before his skin turned dark and he launched a punch at Naruto, extended with his threads. Naruto dodged the punch and ran in at Kakuzu, who blocked his follow-up slash with his bare hands. Naruto growled as his sword was caught in Kakuzu's grasp. That same damn move again. Why mess with what works, brat? Kakuzu said, obviously amused. That's lesson number 1 for punks like you that want to survive to be older than 30. Naruto tugged in vain to free his sword from Kakuzu's grip. Surviving older than 30? That doesn't sound very fun. Naruto channeled lightning chakra to his hand and attempted to place it on Kakuzu's arm to help him free the Senenki no Ken. However, when Kakuzu heard the crackling of electricity, he let go of Naruto and got away from him, landing next to Haiden, who was still trapped. Naruto moved over towards the rock formation where Yujito was with his clone still recovering. Surviving until I'm as old as you without anyone knowing who I am with mere name association defeats the purpose of my goal, and as long as I achieve it I could care less how old I am when I die. Besides, it's better to burn out than to fade away like you, Kakuzu. When I kill you, only a handful of people will even get the reference. Kakuzu narrowed his eyes at Naruto and sent his black thread into the ground around Haiden's head, loosening the rock around him. Ow. You stabbed me, damn it. That fucking hurt, you bastard. I don't stab you to free you, do I? Haiden bellowed. Kakuzu pulled him out abruptly. Shut up, Haiden. First of all, I never get captured in the first place. Second of all, if you stabbed me I would tear you apart and sew you back together backwards. And lastly of all, I'm sick of playing around with these brats. We take them down now. Haiden licked his lips anxiously. Now you're talking my language, ragdoll. Get over here, brat. The silver-haired Nukenin rushed at Naruto, drawing his three-bladed scythe from his back and swinging it once he found Naruto within the long weapon's range. Naruto started parrying the strokes of the scythe with his sword, only to realize that the scythe was obscenely dangerous. It didn't take much for that thing to cut him, but it wasn't as deadly as it could be. Like killing him wasn't really the point of using the weapon. After a ducked swing of his weapon, Haiden lifted it to block an incoming set of shuriken from Yujito, who threw from behind cover. Naruto took advantage of this and stabbed his sword into Haiden's foot, pinning him in place before pulling out a kunai and driving it down into his other foot to immobilize him. Haiden swatted Naruto back with the pole end of his scythe, but was unable to do anything else to follow up, as simply that movement caused him to lose his balance. Naruto growled and grabbed onto the arm holding Haiden's scythe, keeping his other hand free to pound the daylights out of the Akatsuki member. Naruto was stopped from pulverizing Haiden when Kakuzu kicked him in the side, sending him flying off of his partner. Kakuzu pulled both weapons from Haiden's feet and tossed them aside, and once again, I step in to save you from certain doom. Start thinking before you put your attacks together. Haiden spit blood from his mouth and worked his jaw with his hand. Shut the hell up, Kakuzu. All that did was piss me off. That punk can't kill me, and you know it. He's just wasting his own time. Naruto bounced off of the side of a rock and landed next to Yujito and his clones. He groaned and shook off the cobwebs as he looked over at Yujito. Do you feel any better, Yugi-chan? Yujito pulled him up into a seated position. My ribs are sore, but I'm okay. What about you? Naruto rubbed his side. Why the fuck does Kakuzu hit so hard? It's like getting nailed by a hammer. One of Naruto's clones peered over the rock and paled. Boss? You might want to move right now. It then dispelled so that he could relay what he saw without saying anything, and Naruto got the message instantly. The blonde male Jinchuriki picked up his older female counterpart and beat a hasty retreat from the formation just in time to see it pulverized by a small fireball that erupted into a torrent right where they were just sitting. Naruto cringed at the feeling of getting burned alive by the ninjutsu that had engulfed his clones. Naruto set Yujito down and looked over at Kakuzu, who had called out one of his thread creatures with a mask on its face. However, it looked very different from the one he had fought in the desert, but that was not the point. The point was that it was now effectively 3-on-2, and one of the two was hurt. Can you generate any of the Nibi's chakra safely? We need some more kick to our attacks. Naruto asked. Yujito nodded. Yeah, but when using all of the Nibi's chakra, I can't use any jutsu. Naruto rolled his eyes. Then don't use all of the Nibi's chakra. Just pull out enough to make these guys sweat at your speed and power. You do get faster when you use the Nibi's chakra, don't you? Yujito hit him on the arm. Naruto-kun. Well then turn up the heat already. We need an edge here. Naruto yelled as he dug deep and pulled out a tail of Kyuubi's chakra. I start overloading stuff at 2 tails, and at 3 tails there's only one normal jutsu I can really use. A blue aura wrapped around Yujito's body. However, instead of looking like a tail the way Naruto's did, it took the appearance of a still burning flame. I only have 2 tails to work with in the first place. She looked over at Naruto. So do you have anything in your repertoire to let them know this is serious? Naruto grinned at her. Do you? Both Jinchuriki grinned evilly and began generating massive amounts of their respective chakra while making hand seals. Katan Karyuden, Fire Release Fire Dragon Missile. Futon Kamikaze Ashira, Wind Release God Wind Pillars. Chapter 32. Who's the real monster? The call for Kumo's shinobi to fan out and search the countryside for Yujito had gone out, and a 3-man team had come to a stop to get their bearings of their surroundings as they sat on a boulder to take a rest. Man, a dark-skinned man with shaggy white hair and a white one-shoulder Kumo flak jacket over his high-collared sleeveless Kumo uniform said. On his left and right arms he had the kanji for lightning and water tattooed, and on his back he had a large cleaver blade. These guys were able to get Yujito. How is Rikage-sama sure she's still around here? We don't have a trace of her presence at all. Calm down, Darui. A young blonde man with a sleeveless black shirt, black pants, his white one-shoulder Kumo flak jacket, elbow-length arm guards, and red and white shin guards replied, if she's anywhere around Kumo, I'll be able to find her. No problem. Darui sighed. I know, sure, but what if she isn't dash? He was cut off when a series of large rising pillars of flame shot into the sky before merging into one massive torrent of fire. What the hell was that? The blonde man sure stood up abruptly with a serious look on his face. I don't know, but the chakra that thing is pumping out is one hell of a beacon for me to follow. Darui rose to his feet, watching the unnatural flaming structure. You think it's Yujito? Sure snickered. Do you know anyone else that pumps that much chakra into their jutsu? He stopped laughing and motioned for them to move. Jei, get one of your messenger lizards to Rikage-sama fast. We've got to get moving. The man named Jei, a bald, dark-skinned man with sunglasses and his Kumo Hide on his head and apparel similar to the rest of his teammates, finished writing a small message on a scroll that he gave to a small lizard. Get this to Rikage-sama. Coordinates on Yujito's possible position. What if Yujito got taken by a cultist group that worships the Nibi and want to free its spirit to get its revenge on Kumo for imprisoning it for so many years? A white-haired, dark-skinned boy with a sucker in his mouth pondered. Omoi, shut up with your overthinking crap. His dark-skinned, red-haired teammate replied, me and Samui are getting sick of hearing your bullshit theories on what happened to Yujito. All we have to do is find her now. Mind on the mission. Omoi visibly deflated. You don't have to be so angry about it, Karui. He then perked back up. But you are acting kind of defensive. Is there something you would like to tell us? Like maybe what you did with Yujito? His answer was a fist to the head. Ow. Karui glared at him. I'm running out of patience with you. Now focus or I'll break your jaw and shut you up for good. Samui looked back at her teammates that she was leading. Both of you focus. No one has been able to find a sliver of a clue about her whereabouts or even who took her. We're operating blind here. A faint sound of explosion rang out before a series of rising pillar of flames came into view in the distance. Omoy pointed lamely in that direction. Not anymore. Karui stared at the ever-growing infernos as they seemed to merge together and grow larger. Kami, what on earth did that? I'll give you one guess. Samui was already on the move towards that area with Karui and Omoy right with her. With Naruto and Yujito and Naruto's fire and wind ninjutsu had combined and caused a major upswell of fire in the form of a towering tornado that burned the entire environment, leaving the already barren landscape utterly lifeless and scarred with cinder. Cough, cough, cough. Futon de Tapa, wind release. Great breakthrough. Naruto rid the general area around him and Yujito of all of the smoke and charred debris scattered about from their combination attack. I think we were standing way too close to that, he said as he wiped the blackness from the heat off of his face. Yujito, covered in soot, cleared out her lungs with a few coughs as well. You think? Cough, cough. Did we get them? Naruto shook his head. Not a chance in hell. He tried peering through the leftover smoke but kept on his toes as he knew their respective chakra cloaks made them beacons to Haiden and Kakuzu. I cut one of their heads off last time we fought and he still kept coming. If it was going to be as easy as spamming a big-ass fireball, then wouldn't you have been able to beat them alone? Yujito bristled at the remark. But look at this, she said as the land around them was colored black due to the intensity of the flames they generated. That had to do something. That would have put one of us down for the count for sure. Naruto remained silent as they walked along the smoldering battlefield and reached to his back only to gasp in surprise before realization set in. Fuck. They disarmed me before we did that combination. As a substitute, he pulled out a kunai and held it in a reverse grip for defensive purposes as they continued along the area. There should be bodies. A char mark, something to let us know we got them. There was no way they got out of that one, Yujito said as her chakra cloak billowed around her. Yujito channeled the Nibi's chakra to her eyes to assist her seeing through the smoke. She wordlessly pointed off in a direction that she and Naruto then followed to find Haiden leaning against a wall, breathing heavily. The top of his Akatsuki cloak had burned and stuck to his skin in certain places, and from the view of many other part of his skin it was clear that much of his front took intense third-degree burns from Naruto and Yujito's combined ninjutsu. From the way he was shaking, Yujito figured that he was in shock from his injuries. You're still alive. I'm surprised. Naruto held his kunai up high. I'm not. Where's your partner? Yujito looked at Naruto. Look at this guy, Naruto. Just because he survived doesn't mean the other one did. This guy is on his last legs himself, so why would you dash? You fucking bastards. Haiden roared as he threw his scythe at Yujito. Naruto grabbed her arm and pulled her out of the way of the incoming blade. You're both really pissing me off. It's getting really hard for me to not flat out want to kill you too. Especially you, girly. We already beat you once. Yujito glared at him harshly. How are you still alive and able to move? That should be agonizing. Oh, it is, Haiden assured her, but you've got to hit harder than that to stop me. I'm immortal, bitch. You know I can't die? The punk-ass brat next to you should know better than you. Naruto sighed. Yugi-chan, I told you that I cut his head off and he still cursed me out and kept coming. Naruto let go of her. Now where the hell is your partner? Haiden smirked. Would you believe me if I said that you killed him? He chuckled as Naruto gave him a dry look. I didn't think you would, neither did he. Right-on John, lightning release false darkness. Naruto and Yujito moved aside as a spear of lightning cut into the ground where they were standing. Both Jinchuriki split apart to avoid the jutsu but found a flaw with their plan of evasion when the bolt of lightning branched out and followed them both. The solid rock of Kumo's mountain range was effortlessly carved into by the force of the arcing lightning. One chance to get this thing off of me, Naruto said as he formed hand seals on the move and crossed his arms in an X to finish Futon Senpu Kakasui, wind release whirlwind pyramid. A sudden wind kicked up around Naruto's body strong enough to deflect the quick and forceful lightning attack off to the side, effectively ending the threat it posed him and allowing him to move back in to continue fighting. He was cut off from rejoining and assisting Yujito by Haiden appearing in front of him with his scythe drawn for attack. Naruto grit his teeth in anger at being diverted by the immortal berserker. Do you even know any ninjutsu or genjutsu at all? Haiden smirked. Nope, just one really. I'm pretty straightforward. You know what you're going to get with me, but does that mean you can stop it? Haiden started swinging at Naruto, who found it difficult to dodge due to the angles of Haiden's strikes. It was clear he was used to fighting people with extreme dexterity, as his attacks were tailor-made for opponents that were far more mobile than he was. Naruto barely diverted a slash from Haiden's scythe with the kunai in his hand, but seeing how close he came to actually taking a cut from the wicked weapon, he needed to get that damn thing away from him. Hayden attempted a cross slash that Naruto stopped by grabbing onto the pole of the weapon with both hands before it could impale him. Hayden kicked low at Naruto's shin, disrupting his balance and his grip. Hayden butted the pole into Naruto's face and knocked him back before swinging at him again. Naruto ducked, losing a few stray hairs in the process and pissing off Hayden further. Just bleed already, damn it. What do I have to do to draw blood on you? Aim better for one, Naruto said as his fist collided with Hayden's scythe pole in an attempt to hit the man in the face. He dropped low for a kick, but Hayden shifted the scythe to block him again and kicked him backwards across the ground, a kick that Naruto easily recovered from. For second, you need to be faster. Meanwhile, Yujito was still dodging Kakuzu's right turn. John, how long can he hold this jutsu for? He must have the reserves of 6 shinobi to keep this up for so long. Using the Nibi's chakra kept her a step ahead of the lightning due to her not having a defensive jutsu the likes of Naruto that was strong against lightning ninjutsu. Where is it even coming from? I can't even see the guy firing it. Yujito sharply abstracted her forward motion with a back handspring and started moving closer to the source of the lightning through the smoke that was still hanging around the battlefield. She played a dangerous game by twisting around the dangerous attack and dodging its branching stems of electricity that tried hitting her as she ran. She eventually found the source of the lightning in another one of Kakuzu's black thread creatures with a mask. As she caught sight of the creature, it broke off its attack and sent out some of the threads that composed its body to ensnare her. Yujito turned up the heat of her blue protective flaming chakra cloak to keep them from touching her. I'm so tired of you Akatsuki assholes. She got back out of range of Kakuzu's mask and opened her mouth, channeling chakra, all the while Katan Raiza Hari, fire release laser beam. Yujito fired a thin, straight, narrow red laser from her mouth that instantly impacted off of the mask of the creature and burned a hole right through, coming out the back of it and continuing on to burn a deep hole into the side of the mountain. Kakuzu's masked creature immediately collapsed in a quivering mass of black thread as the mask that signified its face cracked. You troublesome upstarts. Yujito turned her head at the sound of Kakuzu's voice. You brats destroyed 2 of my hearts with your last 2 attacks. Kakuzu no longer had his Akatsuki cloak on. Instead, he had on a black sleeveless shirt revealing muscle tone and visible stitches that carried all across his body. The mask was now vacant from his face and showed that he had shoulder-length brown hair and stitches around the edges of his mouth. Yujito narrowed her eyes at him. What the hell do you mean 2 of your hearts? Kakuzu turned around to show her 3 masks sewn into his back, one of them cracked and a vacant spot that looked like it used to be filled. The mask you just destroyed was my lightning heart, and that combination jutsu you and the Kyuubi boy launched destroyed my earth heart. Mask heart, Yujito thought before her eyes widened. Each one of those masks is a heart? You have 5 hearts? Had. Kakuzu corrected. I had 5 hearts before I fought you and the boy. Now I have 3. But that is of no real consequence. I'll simply have to replace them after we capture the 2 of you. We are in Kuminari no Kuni. I'm certain I can find a replacement lightning element heart somewhere. Yujito smirked. So you're not really immortal. All I have to do is kill you 3 more times before you're gone for good, right? Kakuzu chuckled at the simplified plan of action. You say it like it's going to be easy, little girl. Hayden, get over here. He shouted to his partner, who was still swiping furiously at Naruto, who was shocked that he was still able to move at that intensity after attacking for as long as he had been. I'm a bit busy right now, Kakuzu. Hayden yelled back as he carried on with his assault on Naruto. This kid's going to get sluggish soon, and then it's game over for him. Naruto scoffed and kept narrowly avoiding Hayden's attacks, noticing that the silver-haired man was beginning to get his timing down and had stopped openly telegraphing his attacks. Please, if you're waiting on me to get tired just from moving around like this, you'll be here for the next 3 days. That was a lot of bluster, because at this rate Hayden was going to inevitably hit him. He was adapting to Naruto's style of movement very well, he had to give him that, and the way he kept coming forward was annoying enough to press other shinobi into making mistakes. As Hayden got tunnel vision on getting a shot in on Naruto, he failed to notice Yujito come at him from his blind spot, narrowly sliding out of the way of a kick from the girl, only to end up eating a haymaker from Naruto right in the mouth. That sent him flying at least 30 yards away due to the Kyuubi's chakra giving Naruto's considerable natural strength a boost. Yujito landed at Naruto's side and smirked at him. Good shot, Naruto-kun. Naruto shook his right hand out. Yeah, it was. It took long enough for the team to drop his guard. Naruto looked at the fist he used to hit Hayden when he felt it stinging and saw a small cut on his knuckle, but shrugged it off as irrelevant. Yujito, however, looked at his knuckle in abject horror. What's the matter, Yugi-chan? She looked over at Hayden, who was slowly getting up. Did he cut you? Naruto looked at his fist. Yeah, I must have cut my hand on his teeth when I punched him or something. No, Yujito said hopelessly. Yes, Jujitsu Shurji Hyoketsu, Curse Jutsu Death Controlling Possessed Blood, Haiden said victoriously as he stood up, his skin now marked black with white outline that made him look like a skeleton. As he reached his feet, he revealed a red symbol similar to the one around his neck drawn into the ground, and now you lose, brat. Naruto rolled his eyes. What is this asshole babbling about? Nothing is any different than it was 2 minutes ago. You're still an immortal douche, and you still haven't gotten a decent hit on me yet, and now I'm going to finish tearing you apart. Naruto made a set of hand seals and placed his palms on the ground. Raiten Kaksen no Jutsu, Lightning Release Livewire Jutsu. Lightning raced from Naruto's hands along the ground towards Haiden, who did nothing to move. Instead of moving, Haiden slowly began laughing, and when the jutsu hit him and began electrocuting him, his laughter turned downright manic and insane. Naruto wondered why he was cackling away like a lunatic until he saw the jutsu hit Haiden, and then he felt as if he had been the one to take the hit, as he felt the muscle-stiffening effect of the electricity that should have been coursing through Haiden's body. His vision went spotty as the smell of burning flesh filled the air. Naruto-kun. Yujito watched Naruto drop to the ground as his frame began to smoke. She tried helping him to his feet, only to take a subtle aftershock as Naruto's body was still able to complete a life circuit. Again she tried and succeeded in picking him up to his feet as he leaned on her. What the fuck just happened? Naruto asked, still out of it. Yujito shook her head. That was how they beat me. They ended up getting a wound on me. That guy ingested my blood, and then everything that happened to his body happened to me in return. Naruto glared at Haiden. You think this is going to stop me, you son of a bitch? Haiden licked his lips. I know this is going to stop you. He drew a pike from his ruined cloak and extended it to full length. I owe you a few wounds, brat. Haiden stabbed the pike into his left foot, delighting as he heard Naruto shout in pain. Blood started coming out of a phantom wound on Naruto's foot. He shouted in pain again and collapsed back to the ground when Haiden stabbed the other foot. Haiden dug the pike into his foot and ground it around, sighing in relief at the pain he was inflicting on himself and Naruto. Come on, Kyuubi brat, don't tell me this is all you can take. We're just starting to get acquainted. Sharing utter physical anguish like this lets me bond with my victims, so don't give up yet, give me some fight. Naruto stood back up, ignoring the wounds in his foot. Is that the best you've got, you talentless piece of shit? Naruto growled out, I can sleepwalk through this. Yujito hissed at Naruto, what the hell are you doing? Naruto turned to Yujito with his eyes shadowed by his hair. He can't kill me. As long as he can't kill me, he can't stop me. There's nothing he himself can do to himself to actually stop me. This is where my demented physical training is going to come into handy. Naruto started breaking out in a run towards Haiden, actually surprising the man that he was able to do so. His surprise faded quickly as he drove the pike into the meat of his own thigh to bring Naruto's advance to a stop with their link. Yujito grit her teeth at Naruto's desperate attempt to reach Haiden and turned her anger to Kakuzu, who was smirking at the sight of Naruto's struggle. I told him to just let us have you and we would leave him alone. He brought this on himself. That got her attention. Why would he do that? I'm not even a ninja of his village. Would he really put himself in harm's way like that for me? Our villages aren't even allies. Kakuzu shrugged. That's what I said, but he said if we wanted you we had to take you both, and I don't have any problems with that. Kakuzu clapped his hands and motioned towards himself in a patronizing fashion. Here, kitty kitty. Yujito was within a hair of going full Nibi and attempting to tear him apart when Naruto yelled out to her, Yugi-chan, you'd better remember what I said to you, goddammit. She turned to him to see him picking himself up off of the ground. Get fucking moving already. Yujito shook her head to him, getting Naruto to sneer at her. That wasn't an option. Naruto threw a mass of kunai that spread all around, some nearly hitting Yujito and some nearly hitting Kakuzu. The unmasked Nugnin openly laughed at the blonde boy. What was that? You too disoriented and faint to throw your weapons anymore? Kiss my ass, Scarface. Naruto said as he made hand seals Raiten Denkai, lightning release electric field. Kakuzu found himself encased in a roughly shaped dome of electric chakra. You threw those kunai to dash. That's right, dumbass. Naruto said as he held the seals for the jutsu who throws kunai that badly and lives this long. He turned to Yujito. Now I'm not asking you, Yujito, I'm telling you. Get the fuck out of here and find someone to help you. Tears started pushing to Yujito's eyes. You can't tell me you're just going to give up, that you're going to lose to them here. Naruto smiled weakly and shook his head. It was never about winning or losing, Yugi-chan. Go. Yujito stood in place for a moment before taking off back towards Kumogakure. Kakuzu tried to force his way through the barrier only to bounce off, getting a little electric shock for his troubles. So what's your plan, boy? To keep me trapped here? To keep us trapped here? We're the ones that have you at our mercy, not the other way around. Naruto smirked at him. You're right, so why doesn't Haiden just leave and chase her down so that you and me can have it out? There's nothing keeping him there. Hell, he can even stab at me while we're fighting, can't he? Just by attacking himself? Naruto's smirk turned to a manic grin. Unless he has to stay right where he is to keep his little link to me. Am I right? He shouted at both Akatsuki members. Shut up, brat. Haiden yelled back, and he dug his pike back into his thigh, bringing Naruto to his knees. Naruto's laughing fit hit a hitch when he took the damage that Haiden dealt out, but it came right back. No matter what you two do, there's no way I'm letting go of this jutsu. You both know I have the chakra to hold you here for as long as I want. Haiden can't move because the second he moves I will unleash all hell on him. And every second I hold you there, Kakuzu Yugi-chan gets farther and farther away. Kakuzu glared at his electric prison. You think you've won? You think this is over? Naruto shook his head. No, I don't think I've won. At best this is the ultimate stalling tactic. But it's better than letting you get us both. Even if you catch me, you said it yourself that you have to wait to seal the QB last, so that gives time for a rescue attempt. And to even seal me you have to at least catch Gaara, recatch Yugi-chan, and I'm not even going to mention Karabi. If you can put him down, then you deserve to take the QB. So what you said to the girl? Kakuzu pieced together about how it was never about winning or losing. Naruto nodded. It was never about winning or losing, it was about surviving. And I'd say that we're both going to survive this one, don't you think? Kakuzu frantically turned to Haiden. Haiden, make him drop the barrier now. Haiden started pounding away at his legs and arms with his pike, trying to weaken Naruto's hold on the seal he had his hands held in. He repeatedly stabbed away at his left arm. Let go of the jutsu, damn you. You can't keep taking this, no one can. Naruto held his teeth together and hung tough as the QB now had time to heal his other injuries due to Haiden's focus on his arm, and the way he was, his healing increased due to the one-tailed cloak surrounding him. I can take this all day, you fucking wuss. Is that all you've got, all you're willing to do to get me to break? I've taken worse than this when I was 6 years old. Kill me. Fucking do it already, you pussy. You can't break the jutsu, he said before breaking into loud pain-filled laughter. Haiden shrieked insanely as he started carving up his own chest with the pike, trying to up the ante. Shut the fuck up. What's the matter? Naruto roared. Aren't you having fun? Weren't you enjoying this just a minute ago? Answer me, goddammit. How about you, Kakuzu, you enjoying the show? That's it. Haiden drove the pike directly through the palm of one of his hands and ground it around deeply. One of Naruto's hands went limp, dropping the jutsu that had Kakuzu trapped, and the Taki Nukenin took off in the direction that Yujito took. Haiden, finished the brat off and start getting him out of here. I'm going after the Nibi. Haiden looked himself over. He was a total mess. He had stabbed his arm into hamburger meat. If he could walk after the damage he did to his thighs to keep Naruto on the ground, he would be shocked, and his chest was spilling blood openly after the carnage he had wrought on himself to hurt Naruto. He found solace in the fact that the intended target of his butchery was looking just as horrible as he was. Naruto's clothing stayed intact, but the blood was seeping through his pants and running down his legs from his wounds on his thighs. His top was sticking to his chest, stained entirely red by the blood from his chest, and blood completely covered his arms from those injuries. Which is why it was so surprising to see Naruto stand right back up so quickly after taking all of that damage to his limbs finally. Naruto said in the gravelly voice that using the Kyuubi's chakra gave him that should be more than enough time for her to give him the slip, and now I've finally got you all to myself, and better yet, you've already done half of my job for me. What the fuck are you on about now? Haiden asked as he still had his pike stuck in his hand. Kakuzu was the real threat the entire time. Naruto said, his face still smirking. While I kept my eyes on Kakuzu the first time we fought, you were always there, just walking right through any offense I threw and coming at me while I was avoiding him. You even got in the way of a few attacks from your partner just so you could hit me. Alone, you're nothing to me. Haiden, see that at the insult, we'll see how much shit you talk after I carve you a new hole to speak out of. He tried pulling at the pike in his hand to deal Naruto more damage, but it stuck fast. Before he could look up, Naruto was in his face and unleashed a savage uppercut to his body that sent both Haiden and himself flying backwards into rock formations, crumbling them from the force of the impact. The good thing for Haiden was that the punch dislodged the pike from his hand. Ugh. Naruto emerged from his rubble spitting blood. It was either that or punch you in the face, and I really don't feel like growing my teeth back right now. Haiden crawled out of his own side. You little bastard. This isn't over. He had to get back inside of the circle or it was indeed over. He could barely move, and yet this punk kid was not only still standing, he could still move about and beat the crap out of him. He had to wonder what was keeping him going. Not only that, but what kind of threshold for pain did he have? Hayden shakily reached his feet and began his all-out rush to reach the Jashin circle to continue his torture of Naruto when he saw the red blur that was the QB-powered Naruto coming at him again. Not this time. Hayden pulled his scythe back and blocked Naruto from punching him again when a second tail bubbled from Naruto's chakra cloak. Hayden got a good look at the grinning Naruto, whose face looked like pure evil once his lips took on a black outline as his red eyes seemed like they locked with his very soul. One of Naruto's chakra tails grasped Hayden's scythe and ripped it from his hands, while the other grabbed the man himself and slammed him into the ground heavily. Naruto's tail dragged him through the ground before throwing him into the air and joining with the second tail to swat Hayden off into a cliff wall. Hayden stood back up and shouted with his back turned to the direction he was thrown from, "Is that all you've got? I'm immortal, you fucking halfwit." He turned his head only to come face to face with a Naruto brandishing familiar steel. "Look what I found." Naruto used the Senenki no Ken to once again sever Hayden's head from his body. As he saw Hayden's head hit the ground and tumble along, he sighed to himself and powered down, letting his fox shroud drop. "I'm still alive, you useless waste of sperm." Hayden's bodiless head spouted, "I'm going to snatch your bleeding throat out with my teeth, just get over here." "You're so lucky I can't get back up." Naruto slowly walked over. Without the QB's chakra helping him along, he was starting to feel the strain from the battle. "I wonder if I can get your bounty even though you're still alive." Naruto pondered out loud. "It should still be good, right?" Hayden stopped cursing long enough to look at Naruto with curiosity. "Huh? What are you saying?" Naruto grinned a bloody smile and reached into his pocket to pull out a storage scroll. Hayden's eyes widened as his motionless head could only watch the process that Naruto had pulled and opened the scroll for. "I'll kill you. You fucking demon fox bastard. This isn't over. As long as I'm alive, I'll never rest until I pierce your heart. I'm going to watch you bleed out in front of me, and I'm going to savor it. Do you hear, Dash?" In a puff of smoke, Naruto had sealed Hayden's head inside of the storage scroll. At that point, the only thing preventing him from collapsing to his knees was the fact that the fight still wasn't over yet. Naruto pocketed the scroll and dragged his sword along the ground in exhaustion as he went off after Kakuzu and Yujito. Is it possible for 15 to be too old for this crap? Yujito hadn't turned back since Naruto told her to run. If she had turned back, she would have gone back to help him, and she figured that going back when he demanded her not to would have pissed him off more than anything else she could have done at that point. Her coils were burning as she continued pumping the Nibi's chakra throughout her system to keep her body moving towards Kumo. The two fights against Hayden and Kakuzu had really done a number on her. Had Naruto not given her the okay to start using the Nibi's chakra in the fight, she wouldn't have lasted long enough to even begin fleeing in the first place. "Yujito!" The voice that had called out to her and got her attention almost made her shout out loud in relief. Sure. Upon seeing someone friendly that didn't have a demon inside of them, she deactivated her chakra cloak and collapsed on her hands and knees. Shirjei and Darui came to a stop all around her. Darui kneeled down. "Yujito, what happened? Who have you been fighting the whole time?" Shir turned her over onto her back. "She needs medical attention. She's really beaten up." He made a few hand seals to get his hands glowing green. "Shaozen Jutsu, mystical palm jutsu." Yujito looked around at them. "Akatsuki tried to kidnap me. Naruto-kun is still back there fighting with them. Someone needs to help him." Darui looked confused. "Naruto? Who's Naruto?" Jei realized who she was talking about. "You mean the kid that came here with Jiraiya of the Sannin from Konoha, their Jinchuriki Naruto Uzumaki? He was helping you fight? And he let you get away?" Yujito nodded with hopeful eyes when Shir snorted. "Why would we go back and risk our necks for a Konoha ninja when we already have you back, Yujito? He's not our ally. For all you know, he was just fighting with you because it was convenient to him." Yujito narrowed her eyes at her fellow Kumo ninja. "He was the one that saved me in the first place. He didn't even have to get himself involved. He's the only reason you were all able to find me at all, and you're just going to leave him to my fate." Shir nodded. "Better him than you. Why does it matter? This way Konoha loses their Jinchuriki. They probably brought him here as a show of force or something. Get off of me." Yujito shouted, forcing Shir to cancel his jutsu when she shoved him while getting up. "I'm going back to finish those guys off and help Naruto-kun. You three can sit here with your thumbs in your asses if you want." Jei moved to stop her. "Yujito, you're still a mess. Sure didn't get to do much and you're just going to re-injure whatever he did manage to fix. Darui nodded in agreement. Yeah. Sure didn't have to be such a bastard about it, but he's right in a way. You're risking your neck for this guy, why? Because he did it for me. Yujito yelled at them, can't you see that? Do you not get the picture here? There was no incentive, no reason, no actual objective to find me and get me away from them, but he still did it. So why can't someone extend the same damn courtesy to him? Nationality be damned. Well, isn't that sweet? It looks like the Kyubi Jinchuriki lit a fire under your Nibi Jinchuriki. Yujito paled at the sound of that voice and immediately turned the Nibi's chakra cloak back on Kakuzu. She hissed out in anger, what did you do to Naruto-kun? Kakuzu laughed. Me? Nothing. Hayden probably maimed the brat to put him down and is probably dragging him across the mountain range as we speak. And look, you even brought me an entire mess of new hearts to replace the ones you destroyed. You're a responsible young lady, aren't you? Yujito flipped him off. Fuck you, I'm going to finish you off. Yes, I'm sure that you will. Kakuzu replied sarcastically. His stitches on his body opened up to reveal a mass of black threads that his two remaining masks were attached to. You and your little friend tried a little combination jutsu a while back on me. Allow me to return the favor. Ketan Zukaku, fire release intelligent hard work. Futon Atsugai, wind release pressure damage. Yujito remembered the force that she and Naruto generated with their combined jutsu, and that was a wind and fire combination as well. Kakuzu sounded extremely confident in his own, and that didn't exactly inspire confidence in her for everyone else around her, or even for herself. Get away from him now. Get far away. Hearing someone like Yujito tell them to get away got the other Kumo ninja in gear as they immediately bugged out and took off running away from Kakuzu just in time for him to launch his attack. One of his masks spit a regular-sized fireball at Yujito when the other one sent off a tornado-like mask that compressed the fireball before finally releasing it in a white-hot torrent. The intensity of the heat that it generated forced all of the other Kumo ninja to look away. As the attack faded, it revealed that Yujito had to turn into her full Nibi mode in order to block the jutsu for the others. At the end of her rope, she transformed back to normal and dropped to the ground, visibly singed in a few places. Sure looked at her in disbelief. Did Yujito just lose? Darui grit his teeth. She took the hit for us. If we weren't here, she would have just dodged it and been okay, but she took it for us because we all wouldn't have gotten away. Damn him. Sure shouted before rushing right towards Kakuzu. I'll finish him myself. Ignoring Darui and Jei telling him to stay put, he went right at Kakuzu while making four-hand seals Raijin Rikuchu, lightning illusion flash of lightning pillar. An extremely bright light seemed to exude from Sure that blinded Kakuzu. Kakuzu shut his eyes and snapped out his arm that flew off and grasped Sure around the throat before he could take any action to follow up. Kakuzu looked the young man over before smirking. You're a lightning element, aren't you? Your heart will do just fine for now. Hyakunin Tsukakaru, Century Rush. A red buzzsaw flashed through the area and hacked Kakuzu's arm, holding Sure off, freeing him and letting him retreat back to his own ninja. Jei kneeled over the man as he held his own throat and caught his breath. Are you all right? Sure coughed to get his breathing back to normal. Who was that? Darui pointed over to the source of the attack. Naruto stood not far from Kakuzu wearing a bladed pair of gauntlets and Greaves staring at him intently. Kakuzu's good mood vanished as his arm reattached. You were able to finish Hayden? And how exactly did you get here so fast? Flashback. Naruto was starting to run a fumes at this point, but the entire situation wasn't over until he and Yujito were safely with someone that they could absolutely trust to ensure their safety, and he sure wasn't going to find that out in the middle of nowhere. On the side of a mountain, I need to catch up to Yugi-chan and see if she's fighting. Naruto squinted as three figures came into his view from not too far away. He really wished that they weren't Kakuzu's stupid masks. He was so sick of those things by now it was absurd. Hey, is that who it looks like? A fiery female voice called out. Kami, he looks like a complete mess. They all came to a stop not far from each other, Naruto breathing heavily and staring at them all. Hey Karui, Omoi Samui. Long time no see you guys. Omoi looked Naruto over and took the sucker out of his mouth. You look like you lost a fight to a kitchen knife. What in Kami's name happened to you? Naruto sighed. Well, I for sure didn't lose to anything yet. Anyway, what are you guys doing here? He said, stumbling slightly, but playing off his fatigue. Samui spoke up, explaining the situation. Rikichi-sama ordered our forces to scour the area for Yujito since it was revealed that she was missing. We saw a massive tower of flame a little ways from here and rushed over, but you were all that we found. Naruto grimaced. Damn, so you haven't gotten an order to return yet. She's still out here. I need to go now. Naruto ended up getting grabbed on his shoulder by Karui. Hey, wait, you know where Yujito is? You saw her? A nod came from the blonde Chunin. I told her to escape from some unsavory people while I held them in place, but one got away. We were fighting them. That's where the massive fire thing came from. He held up his sword. I really hate using this thing, but I'm not catching up any other way. Senin Haki Aikidroware, Millennium Release Primary Materialization. The sword dematerialized and reformed as gray/silver gauntlets around Naruto's arms and greaves on his legs with wicked blades on the outsides of them. Samui poked at Naruto's weapons in surprise. What on earth just happened? What are these? Naruto shook his head. No time to go into detail right now. Yugi-chan took off back towards Kumo, so you probably missed her or came here from another side of the mountain range. Follow me or follow the trail I carve out, because you're not going to be able to follow me directly. With that, Naruto took off at top speed, leaving a trail of dust and upkicked rock in his wake. End flashback. Don't worry about that. Naruto said, let's finish this once and for all. Stitches. I'm sick of looking at your face. About that. Kakuzu said before sending two of his masks off of his body to attack an incoming contingent of Kumo ninja consisting of Shidarui and Jei. I don't need anyone interrupting us, you understand? Understood. Naruto then rushed in to attack Kakuzu at a speed. Kakuzu hadn't seen him move at a speed faster than when he had been using the Kyuubi's chakra. Kakuzu jumped back out of Naruto's way but ended up getting cut along his stomach. Black threads poured out of the wound in mass and attempted to swarm Naruto and block him into place. Naruto spun out and cut through the threads as he dropped back in position to avoid a mishap with the threads that had been plaguing him in their last series of conflicts. Kakuzu's body pumped out more black thread than Naruto had ever seen come from Kakuzu's body any time prior to this point. It formed an octopus-type figure around his body and stretched out 20 feet in every direction. The arms went. You're too fast now to allow you to get in close again. Luckily, I can keep you off with this. It's a shame you have a very powerful heart. I'd like to take it for myself, to be quite honest. He then whipped his arms at Naruto to initiate an attack. Naruto spun in a rapid circle, turning into a blur as he cut and repelled Kakuzu's threads before dodging as a second thread appendage smashed into the ground where he had been a moment before. Kakuzu was so far succeeding in keeping Naruto at a distance from him. I already finished off the Nibi. Once I beat you two, you can kiss your infantile ass goodbye, and I say good riddance. Naruto had put on the gauntlets to get the speed boost needed to catch up. He hadn't really planned on how he was going to handle Kakuzu from that point forward, but he did have something to fall back on. Kakuzu had sent off two of his masks to run interference with the rest of the ninja in the area, thus keeping him from spamming multi-elemental jutsu combinations at him. On the other hand, Naruto was beginning to suck wind. Once again, the downside of his weapon was coming into play. For the boost it gave him, it sucked his chakra like a sponge. He was already dipping into the Kyuubi's chakra to keep it from sucking his own reserves dry. At this rate, it was only a matter of time. Jei dodged another Ketan Zukaku from Kakuzu's fire element mask. Who the hell is this guy? What are these? The heat from the attack licked at his body as he stayed out of its range. Darui had drawn his cleaver blade and had been attempting to hack away at the wind element mask that had been keeping its distance since he didn't feel like dodging any wind attacks from it. Yujito's been fighting these things? Her and that kid? He cut through its body only for it to reform right in front of his eyes. Sure, how is she doing? Sure had carried Yujito out of the line of fire and was once again hard at work healing her injuries, only this time she had a few burns to go with her pre-existing wounds. She's going to be out of it for a while. She's not getting back up. Her insides are wrecked. How long has she been lasting like this? Darui had enough of the regenerating freaky masked creature running roughshod all over them and made a dragon hand seal Rantun Raizaw Sakusu, storm release laser circus. A halo of bright light formed around his hands and shot off several beams of electricity at both masks. The fire mask showed awareness to the situation and took cover behind some rocky formations, while the wind mask simply attempted to dodge in the open field. It got a nasty surprise when the beams of light maneuvered back around towards it. The wind mask generated chakra and fired off Futon Atsugai, disrupting the attack and blowing Darui back off of his feet. The mask took advantage of its freedom from fighting Darui and moved towards Shur and Yujito to take him out and capture her for Kakuzu. Shur looked up to see the black thread monster moving his way, but he stuck it out near Yujito to keep her out of its clutches and take his chance against it on his own. Lariat. Sure was saved by a massive muscular dark-skinned arm plowing into the mask of the wind element creature, shattering it on impact and putting it out of the fight. Rikichi-sama looked over his shoulder at his subordinate standing by Yujito. The Rikichi smirked victoriously upon seeing that she was still with them. Good work. Now where are the fools that thought taking our Yujito was a good idea? Sure was about to answer when he noticed Jei still under pursuit by the fire mask that had just shot off another jutsu. The jutsu was diverted as it changed trajectory completely and found itself sucked into a scroll Fuka Howen, fire sealing method. Jiraiya rolled the scroll he used to seal the jutsu back up. It looks like we were able to make it after all, Rikichi-sama. The mask charged up another attack, but Jiraiya only smirked and pointed behind the mask before disappearing in a puff of smoke. The mask ended up getting eradicated by a Rasengan that carved through the back of its head all the way through the front, defeating the mask and the heart that went with it. Sure watched in awe before his focus returned. Rikichi-sama, the man that tried taking Yujito is over there. He pointed over to where Naruto was still engaged in combat with Kakuzu. Wrapped his body in a layer of lightning chakra and prepared to make his way into the battle when Jiraiya called over to him. Rikichi-sama, let Naruto finish the fight himself. He did this much by himself, I want to see him finish it off. Looked at Jiraiya, we could just head in and end it ourselves. There's no need for the boy to be at risk any longer, he's proven himself by staying alive this long. Getting a nod from the white-haired man was his response, he needs this. If only to prove to himself that he's capable of defeating these people. Naruto had sweat beading down his face mixing with the grime and blood as Kakuzu kept him on his toes with his defensive offense. It was as if he knew that keeping this style of fighting up was wearing on Naruto and all he had to do was outlast him and the battle was his. Damn it, this is like the forest of death all over again. Naruto thought frantically to himself, wait, he realized this is like the forest of death all over again. And I'm just as tired now as I was then. I've been running away and fighting for at least 12 hours straight, and that was before I even started using this thing. A tentative smirk came to Naruto's face. Kakuzu raised an eyebrow at this 180 in Naruto's attitude. What are you smiling about, brat? You still can't touch me. The last time I tested this move out, I exterminated half of a nest of spiders. He mumbled lowly to himself out of Kakuzu's earshot. What was that? Kakuzu teased, saying a short prayer for yourself? That can wait, you aren't dead yet. Nope. Naruto said more to himself than to anyone while still on the move, but you are. Naruto slammed the blades on his gauntlets together loudly 3 times, setting a low droning noise that stuck around over the battlefield. Kakuzu simply took it as irrelevant noise as he felt nothing from it. Naruto then slammed his blades on his greaves together 3 times while in mid-stride, turning the noise higher pitched. Naruto stopped running as the threads all closed in on him, getting Kakuzu to cackle as he believed that Naruto had finally run out of energy. Naruto clashed the blades of his weapons together one more time and focused the point of the sound into one of the blades on his leg, making the noise conspicuous to Kakuzu, who prepared himself for whatever was about to happen, getting his threads away from Naruto. Naruto lifted his one foot and stomped it, burying it into the ground from the force of the stomp. The vibrations from his leg blade carried through the ground, prompting Kakuzu to leap off of the ground as he assumed this was all an earth element ninjutsu. Tenbin no Hyrukanpai, scales of total exhaustion. A high-pitched whining noise that droned into Kakuzu's ears seemingly sapped him of all of his energy. Meanwhile, with those watching the fight from a distance, a few of the ninja that had been in battle against the masks felt their energy suddenly leave them as a faint white noise hit their senses, forcing them to visibly look winded, all except for Jiraiya and A. I commented on it, I can feel my chakra leaving my body. Is it this sound? Jiraiya looked on at the scene between Naruto and Kakuzu, I would guess as much. I can only imagine the effect it's having right at the heart of the noise. Kakuzu began to leak blood from his mouth, eyes, and ears. What the hell are you doing? He willed his threads bestowed upon him by the Jiangu to move forward, but they only flickered forward for a moment before dropping to the ground limply. Naruto's ears started to bleed himself. This jutsu takes the fatigue that I've accumulated in comparison to my full capabilities and saturates the air with this sound. Anything that is caught in the noise gets their chakra drained to the extent of the amount that I've used in relation to my full reserves. That fact widened Kakuzu's eyes. With only one heart left, he had no ludicrous reserves the way that Naruto did, and he had been fighting just as long as Naruto had been all day long. You brat. Kakuzu said weakly as he slumped to the ground in a heap. How could I be beaten by a punk kid that's barely out of diapers? He said quietly as the noise persisted. Naruto walked over to him sluggishly, now bleeding from his eyes to go with his ears, because this punk kid's been training to kill guys like you since he was able to read. Naruto drove the blade on his foot into Kakuzu's chest, leaving it sticking straight out of the side of his chest. His heart was on. Kakuzu let out a death rattle, and he went still once and for all. A groan of discomfort came from Naruto as he allowed his weapon to return to its original ninjato form before he began walking over to where the others were. Jiraiya had a wide grin on his face as he saw his apprentice walking back over to them after finishing off Kakuzu. "What did I say, Rikichi-sama? I told you he could handle it by himself. You just need to have faith in the kid." I chuckled at Jiraiya's pride in Naruto's performance. "As long as that boy is in your village, I can see him keeping it safe as its protector. What he was meant to be as its Jinchuriki." "Yep." Jiraiya beamed. "He's the spitting image of Dash." "Oh, hold on." Jiraiya frowned when he saw Naruto unceremoniously drop face first onto the ground in exhaustion in the distance. A sweat dropped as he gestured for his ninja to go out and assist him. "Is he going to be all right?" Jiraiya shrugged. "He's fine." He cupped his hands to his mouth. "Come on, Gaki, walk it off. You're blowing my wise teacher moment here. And here I was starting to think you were tough." Naruto, face down on the ground, heard Jiraiya's remark and started muttering curses to himself as he found himself unable to move his body or raise his voice. "All right." Kyuubi's voice boomed in Naruto's mind. "He's back on the list." Naruto could only give a mental nod to his tenant in agreement. Chapter 33. Allergic to life. After the little conflict with Kakuzu and Haiden had been settled, Jiraiya had made sure that Naruto had gotten treatment back in Kumogakure for his more nagging injuries and wounds suffered from the prolonged battle. For the physical price he paid keeping Yujito out of Akatsuki's clutches, a stay in the hospital was the least that could be allowed for him. Speaking of Yujito, surprisingly, after the battle was complete, the worst damage she suffered was the injury through her hands that had been inflicted at the start. She didn't suffer any permanent nerve damage, but it was advised that she refrain from training until further notice to keep from re-injuring herself. During Naruto's hospital stay, Jiraiya took to trying to examine Naruto's sword and failed miserably as it did not let Jiraiya lay a finger on it without cutting into his hands with wind chakra, which piqued his interest, as that was Naruto's main element type. However, from what he had seen of the sword, Naruto, who had finished his wind element training, never channeled chakra through the blade, and then it had that second form that simply augmented his abilities. But from what he had gleaned from Naruto, it drained him heavily. Naruto was strong. This was always evident to Jiraiya. Back when he took Naruto with him to retrieve Tsunade, it was clear that anyone short of the absolute best in the world would have a horrible day if they had decided to tangle with Naruto, but now Jiraiya wasn't sure if he could put Naruto down without having to resort to his absolute best, although any stirring from the Kyuubi, and he could always slap a suppression seal on Naruto, but getting it on him was an entirely different matter altogether. He and Tsunade needed to have a conversation on his growth once he got the kid healed up and dragged him back to Konoha. In the meantime, he was getting his kicks off of watching the nursing staff in Kumo's hospital keep Naruto in place. Apparently, with a Jinchuriki like Karabi, they got used to him trying to break out before he was released early on in his life and had way more experience dealing with a rowdy, powerful demon container. No leniency was given. Even stepping out of bed set off an alert for trained orderlies to put him right back forcefully, and if that wasn't enough, the head doctor was a woman with a glare that could freeze lava on point. Yes, after the first day, Naruto was a good boy. The company didn't hurt either, however. Kumogakure no Sato, Kumo Hospital. Naruto sat seething to himself in his bed. "I never thought I would find something I hate more than Konoha's hospital, but now I think Kumo's is pushing it firmly out of the way for sure." Yujito rolled her eyes from a nearby chair. "Oh, get over it, Naruto-kun. They'll let you out when they think you're good and ready." "I am good and ready. I was ready the day after I was admitted, and now it's been 3 days. They're just now letting me bathe myself." He nearly whined to her. "Hospitals are for the dead and dying. I am neither, so they should let me go." He ran a hand through his hair. "I can't believe mugging that orderly and transforming into him didn't get me out. I thought that would work for sure." Yujito didn't miss a beat. "Karabi tried that 6 years ago." Naruto sighed. "Of course he did." He then lightly glared at her, noticing that she was dressed in her own clothing. "How come they let you go?" Yujito grinned cheekily at him. "All I had besides the busted ribs were a few burns and my messed up hands." Yujito lifted her heavily bandaged palms and waved them at Naruto, showingly. "You had all kinds of torn muscles in your legs and arms. How did you even tear the muscles anyway?" Naruto glowered. "The bastard sword I carry with me." He let off a scowl as his heirloom blade. "That thing is more trouble than it's worth sometimes. How am I supposed to train with it when it rips my body apart just using it? Oh, just toughen up, you big baby. Yujito said, popping him lightly on the arm. We just beat the Akatsuki, and here you are complaining about your sword. Prioritize, Naruto-kun, just relax. Getting all stressed out will do you no good. Yeah, no good. Naruto replied, no good like your bum hands. He said, grabbing her wrists and waving her arms around as if she were a marionette before she realized what he was doing and narrowed her eyes at him. What do you think you're doing, Scarface? She growled out at him, getting beat up by orderlies and your sensei isn't enough? You want me to stomp you too? Naruto smiled at her disarmingly. I'm bored. I haven't seen anything but white walls for days and I'm well enough to leave. Since I can't leave, I'll have to have you keep me company, Yugi-chan, my lovely entertainment. Yujito smirked at him. Your entertainment, am I? And lovely, you say? Naruto shrugged, still holding onto her wrists. It is what it is. Yujito moved her chair closer to Naruto and inched her face closer to his. And what makes you think I'm here to entertain you? Maybe I'm here for my own fun. Naruto gave her a dry look in response and then looked at his hospital gown-clad form. I don't really see what would be so entertaining about me right now. Yujito's eyes went along his form. You wouldn't, would you, Mr. Paper-Thin Gown? She placed her mouth near his ear. It's a shame we weren't in the same room while I was in mine. She pulled away from him once she felt him let go of her wrists and laughed at the incredulous look on his face. I just had to get you back for all of the stupid things you said in the cave. Don't be mad, Naruto-kun. Naruto's face went back to normal once he heard the laughter from Yujito. That wasn't fair, Yugi-chan. I thought you were serious, especially after your little kiss right before we fought Haiden and Kakuzu. Speaking of that, Yujito trailed off. Why did you do it? Why did you fight for me against them? You could have just let them take me. They weren't here for you. You would be fine right now. Naruto gave her a long hard look. Because we're friends, Yugi-chan. He set his head back on his pillows and looked at her from his side view. I would protect you just as much as I would anyone else that was close to me and needed my help. Yujito frowned. Fighting when you didn't need to against such dangerous people and losing would have crippled your village's military presence. There wasn't any reason to do this, Yujito stopped talking when a pillow smacked into her face. Naruto's arm was still extended from the throw. I just gave you the reason. Being one of my precious people means I'll fight for you when I have to because it's the right thing to do. It doesn't hurt that I had to face off with them eventually anyway, but I needed to make sure you weren't caught. It's just that simple. The entire reason me and Erosenin even came here in the first place was to try and set up an alliance against Akatsuki's workings, so the reason I came here was more or less to protect you, I guess you could say. Heh. He finished with a laugh. Yujito looked at him long and hard with an expressionless face, trying to ascertain any sign of falsehood in his body language after what he had just said. She finally sighed and stood up, hovering next to Naruto's bed and looking at him as he simply stared back at her equally impassively. I told those idiots that you did it just because you were a sweetie, she said as a smile slowly worked its way to her face once more. Yeah. Naruto said, I'm your hero and all of that crap. How could I just let you go and get killed like that without trying to stop it, Yugi-chan? He then felt Yujito lean over him and give him a short kiss on the lips. What was that for? Yujito stayed close to his face. That was for all of the effort it took to get me back from them in the first place. She kissed him again. That was for fighting them as hard as you did for me. She then placed one final very long kiss on him that she had to somewhat climb onto his bed / him to prolong before breaking it, and that was just for me. Speaking of which She scratched the side of his face hard enough to draw blood, getting a cry of anger from Naruto. That was for making me run away when you were in trouble. Naruto tried to open his mouth to reply, shutting it firmly when he felt Yujito's close-range glare on him. No arguments, no excuses. You simply won't be doing that ever again, understood? Naruto nodded quickly, seeing as how he was pinned down. Good boy. With that, Yujito lowered herself down, still straddling him, and proceeded to renew their previous activity, with Naruto dynamically reciprocating her actions via beginning to reach under her shirt until, yo, Mr. 9, I got here fast. After hearing about those guys that kicked your ass. The door to Naruto's hospital room was then kicked almost off of the hinges, and the towering form of the very familiar Hachibi Jinchuriki filled it through, grinning widely. It's Karabi-sama singing you a tune, hoping to see you get well soon. He failed to notice that Naruto was sitting up unusually ramrod straight, with most of his bed linens askew over one particular spot around his legs as if to cover something, as well as Yujito sitting statue still in her chair, hair slightly awry, and her face with a healthy blush running across it, as well as both of them panting slightly. Naruto snapped out of his trance. First be what the fuck? You knock before you enter a room with a closed door. Karabi scoffed at Naruto, I don't knock motherfucker. Clearly. Yujito said with her eye twitching at her older Jinchuriki friend, wishing he would spontaneously burst into flames right that minute. Karabi-sensei, you need to slow down and be quiet, we're in a hospital. Karui came inside of the room, followed by Omoi and Samui, who rolled her blue eyes at her teammate at the hypocrisy of that statement. Karui blinked at seeing Naruto up and about. So you're finally able to take visitors, Naruto? Naruto gave her a dry look. I could have taken visitors yesterday, but I tried breaking out the moment I woke up, and after 3 attempts they isolated me until today. Karabi nodded in understanding while the others simply looked at him like he was insane. Omoi, with the ever-present sucker in his mouth, spoke up, you're talking about this place like it's prison or something. Naruto's dry look switched over to him, it is when there isn't anything wrong with you. He looked between them all, I will give each of you 10,000 Ryo if you get me out of here now. Omoi and Karui went wide-eyed while Samui simply gave him a questioning look, where did you get that kind of money to spend on something like this? Naruto smirked inside of his head. He was still counting his money from the bounty on Sasori. He had gone on back-to-back high-level missions, didn't have any expenses other than food, and Hamiko handled those matters herself with the money she made assisting at the academy when he wasn't there. Yeah, he was so moving out of that apartment when he got back. Hell with the money he was going to make off of Hayden's head, he was going to be more loaded than ever before. Damn. He didn't get Kakuzu's corpse. Oh well, there's such a thing as too much money after all. At that moment Jiraiya walked into the room. That's not going to be necessary, brat. You're good to go. He threw a bundle to Naruto that when caught showed that they were Naruto's clothes and other possessions that he sealed into scrolls for travel. Yep. It's time we get out of here and go back to Konoha. Finally, it took long enough. Naruto said as he began to peruse through his things. He looked up in time to catch himself from taking his hospital gown off to prepare to change. Could I get minute here? Yujito plopped down on the bed next to him. You don't want me to stay, Naruto-kun? Naruto pushed her lightly. If you stay, then changing is going to be the last thing that I end up doing in here. He panned his eyes over to Jiraiya, who was writing down something in a small notepad. Erosenin, what the hell? Jiraiya looked up at Naruto and put his pad away. Oh, get over it, Gaki. I've been using your life to brainstorm ideas for my books since right after we went after Tsunade. He chuckled lecherously. Lately you've been giving me quite a bit to write about, I have to say. I didn't see you becoming a ladies' man. Naruto sighed. I'm not a ladies' man. Liar. Yujito stated plainly with her arms crossed. Karui nodded, blushing slightly. I remember the last time you were here, you know. You're full of crap on that one. Samui rubbed her shoulders. Is there any chance you can give me another massage like you did last time you were here before you go? Naruto said unsurely. Ask him. He pointed over to Jiraiya, who was once again rapidly writing and mouthing out massage oi. Don't make me burn that thing, Erosenin. Oh, shut up and get dressed already. Jiraiya said, wiping away the small amount of blood coming from his nose from what he himself had written. We have to get back to Tsunadeheim and give her the results of the successful mission. Naruto blinked. Olishly success? But the Reikich turned down the idea of us joining forces. Jiraiya grinned at the boy. Well, after your little rescue stunt and after he saw how 2 of the Akatsuki could get right into his village and engage Yujito here without a trace going out until the fight was more or less over, he saw that there was a need for some kind of measure to be put in place. So congrats, kid, your little hero act brought about another alliance. You seem to be making a habit out of that. You act like you're mad about it. Naruto said, now can you all get the fuck out so I can change? He then stopped to think about it. Girls can stay. Naruto hopped out of bed once he felt everyone start to move towards the door and almost started taking his hospital gown off until he felt the presence of others still in the room. Turning to the door, he saw Yujito, Samui, and Karui still standing there, one smirking, one blushing, and one with no noticeable reflection on her face, but a sparkle in her eyes told him all he needed to know. Naruto let off a sweat drop. You know, I was kind of joking about that. Konohagakure no Sato, Hokage Tower. Tsunade stared at Naruto and Jiraiya with her cheek in her hand, leaning on her desk lazily as she looked at the 2 of them. Well, you certainly took the roundabout way towards doing so, but good work, you two. That's 1 village we can mark down for having our side against Akatsuki alongside Suna. Jiraiya nodded, pleased with Naruto's rendition of how the battle went. 3 of the 5 villages isn't a bad number at all. He patted Naruto on the head. Now don't you have something to discuss with the kid? Oh yes. Tsunade perked up and reached inside of her desk, rummaging around for a moment before dropping a small stack of papers in front of Naruto and handing him a pen. I just need you to sign some things for your identification. Naruto shrugged and grabbed the pen, signing his signature on all of the corresponding areas Tsunade designated for him. After handing the pen back over upon completion, he finally asked, "So what was that for anyway? I've never had to sign anything before." Tsunade didn't answer and simply took out a stamp before slamming it on the paper and looking up at Naruto with a grin. "Oh, that was just the registration forms for your promotion to Jounin. Congratulations, brat." He simply stared at Tsunade for over a minute, fully processing what he had just heard. "You're not messing with me, right? You're finally promoting me? Why now?" Tsunade sighed. "Politics, brat. I would have done it sooner, but you need ample backing from many high-ranking sources in the village these days for any decision like this to go through. You can at least take it as a sign that things are definitely changing around here for you." She finished with a smile. "Yeah, either that or I have friends in blackmailing places." Naruto thought as he couldn't fight the smile peeking through on his own face. Jiraiya ruffled Naruto's hair. "Way to go, I knew they couldn't keep you off of that rank forever. It was just a matter of time." He looked up to Tsunade. "So, are we supposed to head straight out to the next village?" Tsunade shook her head. "No. Naruto is on a probationary period as a Jounin. He needs to get 3 more missions under his belt as the leader before it's truly decided whether or not he'll remain a Jounin or get demoted to Tokubetsu Jounin or back to Chunin." Naruto raised an eyebrow. "I'm on probation? We have probation? Ranks higher than Chunin have probation." Jiraiya explained, "We have a pretty large population of ninjas, so this is to make sure we have the best of the best leading the pack, so to speak. Smaller villages don't have probation since they need their elite ninja for a showing, but Konoha ninja are already perceived as the outright best, so we simply make sure of that. You'll be fine." Tsunade assured him as she put the papers away. "You don't seem like a choke artist to me, so just work the way you always do and things should go smoothly. You've earned this rank." Naruto reached into his pocket. "Speaking of stuff I've earned." He pulled out a labeled scroll. "How much do I earn for this?" He unsealed the scroll and covered the desk in smoke. "You blonde cock-chasing son of a bitch, I knew you'd let me out." On Tsunade's desk sat the disembodied head of Haiden, snarling and knife foaming at the mouth at Naruto. "Get down here and fight me like a man instead of like a bitch." Tsunade looked at the head on her desk, cursing Naruto out colorfully. "You didn't kill him." Naruto looked up at his village leader slowly. "I can't kill him. But this should be better, right? I mean, he's still alive. That's got to count for something." Naruto started raising his voice higher and higher as Haiden yelled over him. "We could always dash. We could dash. We dash." Naruto glared at the head and stuffed the scroll he had been sealed in inside of his mouth. "Shut the fuck up. Winners are talking here." Tsunade rubbed her temple and pulled out some sake. "I thought I'd seen everything physically possible in this world, and then you literally dropped something like this in my lap. You lead a charmed life, brat," she said before pouring herself a small cup. Naruto then took the bottle from her and took a swing straight from it. "It's not my fault, Tsunade-bachan. Stuff happens." He tried passing the bottle to Jiraiya before Tsunade snatched it back out of his hands. "Shizune!" Tsunade called loudly. Naruto pointed at the muffled Haiden's head. "Can I keep that?" Jiraiya gave Naruto a deadpan look. "Why in Kami's would you ever want to keep that for?" Naruto shrugged. "Hamako-chan could use some company when I'm not home, and he'd make a great pet. I'll even defong him so he can't bite or anything. Hell, I'm certain that I can interrogate him for some good stuff on Akatsuki. That's actually a decent idea." Tsunade admitted the interrogation part, not the house pet part. "What is wrong with you?" Naruto looked away awkwardly when at the same time Shizune walked into the room. "Shizune, can you take this to ANBU HQ until I can get a hold of Ibiki Marino or Inoichi Yamanaka?" Shizune walked closer to the desk and froze when she saw a severed head mumbling curses with a scroll shoved into its mouth, shooting death looks at everyone around. Her eyes fluttered before she fell backwards into unconsciousness. Naruto and Jiraiya looked down at the fallen black-haired woman. "Did Shizune-chan just faint?" Naruto kneeled down next to her, snapping his fingers in front of her face and shaking her lightly in an attempt to revive her. Tsunade looked over her desk at her oldest companion Naruto and Jiraiya. "Yeah, you're dismissed, brat. I'll wake her up. Another bowl, Aji-san." Naruto called out, placing an empty bowl of ramen to the side of the counter in an effort to wait for his next bowl. "I have no shortage of funds to pay today." Naruto's exuberance over his meal caused Tsuchi to chuckle at his most prolific customer. A pair of hands were placed over his eyes before a very welcome voice let him know exactly who it was. "I knew that I would find you here, Naruto-sama. Why didn't you come home first?" The voice finished almost poutingly. Naruto smiled and removed the hands from his eyes, allowing his aide to take a seat next to him inside of the ramen stand. Hi Hamako-chan. Anything interesting happen while I was gone? He stopped smiling and looked at her rather gravely. You didn't burn the apartment complex down testing stuff out, did you? Hamako rolled her eyes and leaned on the counter, ever-present smile still on her face. No, I'm not even working with anything volatile now. All I did was outfit your gift with some seals, and that was pretty much all I did. It's only been a week since you left, you know. Speaking of seals. Naruto changed topics. I can use the hardest stuff that you taught me on actual people now, so let me in on some new stuff next time we train. He picked up his sword. Also, I need you to seriously help me break down all of the seals placed on this thing and help me work out how this thing works. Going blind with this thing isn't such a good idea anymore. Naruto stopped talking as a bowl of ramen was placed in front of him. Of course, master. Hamako agreed before smirking. By the way, you're in trouble. Naruto stopped eating and looked at her with noodles hanging from his mouth. Huh? A small laugh came from the white-haired girl before she explained, where do I start? Well, you keep failing to tell people when you leave, and that usually leaves me to inform them of your absence. People don't like that, especially the people that were looking for you. Like who? Naruto asked as he continued to eat. I was only gone for a week. Who could have possibly had anything to say to me? Tayuya-san first of all. Naruto stopped eating to listen. I'm certain you were expecting that though. Then there was Anko-san as well about the cursed seal, but I handled that appointment in your stead right up until Tayuya-san came over for what assistance she could offer and the story of your ahem exploits got out. Naruto stopped slurping up his next bowl of ramen at a breakneck pace and looked at Hamako, still holding his chopsticks to his mouth, and Hamako looked away sheepishly. Everyone that knows of you now knows about it. I am sorry, Naruto-sama. Naruto looked over at Tsuchi, who had also been looking at him before the ramen chef turned away, whistling innocently. He then thought about that statement. Everyone that knows of him. That was actually a ton of people in reality, so when you say everyone you mean dash. Naruto Naikin. Naruto turned around on his stool to find Konohamaru along with Udon and Moegi. The leader of the trio was looking at Naruto defiantly. Hey Konohamaru. You guys are Jinin, huh? Good for you all. Hamako at his side waved pleasantly at the trio, who waved right back to her. Konohamaru made a fist and thrusted it out at Naruto. I'll show you how much stronger I am now. Naruto Nai Oiro no Jutsu, Sexy Jutsu. Konohamaru promptly transformed into a beautiful nude brown-haired woman, only to sweat drop after realizing nothing was happening. Naruto simply raised an eyebrow at the display. Huh. Man, I haven't used that move in forever. Naruto vacantly realized that a pair of chopsticks were being held in front of him with food on them. Oh, thank you, Hamako-chan. Naruto gleefully partook in his meal, forcing Konohamaru to face fault out of his transformation. Moegi and Udon helped Konohamaru stand back up. Man, well, I guess for someone that invented the technique and can see the real thing whenever he wants, it won't have much effect. Naruto immediately stopped letting Hamako feed him before looking at Konohamaru emotionlessly, bringing a shiver to the newly minted Jinin's spine. Naruto turned and placed his money for the meal on the counter before cracking his neck and turning back to the trio. So you know how I could never legit train with you guys because you weren't ninja yet? Yeah, that little restriction is off. The kids turned to run, but before they could take their first step, Hamako flashed some seals into Naruto's hands that he slapped onto the bodies of the three young genin before making a set of half a dozen hand seals. Fuin Jutsu Mahi no Fuin, sealing technique, seal of paralysis. Naruto nodded in appreciation at the effect of the seals as he saw the kids freeze and mid-stride. Good work, Hamako-chan. How long do I have until it wears off? The seal isn't attuned to you personally, so I would give it 2 minutes since I don't think they know how to stop their chakra flow that well yet. Hamako informed him. Damn. Naruto started to gather them all up at once. That isn't enough time to get all the way across town to the Forest of Death so I can cut loose. Oh well, I guess I'll have to make this informal at a nearby training ground. Later, Hamako-chan, I'll be home in a bit. I've got stuff to talk about with you later anyway. Naruto jumped off with Konohamaru, Moegi, and Udon all being carried by him, unable to escape. Don't beat them up badly, master. You'll get in trouble again. Hamako called out to him before she began to make her way home. Naruto didn't really beat them up, sparing them from the horrible flashback to their time in the academy. He really actually did train with them, not on things that they could do with their Jounin sensei, who he found out was ebisu, such as tree climbing or teamwork drills. He made Kage Bunshin and actually worked with them for a bit on things that he figured played to their strengths. With Konohamaru being the heavy hitter, he gave him a few pointers on strength exercises and told him that the sooner he showed marked improvement in the things that Ebisu had been training him in, the sooner both he and Ebisu would more than likely teach him more ninjutsu to work with. For Udon, Naruto taught him what he knew of wicked traps that the boy already had base knowledge on after hanging out with Konohamaru for so long, and tried to steer him towards starting specialization in Fuinjutsu, citing that other than Jiraiya himself, Hamiko, who wasn't a ninja, and maybe Kakashi, there really wasn't anyone in Konoha that could claim any kind of advanced skill in sealing techniques. The things that Naruto attempted to give him a crash course were more of starter concepts for someone as smart as Udon was. For Moegi, as far as concrete teaching, there wasn't much he could show her. She wasn't going to have the chakra reserves to handle Naruto's form of combat, so all of the ninjutsu he knew were out of the question. He didn't know any genjutsu, he didn't know any medical jutsu, so he figured that if nothing else he could show her some blade work as an effort to teach her something. She surprisingly took to it rather well and worked hard to learn the basic things that Naruto was trying to teach her. He also promised her, after giving her a wooden training sword, that if she could show him that she had learned enough on her own, he would buy her an actual sword and teach her more than just basics. He didn't just head right out and buy her one after finding out she was interested, because he was certain that she wouldn't need one for quite a while, being a genin for a little over 2 weeks, and that he wanted to give her some incentive to actually train instead of coast on her laurels. After a few hours of working with the genin and hearing Konohamaru lament about how he wished Naruto could have been promoted sooner so he could have taken them as a team, he sent them on their way, telling them that any time they wanted to reach him they could look for him, or Hamiko. Well, just look at you, Naruto. Naruto saw Kakashi emerging into the clearing of the training field, smiling at him as the sun was going down. Maybe you should lobby on taking a genin squad of your own if that's how you'd work with them. Naruto chuckled to himself. No way, Kakashi-sensei. I just like those kids, they're going to be good. I don't think I could take a team just like that. And from that I'm assuming you've heard that I got promoted. As a misthought, he rubbed the back of his head. I hope Ebisu isn't sore about me stealing his team for a few hours. Kakashi nodded. Who do you think put in an endorsement for you to move up? I may not look it at times, but I am very influential. Ah. Naruto said as they began to walk back towards the town. You're right. Walking around with your face buried in Erosenen's pervert book all the time doesn't make you look very influential, no offense. Kakashi wagged his finger chidingly. Says you. From what Anko said to everyone about you and the Tayuya girl dash. Damn it, Anko-chan. Naruto shouted to no one in particular. She just spread that around to spite me after she got sent back on that mission we were on. I'm going to get her back later, she better know that. You're in trouble. Kakashi chirped with a sing-song voice. After that little bit of news broke, there were some people very interested in speaking with you. A twinge of remembrance ran through Naruto's head. Hamiko-chan said that too. She didn't really get a chance to elaborate on it though. What the fuck does that even mean, Kakashi-sensei? Kakashi simply gave him his trademark look. It's not my place to say. You'll find out soon enough, I'm certain. Naruto could swear that the man was radiating an aura of I know something you don't. Once you get off of probation, I should set up a party for Konoha's newest jounin. You never know, Kakashi. Naruto said offhandedly. I might get myself demoted. I mean, what if I'm not good enough? Both of them stopped walking and turned towards each other, both of them with complete and utter straight-faced looks right up, until both of them simultaneously burst into laughter. Yeah, right. Can you imagine me saying that out loud to anyone? Yeah, everything's going to be fine. Working with people way older than me that I have to lead might be awkward though. Kakashi motioned for them to keep going. May you get used to it. I was a jounin at 13, remember? Imagine how I felt. You're just lucky that there isn't a war going on right now. Naruto immediately countered. If there was a war going on right now, I would have been promoted faster, and the team leading thing wouldn't be an issue since I would lobby for more solo sneaking missions than anything else. He looked over at the masked jounin. I get where you're coming from though. But that's just another reason that I wouldn't take a genin team even if I could get one right now. Akatsuki is still after me. What would my genin do if we were attacked while we were out? Well then, that's just extra incentive for you to finish them all off so you can experience the joys of teaching like me. Kakashi said cheerfully. What teaching? Naruto asked. All you taught Team 7 as a team was how to climb trees. I'm sorry, Naruto, did you say something? Kakashi asked as his nose was right back in his favorite book. Naruto's eye twitched as he fought the urge to tackle Kakashi and beat the crap out of him, wondering if he could get away with it. Nothing important, Kakashi-sensei, nothing important at all. Sitting at the kitchen table behind Naruto, Hamiko was using the only thing she knew that could possibly be construed as a ninjutsu shikoku fuin, finger engraving seal, that she was using to engrave a seal on Naruto's upper shoulder. Hamiko wasn't too thrilled with doing this as it required her to actually burn the seal into Naruto's flesh before she could actually apply ink to make a tattoo out of it, but Naruto wasn't complaining or flinching, or even showing that this was mildly hurting him, allowing her to proceed with a steady hand. The entire time she was simply telling Naruto about the things of mild interest that transpired when he was gone. It wasn't until Naruto started going over what he had been doing in Kumo with Yujito that she felt a twinge of something in her. Luckily for Naruto, she had finished the part that required her to burn the seal onto his shoulder, or else she might have slipped her control and messed up the pattern. From that point on, Hamiko refrained from responding verbally to anything he said that tried to engage her in the conversation. She simply stayed silent right until she finished placing the ink seal over Naruto's burn. After allowing the ink to dry, he looked himself over in the mirror. "That's good work, Hamiko-chan. What was this thing again? You were pretty insistent on putting it on me." Hamiko responded almost robotically. "It is a simple seal of communication between you and I, Naruto-sama." She lowered the shoulder of her kimono to show that she had already placed the exact same tattoo on her shoulder. "It will allow you and I to communicate by channeling chakra in short bursts, resulting in sharp pulses to the other person's corresponding tattoo." She then tested it out on Naruto. He felt the same feeling she told him he would feel on his shoulder, so it's like Morse code? Okay, then that's great. He then noticed that the small serene smile she usually had on her face was gone. "What's the matter, Hamiko-chan?" Hamiko tried to speak 3 times, but closed her mouth with nothing to say each time. She finally steeled herself in front of Naruto. "I allowed your relations with Tayuya-san because she knew you longer than I did, and having someone like her care for you would have been a good thing. What of this girl in Kumo?" Naruto leaned against the wall. "Yujito? Yugi-chan is interested in me. We didn't have sex, Hamiko-chan. But you were going to." She countered. "That's where your story was going until Karabi-san interrupted you, if you were to be believed." Naruto frowned. "Maybe that's where it was going to go. What does it matter in the end?" Hamiko looked down. "Why do you think I've stayed for so long, master? Why do you think I enjoy doing so much for you and helping you? I even sleep in your bed with you all the time. Do you really dislike me that much?" Naruto blinked at her mood. "I figured you were just one big sweetheart that I couldn't convince otherwise. And no, I love you, Hamiko-chan. I don't know what I did to deserve you doing so many things for me." Hamiko shook her head. "You don't love me. Not the way that I wish you would, at least." She stood up and started walking closer to him. "You are the most important person in the entire world to me, Naruto-sama. You are the only man that I would readily give my life for if need be. I know you tell me not to live for my own dreams. Well, I've found something to live my life for." Naruto looked at her expectantly. "And that would be?" Hamiko closed the distance between them and placed herself firmly against Naruto's body. "All I want is you, Naruto-sama. I just want to see you be happy. Not only that, but I want to be the one that makes you happy. Without you, I don't know what would have become of me if I had ever gotten out of cryogenic freezing without you, but you need me, and that makes me feel wonderful." Naruto sighed and held her against him. "I can't marry you, Hamiko. I've said it repeatedly to more than just you. Real relationships won't work for me. There are dash. I don't want you to marry me, and from the way you reacted when we first met, nothing about our relationship is normal." She cut him off. "I just want to know that you care for me. Because I really do love you, honestly." Naruto tilted her chin up to face him. "I already told you that I love you, didn't I?" Hamiko made a pouting face at him. "I don't mean like that, master." Naruto kissed her on the lips and felt her nearly go limp in his arms. "Oh, you didn't?" Naruto asked, stroking her cheek with the back of his hand. "Are you sure? Because I think that was the kind of love you wanted to hear from me." The amber eyes of Hamiko were quivering at the prospect of this being some kind of trick. "See, can I kiss you? Please?" Naruto grinned down at her. "You never had to ask me if you wanted to do that, Hamiko-chan. Like I said, since the day I brought you to Konoha, you're more than a servant to me. And I would do anything to make you happy." Hamiko's smile returned, and Naruto thought it could have single-handedly lit the room were it dark inside. She wrapped her arms around his neck and kissed Naruto possessively. He didn't think she had that kind of aggression in her. The back of his head bounced off of the wall when she did that. Naruto scooped her up and plopped himself down on the couch, still holding onto Hamiko with her sitting in his lap. Naruto laughed when he felt her squirm for a better position. "All right, we need to talk about stuff." Hamiko shook her head. "I don't want to talk." She emphasized this by kissing him again. "I don't care what you end up doing as long as you love me, master." Naruto leaned down and placed her on the couch. I can't not love you. I can't not love anyone. I don't have it in me to turn people down for some reason. Can you believe that? I'm supposed to be a killer, aren't I? I know. Hamako said, and that's why people like me and Tayuya-san like you, probably why Yujito-san likes you too. If you care about someone you won't let them down, but if anyone hurts someone close to you, you destroy them. That's very reassuring. Naruto laughed. I'm the meanest nice guy in the entire world. Hamako pulled him back down into another kiss. Hey, he said she never had to ask, didn't he? Hokage Tower, Jiraiya sat across from Tsunade's desk, both of them drinking from her bottle of sake as the day wound down to a close. Jiraiya finished his drink and looked over at his old teammate. I'm planning on heading off to follow up on a lead sometime soon. It shouldn't take too long, just in and out. When? Tsunade asked, filling her cup back up. We still need you to finish the mission with Naruto. You still need to head to Kiri. Jiraiya watched her drink down her own sake. We should give them a little more time to bolster their rankings before we try with them, possibly after the next Chunin exams if I were to give it a time frame. He laughed once she gave him a look of disbelief. Hey, I know enough about politics. I'm doing this alliance thing for a reason, right? Tsunade let a smile grow on her face. All right. So when do you plan on leaving on this mission of yours? Jiraiya shrugged. Let me rest up a bit from this one and get word from my network operative and I'll be good. It should be about a month or so. And just so you know, I'm going to take Naruto with me, so have his schedule cleared by the time I'm ready to go. Tsunade paid special attention when she heard that. Anything about Naruto was a point of serious interest to her. He was her only living family and she truly did care about him. Why do you want to take Naruto with you? Jiraiya scratched his face. A few reasons. But anyway, can you do that for me? He should be done with his probation period in a month or two, shouldn't he? He turned on the begging, please Tsunade-heim? Tsunade simply rested her face in her hands. You're 30 years too old to be doing that, you pervert. You're giving me more of a mutt face than a puppy dog face. She lowered her hands once he went back to normal. All right. When he's all set with his new responsibilities, you can take him with you again. Cammy, I'm going to regret sending you two out again, aren't I? Both of you are bad luck, and sending you both out at the same time is just begging for trouble. Yeah, you would know about bad luck, wouldn't you? Jiraiya quipped, getting a tick mark to form on Tsunade's head. Oh, you know I love you, Tsunade-heim. Now come on and show me how much you love me. Within a second after uttering that, Tsunade had sent Jiraiya flying backwards, obliterating the office doors, and who knows what else with the force of her punch. I love you that much, pervert. Tsunade smirked while cracking her knuckles. I knew you did. Jiraiya called out weakly from his place among the rubble. Chapter 34. Good-natured hazing. Naruto sat in the shady branches of a tree situated near the main gates of Konoha as he waited for the team he was intended to lead on his first mission as a jounin. He had finally decided to wear his flak jacket and underneath that a black long-sleeved muscle shirt. The change in clothes due to the climate he was going to be facing for this mission. He had never led anyone before, that was for certain. He was more accustomed to taking orders and dealing with whatever he was instructed to handle, and he was for the most part okay with that. However, overlying mission parameters didn't direct him to be a follower, they directed him to be a leader, because what Hokage couldn't lead a few missions? Hamako, who was relishing her new position as the primary woman in Naruto's life more or less by default, but it didn't matter to her, was quick to give Naruto a goodbye kiss when he left for the mission that morning. After that point, Tayuya caught him outside of his apartment and laid her own claim on him, heading back inside of her apartment after stealing a blistering kiss of her own with a toothy grin. Strange, Naruto assumed she'd be more pissed about their little escapade. Oh well, it was time to get to work as usual. You're punctual, aren't you, Psycho-Ai? Naruto said to seemingly no one before Sai appeared in an ink shunshin with his strange smile on his face. You're the first to arrive. Looking forward to working with you. This certainly makes things easier now, doesn't it? Sai asked the scar-faced blonde. Naruto nodded. Yep. Now I can just act like we met on this mission and hit it off and became friends. It takes away one pain in the ass of finding you to talk to for sure. You should get used to it, Naruto-senpai. As of now, I am a permanent fixture on your squad for the foreseeable future. Sai said, pulling out a notebook that he began drawing in as they waited for the rest of the team. Naruto watched Sai from above and began to chuckle. What's funny? Naruto stopped laughing and looked at his comrade. You might be all about pushing your emotions away and all of that, but you still have a coping mechanism for all of the crazy stuff we do, just like every other good ninja does. Sai looked up at Naruto blankly. I don't understand, senpai. Naruto shook his head. Your notebook. What are you doing with it right now? Sai looked at the notebook in his hand and back to Naruto. I don't understand. Naruto jumped down from the tree and took the notebook from Sai's hands, flipping through it with an analyzing eye. You draw more than just stuff to fight with? Sai nodded and Naruto handed him back the notebook. That's your thing. Drawing is probably the thing you always do when you're not on missions, keeping you from cracking like an egg, the only blatant link to your emotions you have. And to prove my point, give me that for the duration of the mission. Sai looked at his notebook for a moment before handing it over to Naruto, who gave it right back. I thought you were going to take it away. Why give it back? Naruto grinned at Sai and patted him on the shoulder. Nah, I didn't want it. I knew no matter what it meant to you, you were going to hand it over since I was the one that told you to do it. All I needed to see was the little flash of hesitation you gave me before handing it over. That would be a normal thing to other people, but to guys like you that Danzo trained, that's exceptional. I'm starting to get through to you, Kohai. Sai's face showed no inflection of actually caring. I failed to see how you being able to see through my emotions is a good thing. It means my training is a failure and I need to be conditioned again. Naruto let out a phantom shiver at the thought of being reconditioned. No, you don't. You're my liaison to Danzo and apparently his successor, so that means that you need to be somewhat functional in social situations, or else you'd be really suspicious. How else are we supposed to work together to help each other do our missions if I can't even get you to hold your own in a public forum? Although I'm barely the guy to be counting on for that. Sai put up his drawing notebook and pulled out a smaller one. Then I will simply have to take notes on regular interactions from you. You are my senpai, and you have far more experience than I do with the matter. Naruto stared at the pale teen blankly. Sure, why not? Let's try that. Sai's eyes flecked to the gate. We will have to continue this conversation another time. I believe it is time to get to work. Naruto rolled his neck loose and started towards the gate to reach his other teammates. All right, let's do this. You might want to have on some better clothes for where we're going, but hey, you're a grown ninja. He patted Sai on the shoulder as they both walked over. Everything's going to be A-okay on this one. It's an easy detail. Hello, Tintin. A cheerful Sakura said as she walked over to the gate, only to see the bun-haired girl with a sweat drop on her head. What's the matter? Tintin rubbed her temple. Other than the fact that you and I are the only ones here on the squad, we also have Dash. She pointed at a middle-aged man with glasses freaking out about something around a crew of others. This guy that's all worked up in a frenzy, and he's not telling me what's wrong. Chapter 35 Self-Esteem. As Sandeu was fretting over Yuki, now definitely ousted as Koyuki Kazuhana, and the director was inside alongside his assistant drooling over the action scenes he had shot due to the battle that had just taken place. Sakura was busy trying to get feeling back into Naruto's fingers. The last jutsu that Nadar used against him didn't hit, but the sheer cold it produced from simply being in its vicinity was enough to give him frostbite. Lucky for him, he had a medigmine on his squad, or else he might have been out of luck when it came to his fingers and toes, especially since they were in Yuki no Kuni, and it wasn't going to suddenly get all warm and pleasant outside in this country. Hey Sakura, Naruto said as they sat inside of the main trailer of the expedition through Yuki no Kuni with all of the others. He got a hum in response, letting him know she was listening as she used Shaozen Jutsu, Mystical Palm Jutsu. I know a better way to get my hands warm. It doesn't cost chakra either. Sakura's head turned up from her work on his fingers. What? Naruto looked away innocently. You could just let me put my hands under your shirt. You know body heat. Sakura gave him an even look with a tick mark on her head. You're a pervert. Naruto placed his fingers slightly apart and mouthed out a little bit. Sakura's brow twitched as a dark smirk came to her face. Tsunade Shursho taught me how to deal with perverts like you. Please. Naruto rolled his eyes. Just because Erosenin trained me up a bit doesn't mean that I took on his habit of standing still when an ass-kicking was about to come his way. Sakura gave him a sickeningly sweet smile. Maybe, but you are currently sitting here with your hands in my grip. Naruto's face paled as he tried pulling them free only to find them stuck fast. So watch yourself from now on, okay Taicho? Naruto gave her a stiff nod. You got it, Sakura. Good. Sakura chirped as she tugged on his cheek. Naruto sighed in relief when she stood up and walked away from him. Okay, do not do that stuff with Sakura. She does not find it cute in any way. He started flexing his fingers out. Sakura did really good work. Why did the idea of her pummeling me actually turn me on though? Kami, there's something wrong with me. Erokyofu's roots run deeper than I thought. Naruto's thoughts were cut short when Sai and Tintin entered the room and sat down at the table. Naruto, getting in the spirit of the predicament as team leader, put his proverbial game face on. What do you guys have for me? Sai immediately responded, we didn't find them, Naruto-senpai. The glacier sank not long after the ship got out of sight. They weren't there anymore. Tintin took a seat at the table. Who were those guys anyway? Naruto answered her. Ninja from the hidden village of Yukigekure. And they're here for Yuki, or should I say Princess Koyuki. And you knew this the whole time, didn't you, Sandayu? Sandayu's eyes widened. How did you possibly know, Naruto-san? You couldn't possibly know anything about our country and what has transpired over the years. You're too young. Naruto crossed his arms and leaned back in his chair. It's a story that you don't want to hear right now, but that's not important right now. You had to know that this was totally dangerous bringing her back here at all, identity change or not. Sandayu sighed. You're right, but it was the only way I could think of to get the princess back to Yuki no Kuni, he said despondently. Sakura looked over to Koyuki, who was in the corner of the room with a cold look on her face. So Yuki Fujikase is a real-life princess of an entire country. And Sandayu is from Yuki no Kuni as well? Yes. The middle-aged man admitted. When she was just a little girl, I was her aide before the revolt. I don't blame her for not remembering who I was. It was far too long ago, and there were far more important things about than me. He adjusted his glasses. I served the princess's father, the former daimyo of the country, Susetsu Kazahana. We were a peaceful nation. Susetsu-sama adored his daughter and was beloved by our people, but then the lord's younger brother Doto staged a revolt. The palace was burned to the ground, and I feared the princess had perished with her father and the palace. He then looked over at Naruto. But how do you know anything about our princess? Konoha had nothing to do with our nation except for the one man that was there for negotiations on the day of the revolt. Naruto's eyes darted to Sai, who let out a near unnoticeable nod. Fine. Naruto said. I was there too. That got a round of gasps from everyone in the room except Sai. Even Koyuki's surprise showed on her face at hearing that her bodyguard had seen her already. Sandayu almost had a heart attack. Why, you were there? But that was 10 years ago. You couldn't have been any older than 5 years old. Yep. Naruto said as if it didn't matter. I was 5. Oh, don't give me that look. Kakashi-sensei was a Chunin at 6. Is it really so hard to believe that I was training at 5? Kind of, yeah. Sakura said matter-of-factly. What the hell were you doing in this country back then? What kind of training does a 5-year-old do in a foreign country, and who the hell sent you out here when you were 5? She and Tintin were both interested in this. It had been years since Naruto had gotten exponentially powerful, but for Sakura, especially after seeing the goofy blonde she had become accustomed to as a child in the academy, it was hard to grasp that he did anything like that before showing up in school. Naruto had a blank look on his face that could give Sai a run for his money. I was gathering intel on Yuki no Kuni's situation to take back to my sensei to see if he needed to bring up a point to lend the country assistance. The coup happened when I was still here. There was nothing I could do. His face was somewhat apologetic. All I could do was make sure that Kakashi-sensei, who was here, could get away with Koyuki. Who was your sensei? Tintin asked inquisitively. Don't worry about it. Naruto responded. Sai let on that he could talk. He didn't let on just how much he was allowed to say, so he was going to keep Danzo's name out of it. They wouldn't flat out know who he was talking about even if he told them, and they sure didn't need to know. How did you help Kakashi-sensei get away? Sakura tried her own hand at asking a question. That was apparently the right question to ask, as Naruto was willing to answer it. The team leader that fought us this time, Nadaroga. Back then I had to fight him long enough for Kakashi-sensei to get away with the princess. If it weren't for my buddy on the inside, he would have killed me. Sakura's breath hitched. You mean the dash? Naruto nodded, getting a shiver out of her. Even though Naruto was still Naruto, it was hard to imagine such a thing trapped inside of his body. It was a good idea he wasn't in Konoha when Tsunade released that information. It took time for a lot of people to get used to that knowledge that didn't already know. The knowledge that Naruto contained the Kyuubi no Yoko. Not your buddy brat. The Kyuubi growled from within him, heard only by Naruto himself. I still fully intend to eat you once you overstep your bounds. Still looking forward to kicking your sorry ass all over the fake Konoha and my head too, furball. Naruto focused back on the real world and his human companions. Yeah, anyway, we fought until I had bought enough time and I got away myself. I never learned what happened to Koyuki after that. It's interesting. I should have died back then. Everyone turned to face Koyuki, who was looking away lifelessly. Sandayu moved towards her. You shouldn't say such things, princess. He exclaimed. Everyone feared the worst for you. You can't imagine the panic that went up in your absence. We never stopped praying for your safety. Well, you can stop praying now, Sandayu. Koyuki said. I'm alive, as you can see. It's just my heart that's dead. She said solemnly. That day, all those years ago, any tears that I had left dried all up. Sandeu had to wipe his own eyes hearing his princess speak in such a defeated manner. Eventually I found the princess under her new identity and became her manager, and have since been biding my time for the day when I could escort her back to her country. The director's assistant spoke up. So you've been using us the entire time? I apologize for deceiving you, but it was for the sake of our people. Sandeu turned to Koyuki and bowed on his hands and knees. Koyuki-heim, please confront Doto and take your rightful place as leader of our land. I will sacrifice myself without hesitation to protect you, so I beg you please take up arms and lead our people. I don't think so. Koyuki said indignantly. You've got to be kidding. But Sandeu stammered, what about your people? We need you, Koyuki-heim. I could care less about them. Just forget it, you'll only get yourself killed in the end. She argued vehemently. Would you give it up already? Don't be stupid, it doesn't matter what you do, you will never get rid of Doto. Well, Naruto said we're already here, and we're supposed to stay and protect her until the movie is done, so who feels like taking down a tyrant? Naruto asked his team. Tintin smirked and cracked her knuckles. You know it, Naruto-kun, I wanted a second shot at that hulking loser from the glacier anyway. Sai simply stood in place. I'm to follow your lead, Naruto-senpai. You've got my support. Sakura smiled. Yeah, how could we just let things lie the way they are? Of course we'll fight. Are you all insane? Koyuki shouted at the band of shinobi, and Kunoichi. Doto will massacre you all. You can't beat him. Naruto scoffed and rolled his eyes. Lady combat is what I'm good at. Sucky odds are just an inconvenience. I'm the best and I specialize in the ridiculous. Don't count any of us out. Everyone on my squad is ready for this. He stood up out of his chair. A little chakra armor isn't enough of an ace in the hole to beat us. Not by a long shot. He looked over at his people. Can you guys get through it? Absolutely. Tintin said with full confidence. I was just about to when you called us back to the ship. Sai nodded his head. I'm certain I can find a way around it. Sakura smiled and punched her fist into her open palm. I'll turn it into scrap if I end up fighting one of them this time. The director started speaking quietly. As long as there's hope, there is a dream. As long as there is a dream, there is a future. This is perfect. What a perfect theme for the final chapter of the Princess Gale movie. Sakura looked at him with a sweat drop. Are you seriously going to keep filming after everything that's happened? The director nodded with self-assurance. I told you all back at the glacier the movie's simply evolving. I mean, just think about it. How often do you get to make a movie with real princess? This is the opportunity of a lifetime here. You're right. The director's assistant started liking the idea more and more as the realization set in. The buzz is going to be enormous. Even the making of will be a hit. We're sitting on a surefire blockbuster here. Hey! Koyuki shouted, only to be cut off by Sai of all people. There's only one course of action available to us in the current situation. The usually quiet teen said firmly. Now that Doto has discovered your identity, you will never be allowed reprieve. The only option is to fight to get through this. Naruto stated the changed status of the mission, so in addition to keeping the princess here in one piece, we also need to finish off Doto, otherwise this thing is never going to end. Koyuki got progressively angrier listening to everyone stop joking. This isn't some movie, there's no such thing as a happy ending. The director shouted right back, his mood noticeably far better though. Of course there is, if you're willing to fight for it. Naruto called Sai in close. Is there any way you can send one of your ink animals back to Konoha, or are they not fast enough? Sai shook his head. No, by the time they would manage to get there everything here would be over with anyway. It would be pointless, Naruto-senpai. Naruto frowned, but nodded. Well, it should still be just fine. Nadar is Doto's heavy hitter, and even he shouldn't be too much trouble once I get past that armor of his. You and the girls are more than enough for this. He then spoke up to Sandeu. Well, this is seriously stretching the limits of the contract, but I hate leaving business unfinished. You've got us for as long as this lasts. Sandeu spoke quietly with tears in his eyes. All of you, thank you so much. The director looked at the scene eagerly. Oh yeah, that settles it. We're definitely going along with this picture. And you can bet this one will have a happy ending. The assistant said. The entire time Koyuki was looking at everyone in the room with a sense of utter detachment. For the next few hours, as the caravan traveled, Naruto and his team came up with a plan of action for who would be fighting who in case Nadar's team decided to attack again. Per the requests of everyone else, the dynamic didn't change too much. Everyone wanted the chance to finish their own battles from before, especially Tintin, who saw the use of chakra armor as a cop-out way to fight even for a ninja. The contingent came to a stop outside of a cave as directed by Sandeu. Our hideout is not far from here. It is just beyond this cave. Once we've finished shooting here, we will pass through to the other side, and then my people can rest easy with the fact that they have their princess back. He was visibly excited about having Koyuki back in the country. The director was completely agreeable with this. It would probably bring some good footage. All right, then people, let's get this show on the road. Director, there's a problem. The director's assistant shouted. Yuki has up and vanished again. Naruto palmed his face upon hearing that. Stupid bitch, she's seriously testing me here. How do you protect someone that seems to have a death wish? A small black rat ran up Naruto's leg and into his hand before turning into words, and Sai is still awesome. With that, Naruto shunshined away from the caravan. Sakura looked around with her hands on her hips. Where is Naruto? We need to find the princess. Tintin shrugged. He was just here not too long ago. Naruto-senpai is handling the situation, Sai said, scaring both girls with his presence on top of one of the trailers. He was drawing absently in his notepad while speaking. He should be back shortly. Koyuki was frantically running through a snowy forest away from her crew as fast as she could. There's no way. Absolutely not. I won't go back there. She was so intent on running she failed to notice herself slip in the snow and fall downhill until coming to a stop. She simply lay down there unmoving with her eyes slowly drifting closed. You lied to me, father. There is no spring in this country. After a short while she opened her eyes to the sound of footsteps only to find herself staring at a pair of shinobi sandals. Her vision turned upwards to see Naruto standing over her. You know, I've done my fair share of both, and I have to say it feels better when you face down your problems instead of running away all of the time. Now let's go, everyone's waiting. Naruto picked her up piggyback and carried her back towards the others. This has turned into a fine clusterfuck, hasn't it, princess? He said in a conversational manner. Maybe next time you should shoot your movie somewhere like in Suki no Kuni or Oni no Kuni. You never hear about this kind of stuff happening there. Why did you even bother coming after me? Koyuki said as she put up no resistance to being carried by Naruto. And how the hell do you even keep finding me? Naruto laughed to himself. Because it's my job. Even if I didn't want to, I would still do it, and I can find you because me and the people I'm working with are good, and I just so happen to be the best. Koyuki smiled slightly at that. Modest, aren't you? Naruto grinned. Well, if you don't believe in yourself, then who else is going to? Her smile dropped back into her usual cold expression. Well, you can drag me back all you like. All I'm going to do is act in front of the camera. That's all you got, that? Whatever you say. Naruto said as they found themselves inside of a tunnel. Suddenly a train whistle sounded out behind them. What the hell? Outside of the tunnel the ice melted to reveal train tracks. Sakura kneeled down to inspect them. There's chakra running through these rails. Sandayu's eyes bulged out. He's here. He started yelling around to everyone in the area. Everyone hurry. You need to get out quickly, it's not safe. You can't let them find you. The man started running up a nearby slope. Wait, Sandayu. Tintin yelled. Where are you going? Tintin, don't go after him. Sai said we need to protect the princess, and that means we have to wait for Naruto-senpai. A light appeared behind Naruto and Koyuki. That, along with the whistle and the train tracks revealing themselves, told her all she needed to know about what was happening. It's a train. A train? Naruto repeated in an irritated fashion. The entire tunnel began to shake with icicles falling down from overhead. Of course it is. And why not? Naruto said before taking off at full speed before the thing quickly reached his heels. Fuck. It already had a ton of momentum. It's no good, we'll be run over. Koyuki shouted as she held onto Naruto tightly. Well, excuse me if I don't want to be put down by a train. I've had too much stuff try to kill me to let a giant hunk of metal be the thing that gets the job done. That would be embarrassing. Naruto bellowed right back. Koyuki shook her head desperately. It's impossible. Naruto grit his teeth trying to pull every ounce of speed he could out of his leg muscles. Woman, I live the impossible every damn day. Now let me run. Look, there's no way you can outrun that thing. Well, I might be able to for sure if I drop a few pounds. Are you volunteering? No. Then shut the hell up and let me save your ass already. That ended the argument right there. Come on, QB, a little assistance wouldn't hurt here. The feeling of the malicious chakra circulating through his body came forward and drove him faster than he otherwise would have gone at top speed. We're getting out of here. They both finally breached into the light and Naruto immediately jumped to the side, allowing the train to speed past them. Naruto stood up laughing at dodging the massive locomotive and helped Koyuki to her feet. Who can't outrun a train? You need to get some faith. It's been a long time, Koyuki. A voice belonging to an older man said. She looked up at the train as a gasp escaped her lips. Dodo, a man with brown hair trailing down to his shoulders wearing an ornate robe, was standing on top of the train that had come to a stop. It's been 10 years, hasn't it? Don't be shy now, dear, let me see that beautiful face of yours. Koyuki shirked under his gaze, bringing an evil grin to his face until Naruto moved in front of her with his hand on his sword. So this is the guy I'm supposed to kill? He doesn't look too tough at all. Before any more words could be said, a mass of logs slid down a nearby slope and plowed into the side of the train. At the top of the hill stood Sandeu in samurai armor along with many others garbed in the same. Do you see it, men? Our beloved princess is here to watch over us. With her at our side, victory will be ours. As the men all cheered out, Sandeu drew a sword from his hip. Doto, we have waited a long time for this day of reckoning to arrive. Sandeu Asama and 50 loyal warriors stand before you to avenge our fallen leader, Lord Susetsu. On this day you breathe no more. Dodo looked at the men distastefully. I thought that you had destroyed the last of the insurgents. Nadar appeared at his side, bowing slightly. My apologies, my lord, we will get rid of them immediately. No. Dodo said amusedly, with men such as these there is little that they can understand but total annihilation. With that and a battle cry, all of the men charged down the hill at Dodo's train. Dodo nodded, and in response Nadar made a hand seal that opened up the train doors to reveal holes throughout that began to rapid-fire kunai at all of the men, mowing them down in cold blood. Naruto watched the scene in amazement at the quickly distributed carnage. They have something like this? As if just throwing the damn things weren't lethal enough. Naruto glared at Doto, who was laughing at the violence. Sandeu was still standing with kunai sticking out all over his body when Doto signaled for another salvo to go out to finish him off. As the mass of metal weaponry was about to hit him, Tintin jumped in front of him and pulled out one of her scrolls that she used to summon a large iron dome around both of them. Sakura started punching and kicking at the ground at the top of the hill with her chakra-enhanced strength technique to cause an avalanche that blocked the volley guns on the train. Tintin sealed her iron dome and threw kunai with explosive tags attached at the bridge in front of the train, destroying it and almost taking an escaping train with it. However, the train car holding Dodo detached from the rest and got away quickly. Naruto-senpai. Sai said as he saw Naruto walking with Koyuki around the remnants of the massacre. What are we going to do now? The film crew was helping with the dead and wounded, and Sakura was doing what she could for Sandeu. This is terrible, she said as she did her best to heal the man. What kind of monster is he? Koyuki looked around callously. This is what comes from never giving up. If they hadn't stood against Doto, then none of this bloodshed would have happened. No. Sai said this is also what has been happening to civilians. Women, children, anyone that Doto even suspected of being against him, it made no difference to him. A true tyrant that cares not for the evils he commits. Tintin looked from the dying Sandeu to Sai, who said that entire thing without a hint of anything in his voice. Don't you feel anything for all this? She asked him. She was pissed off personally at the thought of Doto getting away with this. Sai shook his head. I don't have feelings. Sandeu choked for a moment before looking at Koyuki and speaking. Princess, please forgive me. I should have never gotten you involved in this. But every one of us all believed in spite of everything because we knew you were alive. You must believe in yourself. You have always been this country's ray of hope, princess, so do not waste your tears on me. With that he let one last breath go. Sakura stopped her jutsu and looked at the others solemnly. Koyuki simply kept her eyes on his lifeless form. You are such a fool, Sandeu, I can't cry. You have my eye drops. She then looked at the director and the Konoha ninja. Are you all satisfied? Let's go back. If you stay here, your lives will be in jeopardy. Let's just go home. Your home is here. Naruto said, and it's a mission. Of course our lives are in danger. You can't just disappear now. Dodo knows you, and he'll keep coming after you until you're dead. No amount of running is going to keep him away. What would you know about it? She snapped back. Spring doesn't come to this country. Our tears are frozen over and our hearts are hardened with the cold. No. Naruto replied. That's him. He said as he pointed at Sai, but you could change this country yourself if you would just face up to what you know you have to do. Sakura's fists shook in anger hearing Koyuki speak so cruelly. Sandeu believed in you. He lived his entire life keeping you safe so that you might come back here and free the country one day. You haven't even shed one tear for his sacrifice because you're a coward. Sakura, calm down. Naruto said. Sakura stopped herself, realizing she was about to walk up to Koyuki and hit her in the face. Her muscles were tense to deliver the punch when Naruto's voice stopped her. Hitting her won't change anything or bring anyone back. Koyuki tried to walk away when Tintin stood in front of her with a firm look on her face. Sorry, but you can't just do as you like in this instance. Koyuki then gasped at something behind Tintin. A blimp rising up over the nearby cliff. The large man Mazor aimed his retractable hand at Koyuki from his spot at the bottom of the blimp and snatched her up swiftly. His female partner Fubuki threw kunai at them that branched out into jagged ice trees that the others were forced to dodge. Motherfucker. Tintin shouted, they have even more of this crap. What do we do now, Naruto-kun? She said, looking at the team leader. All eyes turned to him as he looked at the blimp flying away. Psycho High? I have eyes on the blimp, Naruto-senpai. Right up there with you. That got a look of confusion from the girls and a grin from Naruto. Good. Naruto said, the real me will be in touch with you soon. Just follow where the blimp went and be ready to fight soon. On board the blimp, you have grown beautiful, Koyuki. Dodo said, do you have the hex crystal? Yes. She said. For standing in front of her father's murderer, her tone was exceptionally even. Very good. The man said with his disturbing grin, it is the sole link to the Kazahana clan and the key to opening its greatest treasure. Treasure? Koyuki said. What treasure? She didn't know about any kind of treasure. When Dodo stopped trying to come up with a term for what he wanted to say, obtained control of the kingdom from your father, the resources of the clan were all but gone. Susetsu obviously hid his treasure somewhere, so I searched high and low for it before finally finding it hidden deep within Rainbow Glacier. A keyhole there can only be opened by the hex crystal. Once I get the fortune hidden there, I can finally gain military superiority over the 5 great nations. Now, Dodo said with his hand outstretched towards Koyuki, I will take the hex crystal now. After all, you don't need it, do you? Koyuki removed the necklace from around her throat and passed it off to Dodo, who examined it before his face twisted angrily. What is this? What? Koyuki said, taken aback by his shift in temperament. He grabbed her by the collar. You think that I can't recognize that this is a fake? Where's the real crystal? That's impossible. Koyuki reasoned before realization hit Naruto, the blonde boy. He was the only one that ever could have. Nadar, who was leaning against a wall in the room, growled lowly, yes, that boy. He certainly grew up to become a thorn in my side on a consistent scale, didn't he? Fubuki gave a sultry smile. Do you want us to head out and round it up? We'll find it in no time. Dodo grinned again. No, that will not be necessary. Why bother chasing after it when the group will show up for their princess of their own volition? All we have to do until those rats stumble upon us is to just wait. He never took notice of the actual rat and black and white scuttering across the corner of the floor. Dodo's fortress, prison level, Koyuki sat by herself in a cell with her knees up to her chest. Every few seconds 2 armed guards would walk past her cell as they kept watch over her. As they walked out of sight, she heard sounds of struggling followed by complete silence. A matter of moments later, Naruto appeared in front of her cell with a kunai in his hand. Well, look at you. Prison doesn't suit such a pretty face. Would you like to leave? She looked at him in shock. How did you get here? How did you even find this place? Naruto picked his ear. I was on the blimp with you the entire time. It's not that hard to hide from these guys. Take away that armor of theirs and their practical skills suck. Why the hell didn't you get me off then if you were there the entire time? Or better yet, why didn't you just defeat them all and end it there? She hissed lowly with a tick mark having formed on her head. Naruto gave her a deadpan look. Yes, because you and me jumping off of a blimp at least 1,000 feet in the air would have ended well. And then if I had killed everyone on board the blimp, I'm personally trained to safely land it and make sure that we all survive instead of die in a miserable fiery crash in middle of a winter wasteland. He said sarcastically before poking at the lock with the kunai. Goddammit. He cursed lowly when it proceeded to shock him. Just quit. Koyuki said, you can't win all by yourself against all of Dodo's men. You really don't know me very well. Naruto said, this is just a setback. And what is your problem with having faith in something? You're so cynical. I was this close to letting Sakura clock you. Koyuki fixed Naruto with a stare as she watched him examine the lock probingly. My father always told me that spring would always come. To imagine myself in a field full of flowers running through it. He always said that if I never gave up, always believed, then spring would come to Yuki no Kuni. But this place has no spring. My father died, I was forced to flee, and I stopped believing. I began to run away and lie to others, but to no one more than myself. I told you that I deal in lies as an actress and I'm the best at it, but that's because my entire life is one huge charade. You done? Naruto said as he pulled out a slip of paper and a brush and began drawing on it, because if you are, I'm going to tell you a little story while I work on freeing your pessimistic ass. You say all of these things about your life being a charade and everything, but you chose that life. Yes, you were worked into a corner and had to run as a little girl, but eventually you quit without ever trying. His eyes flickered to hers. Before getting back to work, I was worked into a corner too right from the start. I have within my person a murdering, malicious, palpable mass of living chakra in my head or belly, one or the other. I never really figured it out. Either way, it was placed there moments after my birth by my father to protect a village that spied my existence all throughout my childhood, that refused to acknowledge me as a child. So do you want to know what I did? What? Koyuki asked. I worked my ass off. I underwent detestable training for years and became a ninja for my village. I fought and bled for that place in faraway lands that most of them will never hear anything of to keep them safe. I did all of this before I became 8. I wanted to be the best, because if I was the best ninja in the world, there was no way that they couldn't recognize me as a person. Do you want to know how long it took? It took 11 years, and things are just now getting to where I wanted them to be. And now I have a group of superpowered criminals coming for the demon locked inside of me and my life, so I've got that going for me too. So do you know what I'm going to do about that? Koyuki shook her head, bringing a grin to Naruto's face. I'm going to kick their asses. I'm going to beat them all. They're not beating me no matter what I have to do, and that's going to get me where I want to be. And I'm going to show you that right now, because this seal is done. Naruto stood up, making one-handed seals Fuinjutsu Jinso Kyushu, sealing technique elemental absorption. He slapped the finished seal tag on the bars and held his hand to it. As the electricity from the trapped cell coursed, Koyuki turned her head away so that she didn't see Naruto die of electrocution. After a few seconds, when she didn't hear his body hit the ground, she opened her eyes to see electricity coursing around Naruto's arm that was stuck to the seal. The electricity faded, and Naruto then proceeded to rip his seal off of the door and pick the lock open. How did you do that? Koyuki asked when the cell door popped open. Naruto ripped up his used seal into bits. That seal takes the element of whatever it sticks to and converts it to chakra, but if the element isn't your affinity, then your coils are going to get destroyed by whatever the element actually is. Good for me, my affinity for lightning is strong enough, right? He held out his hand for her. Now let's go. Koyuki gave him a smile and took his hand before they ran out of the prison area of the fortress. They eventually came upon a group of Yuki ninja when Naruto prompted Koyuki to stop. Hello, you guys. Good to see your ink rat made it back to you in one piece. Sai and the others got rid of their disguises. Yes, Naruto-senpai, and to you as well. He had his signature smile on his face. You've got the princess. Do you want the crystal you gave me back? Give it to her. Naruto said, pointing at Koyuki, because I'm about to raise this place to the ground and beat Dodo's skull in, and I might destroy it if I have it on me. Now get out of here so I can finish this. I'm not leaving, Naruto-kun. Tintin said, why would we leave you alone like that? Sai echoed her sentiments. I am here to ensure your safety. I'm not leaving, Naruto-senpai. Someone's got to heal you when you get yourself busted up, you idiot. Sakura said, but she had a smile on her face. Fine, Naruto grumbled. I would write you all up for insubordination in my report, but I'm on probation and that might make me look bad. We need to move now. Koyuki said, taking the hex crystal back from Sai. I can hear the guards coming. Follow me. She said, taking off with all of the Konoha ninja following behind her. She led the team into a room where Dodo's voice sounded out in laughter. Well done, Koyuki. She ran towards him, standing atop his throne area, and before any of them could stop her, Nadar, Fubuki, and Mizore appeared ahead of them, cutting them off from intercepting her. Fubuki blatantly winked at Sai, who simply raised an eyebrow, and Mizore made a lewd tongue gesture at Sakura and Tintin, who simply started radiating killing intent. Nadar simply had a victorious smirk on his face as he looked at Naruto. It looks like you lose, boy. You still can't beat me after all these years. Naruto's face went stone cold. I'm going to enjoy shutting that mouth of yours with my sword. He turned his eyes up to Koyuki, who was standing next to Doto. What do you think you're doing, Koyuki? The princess gave her necklace to her uncle and looked down at her hired team. This shouldn't be any surprise to you. I am an actress after all, aren't I? Dodo laughed triumphantly. Yes, another magnificent performance from the great Yuki Fujikaze. Yes, it was all an act. She then revealed a tanto hidden underneath her clothes and stabbed Doto. I told you, didn't I? I'm an actress. Naruto had an interested look on his face. Well, that's taking things into your own hands, I guess. Good stuff. Why, you little. Dodo grabbed Koyuki around her throat. Naruto cursed and made a move, but the other group of ninjas stopped him and his own team before they could try anything. Koyuki grabbed Dodo's arm. I always knew, Naruto, that I was going to die if I ever returned to Yuki no Kuni. At least in the end I could. Naruto grit his teeth. You'd better survive, damn you. It's an empty victory if you die achieving it. Koyuki smiled weakly at Naruto while still in Dodo's grip. It was thanks to you, Naruto, that I was able to face my home. In the end, Naruto's eyes flickered red. Nadar, get out of my way, or I will rip your head off. Naruto barreled into Nadar, suddenly shoulder-checking him out of the way as he ran towards Doto and Koyuki, who both fell off of the throne area. I'm sorry, Father Sandeu, Koyuki thought to herself as Naruto reached her side. Koyuki, you'd better be all right, damn it, Naruto said as he kneeled down at her side. While fretting over Koyuki, he didn't notice Dodo reach his feet, and that gave the man the opportunity to kick him away from her. Dodo untied his robe and revealed advanced-looking black chakra armor. You really thought that little toy could kill me? The knife had left a mark but had not pierced it. The latest prototype of our chakra armor. Worth every bit paid. He grabbed Koyuki and laughed when she tried to struggle against him. Stop wasting your time. Every ounce of your chakra is being taken from you. You're powerless. She continued to fight in vain as the ceiling broke and Dodo shot a line up to escape. Come, Koyuki, let us go beyond the rainbow. Naruto seethed in anger as he watched them escape. Naruto formed a blue ball of chakra in one hand to make an improvised exit Rasengan, spiraling sphere. Naruto destroyed a nearby wall and got outside to see Doto and Koyuki flying off northwest. Get moving now, he shouted to his team that immediately went out through the hole he made and gave chase. Naruto was prevented from proceeding by a series of kunai keeping him there. Let's finish this, shall we, little Naruto? No running away this time, eh? Nadar said tauntingly as they both stood on the cliffside surrounding the fortress. Naruto glared darkly at Nadar. I don't have time to play with you, Nadar, so I'll make this quick and brutal. He threw a kunai right down the middle at Nadar that simply bounced off of a chakra shield. You should know by now that it's pointless. Now it's time to show you my original Jutsu, Hayatan Roga Nadar no Jutsu, Ice Release Wolf Fang Avalanche Jutsu. The snow gathered at the top of the fortress spilled over and raged towards Naruto in the form of a pack of wolves rushing right at him. Naruto made hand seals and stopped his movements with his arms in an X-Futon Senpu Kakasui, Wind Release Whirlwind Pyramid. A violent wind whipped around Naruto's body, most prominent in the area that was facing the avalanche of wolves. The ice jutsu smashed into Naruto's wall of wind, kicking up a blur of powder as it flowed down over the cliffside. Nadar laughed loudly at disposing of Naruto in such a manner. Your weak little jutsu couldn't stand up to the power of my chakra armor. You were still 10 years too young to put me down, brat. Doton Shinju Zanchu no Jutsu, Earth Release Inner Decapitation Jutsu. Naruto's hands wrapped around Nadar's legs and pulled him underground. After a short moment, Nadar found himself driven out of the cliffside he had been standing on with a pair of explosive notes, one on his forehead, the other on his back. Damn you, boy. You aren't better than me. My armor is invincible. You can't do this, he said as he fell down the sheer drop, raging with lunacy. Naruto stood at the edge of the hole he had pummeled Nadar's body through and placed his hand in a half-tiger seal as he looked down on his enemy's descending body. Invincible, huh? Let's see it survive 1,000-foot fall. Boom. Naruto said just as his tags finished burning down and detonated, consuming Nadar's body in an explosive fireball. He then took off to chase after Koyuki and Dodo. He circled around the front of the fortress when he heard someone calling out to him and saw the director on a mobile trolley of sorts. Naruto smirked. He wondered how fast that thing was. With Sai flew through the trees of a snowy forest, dodging a series of ice pillars forming up and crashing through the branches. He leapt to and from Chujugiga, Super Beast's imitation picture. Sai drew up a flock of birds to fly off at his enemy to buy himself some space. Ah, come on, sweetie, don't you want to chill out with me for a bit? Fubuki said as she saw Sai's birds incoming and allowed them to bounce off her chakra shield from her armor. You should know that won't work by now. Due to the destroyed birds, the mist of ink surrounded Fubuki that she came out of looking around for Sai. Come out wherever you are. All right then, peekaboo. Fubuki turned to see Sakura leap out of the ink mist and drill her straight in the face with a hard right hand. Her body was sent flying through the forest, taking out trees that crashed down all around her. Sakura let out a sigh of relief and wiped her brow finally. Thanks for that, Sai. That bitch was getting on my nerves. Sai landed from the trees next to Sakura with his smile placed on his face. No problem, you dash. Sai caught himself before he could call Sakura ugly due to Tenten's advice names based on amassed traits of the people they're intended for. He tried again, Blossom-san. Sakura gave him a small smile. Blossom, huh? She shrugged. It's damn better than being called ugly, isn't it, Sai? His smile was the only answer she got. With Tintin stood in place as her opponent Mizore flew through the trees surrounding them swiftly on his snowboard. What are you going to do, little girl? You still can't do anything to me. He threw out his cable-retracted arm at her. Tintin dodged it and pulled out a scroll. Eat this then, Bakuryujeki, exploding dragon strike. A large flame dragon emerged from the scroll that Tintin opened and unsealed, sending it right at Mizore, melting the snow as it came right at him. The fire bounced right off of the shield produced by the chakra armor. Haha. You can't even touch me. His snowboard slid along the rough coarse ground where he ended up tripping over something stuck in the ground. What the fuck? He said to himself as he picked himself up, rubbing his injured body, and looked where he fell. He shouldn't be this hurt just from a simple fall. What is this? Tintin smirked. I knew you were coming after me. Didn't you notice me waiting for you? I set tons of those things all over this area, and you stumbled right over them, jerk. Mizore looked down at them and saw that she had planted tons of spiked metal balls beneath the snow, and he had fallen on and slid all across them. His snowboard was mangled. Now let's see you block this. Tintin took the large scroll from off of her back and threw it into the air over him. Sugu Tensei, manipulated tools, heavenly chain of destruction. He couldn't dodge with the metal of his snowboard mangled around his feet due to Tintin's trap, so he simply prepared his chakra armor to take the shot. He realized something was wrong when he tried to put his shield up, but it simply fizzled out. He looked at his armor only to find that a vital part that converted chakra into the shield was broken from the unprotected fall. No. Tintin's mid-air scroll started bombarding him from directly above with countless tools of all sorts. Kunai shuriken of all sizes, Fuma shuriken, broadswords, large spiked iron balls, anything that could be sent at someone. Mizore quickly found himself impaled with multiple weapons of all types throughout his body. Tintin looked at him and all of the weapons surrounding him. Yep, that armor of yours, something that strong would have to have a weak point. I saw you touch a certain place on your armor repeatedly during the last fight, an accident, and something like that could get really messed up, huh? She looked around with a sigh. Do I have to pick all of this up now? Rainbow Glacier, Dodo looked around frantically. He had used the hex crystal and nothing was happening. There was no secret passage revealed or anything at all. Where is it? Where is the treasure? The Kazahana fortune? Hissing sounds rang out and the frozen ground began to melt. A heat generator? This is the hidden treasure that I've spent so much time looking for? He said, outraged. It's so warm, Koyuki commented to herself quietly. Raitun Kaminari Shuriken, lighting, release lightning shuriken. Lighting struck from overhead from a single shuriken positioned directly above Dodo, who automatically responded by turning around and forming hand seals. Hayatan Kakuryu Bufusetsu, ice, release black dragon blizzard. He shot off a dragon formed from the ice around him by an arm at Naruto, who was standing not too far away. The dragon hit him, launching him into the air where he burst into smoke. What? He turned around to see that the princess was no longer there and was a ways off with Naruto, who had her in his arms and put her down. Naruto faced Doto and cracked his neck. No skill, all power, and not even that much of that really. Who are you, boy? Doto asked, nearly frothing at the mouth at the current turn of events. Everything he had done, it was all for nothing. Naruto Uzumaki Naruto replied with his arms crossed. ID number 012607, Jounin level shinobi of Konohagakure no Sato Jinchuriki of the Kyubi no Yoko and the future Hokage. Nice to meet you. Koyuki looked at Naruto with his game face on. Naruto, please don't die. Naruto gave her a reassuring smile before turning back to Doto and walking out away from Koyuki. The day I get finished off by a guy like this, well, let's just say I'll be fine, Koyuki. Just believe in me. Koyuki let him walk out into the open ice to face Doto. Naruto, you are by far the strongest ninja I've ever known. I believe in you. Naruto smiled to himself as he continued to walk forward. It's about time. His smile dropped once he looked back at Doto. Now let's finish this. My sentiments exactly. Doto said. Hayatan Suryu Bufusetsu, ice, release twin dragon blizzard. This time he released two black ice dragons at Naruto that quickly merged into a large black tornado. Now die. Naruto bounced on the balls of his feet to loosen himself up. So Kyubi, how should I handle this one? Any ideas? Subtle or loud? Oh, for Kami's sake, kid, just take some chakra and blow his ass away. Asking me what to do like you didn't already know. Naruto smirked at Kyubi's outburst. Naruto's eyes flickered red as a one-tailed cloak emerged around his body. It's going to take a lot of chakra for this one, but since you have a tornado, I might as well show you how strong the wind can really be. Naruto rolled through a long chain of hand seals as the black tornado came ever closer. He finished his seals and inhaled deeply as his chest expanded. I may not have had the finesse for any of Danzojiji's wind techniques, but I do have this Futon Hiragiri Ti Han, wind release spreading air disaster. Naruto exhaled full force and unleashed a terrible blast of wind large and wide directly at the black dragon tornado, tearing up the ice plates on the ground and ripping up the landscape. The high-speed wind hit the tornado and ripped it to black snow, scaring Dodo shitless when he saw it coming his way. He turned on his chakra shield, but that only protected him, not the ground beneath him, which ended up getting torn asunder by Naruto's jutsu. It picked him up off of the ground and threw him backwards across much of the tundra, slamming him into a wall of ice hard back first. The force of the hit should have killed him, but his armor proved exceptional when compared with the rest, as the impact left him with internal injuries, coughing up blood, but otherwise alive. He walked out still looking ready to fight, but on his last legs, with Naruto charging towards him with a blue ball in his right hand. He smirked a bloody smile as he saw that I have on chakra armor, you fool. You can't harm me with that. It's pure chakra. He kept that thought up until he didn't notice his chakra shield activating. He looked at Naruto with fear in his eyes as he saw the Rasengan in his hand turn multicolored. Koyuki's eyes widened. Is that rainbow chakra? She said in disbelief. Naruto thrusted his hand forward. Die, you son of a bitch. An arrow, no Rasengan, 7-colored spiraling sphere. The Rasengan carved right through the armor like a buzzsaw and pulverized its way into Dodo's body as Naruto continued driving forward right into the thick ice wall that Dodo had hit after Naruto's wind jutsu. The wall cracked and collapsed on top of both of them, revealing one of the walls of the massive generator. Quiet reigned over the area as the scenery changed due to the rapid melting of the ice until the voice of the director could be heard. Tell me we got all of that. Holy shit, we're going to need to make this movie 3D after that. Believe in the future and spring will surely come. Everyone looked around and saw a large projection of Princess Koyuki as a little girl. What will you do when spring comes, Koyuki? The voice asked her. The little girl smiled brightly. I'm going to be a princess. What kind of princess? The voice said. Let's see, little Koyuki said, one that's strong and kind, and most of all one who fights for justice. The man chuckled. That's some dream. Koyuki found herself tearing up as she watched this. Did I really say those things? Well, so long as you believe in your dreams and never give up, one day you will be that princess. A man then appeared in front of the image and put the necklace around Koyuki's neck. You can see it, right? A beautiful princess standing right in front of you. Koyuki's tears finally started to fall just before she heard her younger self speak again. But there's sort of something else I want to be, she said with uncertainty. And what would that be? The man, her father, asked. An actress, she said, full of spirit. The older Koyuki began to laugh as her tears fell, tears of joy instead of sorrow. Over by the generator, Naruto threw the slowly melting chunks of ice off of himself and stood up, looking himself over with a disgruntled look on his face as his frame was covered in Dodo's blood. Great, I need a shower now. I guess it's a good thing I didn't blow up that fortress after all, huh? Koyuki's coronation ceremony. Koyuki was speaking to the ninja squad that had helped her country. The generator wasn't even full developed in the end. She commented as she stood in the beautiful garden where the ceremony had taken place. Sakura smiled apologetically. I guess it will be back to winter soon, huh? Koyuki shook her head with a big smile. No, not really. If we take what we know and keep researching, before you know it, Yuki no Kuni will be Haru no Kuni, land of spring. Tintin rubbed her own shoulder. Yeah, but it's a shame though. You're such a big star. Are you really going to stop acting now to run your country? Koyuki gave a sly grin. Who said I was retiring? Ruling over Yuki no Kuni and acting, I'm pretty sure I'll be able to handle them both. I mean, I would have to be out of my mind to give it up now, she said as she pulled out a script in full sight of the team. Sakura blushed at the sight of the heading as she was very familiar with it due to what her first sensei could always be seen reading. You're going to star in Ika Ika? Koyuki let out a laugh. Well, I'll be seeing you. And Naruto, she said, getting the scar-faced blonde's full attention. I'll be needing a leading man for that role. Do you think you would be interested? Naruto's eyes widened before a smirk formed on his face. Do I need to audition? He said as a drop of blood came from his nose. In Konoha, 2 weeks later, Danzo sat in Tsunade's office as he fished inside of his robe for something. As he spoke to Tsunade, it seems that Naruto is doing a fantastic job. His last mission should get Konoha plenty of new business and publicity. Yes, I read his report. Tsunade said evenly as she remained suspicious of what Danzo was looking for. He did wonderful for leading his first mission. And his success could lead to a potential trade alliance with Yuki no Kuni. Their technology is something to take note of. But I don't know too much about the publicity. Danzo pulled a poster out of his robe and set it down in front of Tsunade. Oh, I believe so. On the poster was Koyuki and a picture of Naruto in a blown-up action pose as the title of the new movie was emblazoned above. Tsunade's eyes widened at the sight until Danzo spoke again. I wonder if Princess Koyuki will ask him to star in her next film if this one is a success. He then obstructed Tsunade's view of the poster by dropping a script on her desk that made her grab her desk so hard it cracked. Have a good day, Tsunade Heim. The bandaged man said as he left the office. Shizune entered shortly thereafter and saw Tsunade staring hard at something on her desk. Is something the matter, Tsunade-sama? She asked. Tsunade didn't look up even when Shizune came around her desk and looked at what she had her eyes locked on. I don't know who I should take a certain pressing new issue up with. Jiraiya for signing off on this movie of his, or the brat if he actually ends up being in it. Shizune read the heading and had a small trickle of blood leave her nose.